The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions? Who spends himself in a worthy cause? Who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Spartans! What is your profession?
I'm back, bitches. What is going on, peeps? This is Arch of Idmore, and I am enraged. Still bringing back the Coliseum on a Saturday night for you guys. Back on a new channel, back with some new messaging, back with I don't give a fuck attitude. Hope everybody's doing good. What's going on, AB? Beef and Brock, what's good with you? So, what's going on, Excalibur? Good to see you, brother. Everybody's doing well. It's going to be a interesting night, to say the least, because I'm not going to have as many as people to come through, but it's all good. Doing this for you guys, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, I'm going to build up this channel. I'm going to go ahead and put this stuff out as much as possible as I can to build this up, build up the algorithm, so that way I get more subscribers, get more people coming through, and get my channel back up. Hopefully it won't take that long, maybe 2 months at best, get me over 1,000. So that way people know when you want that real red pill stuff, you come over here. Oh, we got it. What's going on, BGS?
Hey, here to see the kick off the new Coliseum. I guess it's the new Coliseum, which is the old Coliseum.
Little old, something little new. That's all. That is it. That is it. What's going on, Jesse? What's up, Craig? Make sure I rest tonight because it's going to be a long one.
Yeah, it might be.
Well, for me, maybe not you. What's going on, sir?
Oh, nothing much, man. Just trying to get in early. So as promised, so you folks that waiting to see me in the Coliseum. So I'm here.
Make sure you hit that subscribe button too.
Hit the subscribe button on your way in. Hit the like and the subscribe. Let's get the counts up.
Yep.
And I'm sure all of you, you snitches, they'll tell, go run tell that BGS is live over here. So.
Well, tell them I'm live, so they hating on me now.
I think I have seniority over you, sir.
True.
So what's up, you guys? this is the inaugural, so I'm here. So normally we do the ask me anything. So and normally y'all be asking me all kind of bullshit all over the place. So hey,
Yeah,
this is
really.
a spot to do it. Since you're here, you guys got questions? Shoot.
Yeah, we're only talk about 20 minutes and we'll open it up.
And Craig just sub, cool.
Thank you, Craig.
G Darius just sub, cool.
Appreciate you, G. I haven't gotten any more on troll accounts, anything like that. So
Okay, well yeah, they'll show up.
yeah,
They want to make sure that the channel is solid before they show up and actually put their troll vote in.
yeah, pretty much.
Trolls aren't as dumb as we think they are. Well, not normally.
Normally, sometimes they are.
Why do Democrats have to mess with Star Trek? Because a lot of your Democrats are liberals, and a lot of them are intersectional liberals. Like Stacey Abrams is intersexual liberal, and Star Trek from the very beginning is about gender fluidity and intersectionalism. It's like I'm a black female with a male name. So and plus Stacey Abrams is trying to be a political force, so she's showing up all over the place, just like
What, she was
the
on Star
new.
Trek?
Yeah, she was actually on the. I think she was on the last show, the finale, and she had to be president of the president of Earth.
Oh Lord,
So that's it.
here we go.
So do you think policies are going to be changed concerning black men with all the studies the PhDs do? Yeah, it will be changed because the black women are actually going to be embarrassed. It's already starting to ripple through the political forces, also the schools too, because black women want to say they're in charge and they're doing something for the black community. So it's time to embarrass them into actually doing something. The two things women hate is shame and guilt. Okay,
Yeah, didn't they?
they hate to be shamed.
Wasn't there like a more of an equal bill that was being put forth for child custody?
Yeah, there was something. I don't know if it was in Congress, but I think there is something. One state was supposed to be doing something like a 50-50 custody thing. I'm not sure. I saw it, but I can't remember it offhand,
Yeah,
so don't quote me.
yeah, I think I saw that too. It was more about 50-50.
Hmm.
So, I mean, that'd be good for men.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, they're gonna have to do something because a lot of guys are checking out, and your birth rate is falling, and
Yeah.
you have a lot more single mothers in poverty than they like, and especially since COVID's happened. COVID's happened, automation is coming in. A lot of these bitches are on the street, so they got to do something. So they
Hmm.
have to encourage these men to actually come back to the table. But the thing is, men are not going to come back to the table unless they get a fair deal.
Yeah. That's what I
So,
was trying to tell my boss. He's part of the old school to like, well, she got the if he fucked her or got a kid and married, it's like, well, that's not the case now, because back in the day you guys had like the shotgun marriage.
yep,
That was fine,
yep,
whatever. But now you got like, well, women can just divorce you whenever they feel like it. Like,
yep,
how many times we heard like there was nothing wrong with the marriage, she just didn't want to be in it anymore.
yeah, yeah,
I mean, just
yeah. They got bored. Yeah,
yeah, they're bored. That's why I was like, it's not inducive for men to be married now these days,
yeah,
because a chick can change her mind at any time and then you get put on a
yeah,
hook for child support. This shit's not fair. You can't hardly see your kids.
yeah.
It's just too much.
I say video games, sex dolls, and cheap prostitution.
Yeah, that's pretty much what men are choosing. That's what men are choosing.
You get prostitution down to where it's cheaper than marriage, men will take it
Yeah, they will.
without the kids. If you want to have a kid, you get any bitch pregnant. That's not the problem.
Yeah,
You can
come
go
on.
overseas and get a bitch pregnant. Go to Ukraine. Ukraine's doing all kind of surrogate. That's one of the biggest surrogate factories on the planet.
Oh,
Is
nope.
Ukraine? That's what they were. What did they had like 200? I think I read the article. They had 200 surrogate kids
Mm-hmm.
in this facility in the Ukraine
Mm,
because they had to protect it from the bombing.
damn.
That's just one facility.
Yeah,
So if you want to have a mixed kid, man, you go to fly to Ukraine, get you a mixed kid,
I was having that
bring
conversation
it
with my
back.
dad the other day.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
What did he
he was
say?
he was like, So you don't want to have kids? I told him I'm not dating a chick that can't cook.
Oh man,
Hey,
you got a rough life, kid.
you
All
know,
these black chicks that can't cook.
hey, you know what my dad and my uncle said?
Go ahead.
You're right.
You know what? The only chicks that really cook are still the Latinas. White
Yeah.
bitches don't cook, Asians bitches don't cook, and black chicks don't cook. The only people that still cook is like that's. I think that's why my son dates Latinas. They're the only ones that still cook.
Cook
Okay,
them
because
nice big.
because his mother cooked. His mother's actually a pretty good cook.
Yeah. Like
She's actually pretty good. Cause there's other shit that she did that was fucked up, but
yeah.
she could cook and she could clean a house. So I had to. She was actually she had wife elements. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, the
So
ones that you were looking for, yeah.
yeah, she had wife
Yeah.
elements.
Because I remember that you told me that I need to ask my dad about why he chose mom, and it's pretty much the same thing. Like she had what he wanted a wife to be and what she wanted his kids to be raised as.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
go to church. She went to church. Pretty much she knew she was stern and kids won't be in trouble. I mean everything
Okay.
that I've seen my parents do, I don't
Uh-huh.
see now. And that's
No.
that's the crazy thing. Like they made a executive decision with both of them together
Yep.
to make sure they get out of the hood and live
Yep.
in a
decent area.
decent area, so that way we
Yeah.
wouldn't be in
Yeah.
that scenario.
Yeah. And my mother said the same thing about my father. That's why, is that he wasn't gonna have his. He was gonna always gonna work, keep a job, and not live in a terrible area. So that's how come she picked him. Which is
Yeah.
they had other issues with things. That's why she picked him. Because he always kept a job. He always worked his 8 to 10 hours a day, and he made sure that he wasn't going to stay in the project. So yeah, so that's the deal they cut.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, we struggled a bit. Sometimes the light got cut off. It happens, but you know what? We made it through. We made a good life for all the kids. The kids didn't starve.
Highlight Jesse Veal's comment. Yeah, see, you got to send your Latina chick back for retraining. If she
Yeah,
gave you a trash plate, you got to send her back to her mother
yeah.
or
If a
grandmother for
Latina chick
retraining.
can't cook,
Yeah,
there's something
yeah,
wrong.
yeah. Something wrong, man. You got to send her back for retraining.
Yeah,
Got to send her back, man.
I
She said, yeah, you say she hangs out with black girls. See, you got one of them black identified Latinas.
Latinas.
That's your
Yeah,
problem. You got to come to California and get you a real one.
man. Man, that's sad. I have never in my life seen a Latina chick that don't know how to cook.
How to cook? Yeah, that's true. I haven't either.
I have not
Something.
seen one.
If nothing but beans and rice, she knows how to cook.
Yeah, exactly.
Cause they start them early, man. I was in
Whoa, stuffing with raisins?
stuffing with what? Okay. Oh, she
Wow.
she hanging out with some white chicks. Black chicks ain't gonna cook that shit. Not with the raisins.
Raisins, come on, man.
No, come on, man. You got one of them college educated
Latina.
white identified Latinas, man. Yeah, she been hanging out with white girls.
Basically. Wow. Oh, here goes another troll. Let's go.
Tackling the man. What's wrong with black women? What's right with them?
Nah, that's
What's right with them?
That's another troll that be on GMTs. Let's go ahead and hide him from this channel.
Yeah. Okay.
You are gone, sir. You can't come back over here no more.
Hit the road, Jack.
Yeah, and the new rule: if you guys want to keep y'all wrenches, y'all need to go ahead and start getting these trolls out. You know they're gonna come over here since I got this new channel up. We're gonna have a whole bunch of trolls coming over here. So whenever you see a damn troll,
when your trolls come in, before you put a comment in, like the video.
yeah, like the video.
And let me go ahead and share this real quick and tell folks I'm over here doing an AMA. Me and Art are doing AMA for the inaugural kickoff.
Do you have a mod, sir? That mod you up?
Oh, good question. I don't know.
Just type something in the chat and I'll mod you.
Okay. I don't see it. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, lightsabers are out.
No. Nope, I'm not modded. What's the new channel?
Yeah.
'Cause I forgot on my main channel you wasn't even subscribed. I said, how come I'm not getting no notifications on this channel? So, shit, I haven't even subscribed.
Because you remember, you were modded on the last one they had, but they actually took all the channels, even my
Yeah.
good one. So
Yeah.
I was like, well, because I thought they were gonna keep it because they got rid of the Art of Ibmore,
Okay.
but they had the other one still up, but they got rid of them the next day. I was like, oh shit.
Well, okay. Well,
So
no issues.
yeah, just a click away. That's all. But yeah, Latina.
Oh, yeah, you are blessed, Christopher.
Mm-hmm.
You are
Sous chef.
blessed.
Yeah.
Sous chef. Yeah, you blessed. They keep her. If she ain't got a mouth on her, yeah, keep her.
Oh, here we go. Oh, thank you, Aquatech, for getting rid of that. Gino didn't destroy no channel.
Well, whatever. You know, y'all want to come over, like the video if you're gonna put a comment. I know they're coming, so shoot them down as they pop up.
Exactly.
Let them expose themselves so they can get shot down.
The funny thing is, if y'all actually look at my content,
Mm-hmm.
y'all would know that I'm not like that guy that's in the manosphere just talking shit about women all fucking day. Yeah, I've actually talked about other stuff. Like I'm going through the current commission with BGS. I talking about the pig heart that was introduced into the guy, and now he's still living to this day.
Yeah, that's not the first time they've used the pig heart, but
What was genetically modified? This one.
What is genetically modified now, so they've improved upon them.
Yeah. You know, I talk about stuff like that too. It's not just about black men. It's also talk about men in general.
They don't care, man. They here for the fuckery. That's all.
Yeah,
they take their cues from their bitches. That's why. So they're nothing better than the women that they come from.
Or the male bitches, but anyway.
Yeah, they are male bitches. Or what they call sympathizers, or that's where simp comes from. The sympathizers, male simps, sympathizers.
I know. It's just funny. It really is just funny. But you know, that's black YouTube, I guess. But
yeah, that's the thing is everybody talks about the space and where the space is going and who's going to destroy the space, and the space is not being destroyed by the women. They try to blame the women for fucking up the space. It's not the women. It's actually the guys.
You said BGS, they're moist. Nah, they're not moist. They're excessively damp.
They're wet. They're not even moist. They're wet. They squirt. they don't drip. They squirt. Wow, West.
Exactly.
Oh man. Anyhow, why not? They don't care shit. They gonna talk about you anyway.
Exactly. That's why.
And sympathizers. That's right, Aquateki. Sympathizers.
Yeah, that's why I wish I would have kept that video.
Which one?
When I talked about Grandmaster Troll and put right here. That shit was fun.
Oh, that dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't drip, they squirt. That's how moist they are, Craig.
they got a broken oil leak.
They did. They leave a pool wherever they stop.
But yeah. But everything's all good. Putting out a video every single day. I got some new videos coming out starting Saturday. So talk about Sierra's prayer and all that is baby mama hope.
What is it? Edward said he's gonna market a Sierra's a CC prayer bear.
Oh God. Here we go.
How long before the Russian police action will end? I would say, I'll say this. Okay, I'll say this. Nobody ever expected Zelensky to fight. They expected Zelensky to get on a plane and the Russians to install whoever they wanted to install. It really wasn't supposed to be a war. It was supposed to be a coup. Okay, a Russian enforced coup where they roll in. Zelensky gets on the plane and flies out, and then they put whoever they want to as a president, and that's supposed to be into that, right? Zelensky says, "I'm not going anywhere. I don't need a ride. I need weapons. Okay, I need ammo." So now you have a war. So instead of it being 6 weeks, it's going to be 6 months. So I said probably about 6 months, unless it really gets ugly. If it gets ugly, I think the the Russians just used the hypersonic missile to take out something. I don't know exactly what it was. So those are the big boys. So if Putin decides to pull out those thermobaric missiles and bombs and those hypersonic missiles, then you're in a real war. And
Yeah.
then it could go a year. If it goes a year, man, Ukraine is going to look like Afghanistan, which nobody wants in right in the center of Europe. Because you don't know, one thing you don't want is a big ass failed state of 40, 50 million people right in the middle of Europe. Okay, Greece is bad enough, and Greece is relatively a small country. So what if you put a modern first world country? Ukraine is not a backward country; it's a modern first world country. What if you turned it into a third world country right in the middle of Europe? What's that going to do to Europe? And what's that going to do for refugees, of crime, and all that kind of stuff right in the center of Europe? It's going to be bad news. So nobody wants that, but I figure Zelensky will probably. It's been what, a month maybe. I think
Mhm.
Zelensky maybe has another few weeks, and they're going to have a negotiated settlement. They're close because what Putin really want is a renouncement of NATO in
What in
into
Ukraine?
in the Ukraine, and Zelensky's pretty close to that. He's already stated. Basically, the NATO said they basically turned down membership of the Ukraine into NATO, so that's half of it. So basically, Zelensky has very few places to go. So I think Zelensky's probably needs to lick his wounds, take the damage that's already been done to his country, and get a negotiated settlement. And the Russians might be there another 2 or 3 months, and then they'll retreat because this is expensive. It's bad for business. The Chinese don't like it because it's bad for business. It's bad for business for Europe, and Zelensky needs to know that he's a puppet and he's not a president. So he's acting like a president instead of a puppet.
Mhm.
So
And
Zelensky's no better than the president of Haiti, in my opinion. But didn't hear from me. So
and
don't
appreciate
y'all
you.
call with you so sympathize. It's just my freaking opinion. Don't call. All right, don't
Exactly.
call me.
And appreciate you, Dar, for the $5 on the Cash App. Appreciate you, sir.
Zelensky's already had 4 assassination attempts on his life already, within the first 4 weeks.
Hmm.
He has a safe haven in Hampton. Who is he?
I
Who is
think it's
he?
Zelensky. I think.
He's Zelensky. Why does he have a safe at the Hamptons? Hampton University. I have no clue.
Nah.
You have to talk to the folks over there. Yeah.
What's up, Charles? Man, I don't know about a safe haven. I've never heard that, but
Yeah, I haven't heard that one either. That didn't make any difference. I mean, if he leaves Ukraine, and nobody's coming after him.
yeah. I'm going to mod up Charles and Marvis. Get him up. All right.
Yeah, they could have, but the thing is, if they're going to talk no NATO membership in a neutral Ukraine, they could have done that before he went in. That's all he was asking for. But like in Baby Boy when homeboy knocked Therese through the
Oh, you talking about the
to the
movie?
glass table. Yeah, the movie
Yeah.
Baby Boy when he got him. Yeah, this boy gonna make me hurt him. Pow! Knocked him through the goddamn
Uh-huh.
glass table.
Yeah, Big Rain don't play. Huh?
That's Putin to Zelensky. You gonna make me hurt him. That boy gonna make me hurt him.
Try to make me go back in. That shit was funny. Actually, my dad got mad at me because of that
Oh,
movie.
why? The
Because
Baby Boy?
I suggested it for my mom and he didn't like it.
Okay.
Told you my parents are Christians.
Okay. So did your mom like it?
She watched it, but then he's like, "Why are you watching that stuff for?" Told you my parents
Okay.
are strict, man.
Oh, yeah, they strict, but you were grown by that time, weren't you? Oh,
Yeah.
I forget how young you are. Okay, yes, right.
Yeah, I was still in high school, but he was like,
Oh, okay.
he was just like, why'd you pick her that movie? He's like, I don't want her to watch stuff like that.
Okay, that's your wife. You have to talk to her. She all she had to do was turn it off.
Yeah,
Did
pretty
she
much.
watch it?
She watched about half of it and then she
Oh,
turned it off.
okay.
Yeah, told you, straight Christian household, man. Told you, my grandfather built his own church out of scratch because he was a bricklayer.
Oh yeah, I seen that in the old country church.
He built
Yeah.
built this first church out of himself. So he used to. I needed to. I get my dad to take me down to where used to build houses and take pictures of them down in
Uh,
the
it-
that part.
okay, if Hampton University is giving them free tuition, room and board to go to Hampton, taking the families off, so that means they've been paid to do that, man. That's federal money. They get
Yeah,
federal money to do that. It ain't free.
yeah. Ain't nothing
Don't
free
go.
in this world.
Ain't no free in this world. They ain't taking no white folks in to Hampton to a HBCU unless Biden is giving them money under the table. It's not free.
And
It's not free.
thank you, Aquatechie, for the 5. Appreciate you, sir. Oh, and Charles, did you mean to give me this much money on the Cash App? Because I can refund you, man. I think you put
Charles,
a. I think you put an
Charles
extra
must
zero.
Charles must got a contract somewhere, man. 'Cause Charles is spreading the love.
I think you put an extra zero in here. So just let me know, and I can just give it back to you, man.
He said, yes.
Oh, okay. I appreciate you, man. I ain't gonna spend it all in one place. Maybe two.
Offers. And when you go to work tomorrow, show the girls on the corner a little love. That's all.
Nah, they get the brioche for that. Might go ahead and give them
I
that.
just get, I just bought some brioche rolls, man. I got to try them out. I haven't tried them out yet.
Oh, the dinner rolls.
Yeah.
I told you, man. Get you some beef stew.
Okay.
Some good eating right there, boy.
All right. All right. I just bought some. I said, Doughboy said these are pretty good. So I said, let me pick up a pack and try them out.
Now I want to see how that Hawaiian bread. You say you got that same Hawaiian bread that I sent you the picture of. You say you have that. In
Yeah.
your area?
Yeah. I already tried that. Yeah. I tried
Mhm.
the Hawaiian. It's pretty good. It's not as it's sweeter. It's not as rich
Yeah.
as brioche. It's a little lighter. It's a little sweeter.
Okay. Because we
So
finally getting it in our area.
it's actually really good for toast. For toast in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best fit for it because it's pretty light, it's sweet, and get you scrambled eggs, a little bacon, and then some Hawaiian bread, toast, and butter it up. Yeah, you got some good eating.
Okay. We think we should be getting it at the end of this month. I believe that's what this paper said. So should be pretty good. Just some more shit for me to pack out. That's
Well,
all.
if you want to know about bread, go to the Doughboy.
That's it. I can tell you everything about. I'm the bubble gump of bread.
Yeah, we get to the end. That's about all.
Yep.
At the very end.
Uh,
Who actually played him? I forget who played him.
I'm not too sure. I think he's in jail though. I think he
Okay.
killed his wife or something.
Oh shit. Okay. Damn. All right.
Yeah, I think he's still in jail,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
All right. I said if black women don't kill you, they make you kill them.
What Patrice O'Neill say about white women? He said black women they just out with it, but but white women they whispering in your ear. They try to be like,
Oh, there would actually be some good bread, the Bubba Gump bread. Huh, that's interesting. That's a good name. I think somebody actually
oh, they got a bubble gum
trademarked the
shrimp.
name. Yeah,
They got a bubble gum
Bubba
shrimp
Shrimp
company.
Company all over all over the nation.
Yep. I'm trying to find out who the actor is.
Yeah. So Sister Schumer got the best roles. Okay, I'd never. I'm not knowledgeable of that one, Craig. Anybody else? Well, you guys, this is AMA. Y'all got me. So,
Yeah.
and now y'all be emailing me all kind of bullshit on videos that are not related. So since I'm here, if you want to ask questions, go ahead. While Art's in the mood.
Mikelty Williamson. That's his name.
Okay.
That's
And
yeah,
Silveris, I'm eating brioche right now. The brioche is like crack.
yeah. It is. That shit good, man.
Yeah, so
It's
like
especially with some ham and some cheese.
yeah, yeah. Like I can't eat a hot dog without brioche without it being on a brioche bun now. I said, damn. I said, curse you, doughboy.
I told you, man. It's good eating.
It's good eat. Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he got second-degree murder.
Wow. Okay, what did he do to his wife?
He fatally shot his wife, April Jace. A jury convicted him of second-degree murder in
Mm.
2016
Wow.
and
Okay.
sentenced him to 40 years to life in prison.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess 40 years is pretty much life.
Yeah, Michael Jace, that's his name.
Okay.
Yeah, from New Jersey, Patterson, New Jersey.
Hmm. A Jersey boy.
Yeah,
The way he was talking, I thought he was from the South.
hey, he's an actor.
What's your why we asked about GPS about GPS satellites?
GPS satellites.
You know what? The thing
Oh,
is,
oh,
yeah,
talking
with
about from
the
last week.
argument, yeah, he's trying to say, well, you have to have so much bandwidth. I said it's a passive system. You don't have to have bandwidth for a GPS satellite. I said, what are you talking about? The only thing I was telling him, the only thing you need whatchamacallit, internet connection for is the maps. Actually, update your maps. Other than that, you don't need it. In fact, when I was in Latin America, if you're going away from um, if you had to go away, out in the middle of nowhere and you're away from the internet connection, away from the cells, you had to
Hmm.
download your maps.
Yeah, I mean
Oh,
that's
Donnie Mac, Mr. Donnie Mac, appreciate you.
appreciate you.
Just subscribe. Yeah, okay, we moving on up.
Let's see
Got
if I'm.
50 watching.
Let's,
We need
let's
10 more likes.
yeah. Let's see. On five away from 100. Got to get new milestones, people. But nah, yeah. I mean, because your phone still has signal, even though it says it doesn't. That's why I said, like, what do you got? What are you talking about? Like,
Hmm?
your phone still has signal when it says it doesn't, because you can still make calls to the 911. Like,
No, 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 no. If there's no cell to reach to, then you don't have a signal. So there's no signal. That you
well,
even
you
with
can always call
911.
nine. You can always dial 911.
No, you don't. There's no connection. Okay. If you're out in the middle of nowhere, 911 is not going to do you no good because it's not connected to a cell. You're not connected to the network, so it doesn't matter. So, but a GPS is a is a module that's inside the phone. That all it does is it reads a signal from the satellite
Mm-hmm.
and and shoots out a number, and that number tells you the satellite and the position of the satellite, where the satellite is in. If you got at least three, they said at least you have to have at least two, but they want three for a check. Get at least three satellites, you always know where you are. So you don't have to have a cell phone for like you have a GPS that's not connected to a cell. Um, like Garmin sells them.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Garmin. Yeah,
Yeah, so it's a dumb device. It doesn't send out anything. All it does is read. But 911, you don't have to have service. In other words,
well, yeah,
you don't have to have paid service to do a 911 call. You can do that for as long as you can get any kind of connection to any cell that can read your signal. Then you can dial a 911 without having a paid plan. Um, but the thing is, but
well,
yeah,
yeah,
you're not gonna get nothing without a cell. If you're out in the middle of nowhere.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You're
With
right.
a cell phone, and like I said, you a dead motherfucker.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
But yeah,
Yeah.
as far as the what's going on, Adrian? He said, "Peace." Shout out to the chat.
Hey, Adrian, what's up? Adrian, let me ask you this, Adrian. Was that you that called in to Jamal Thomas's fault lines on or actually send a message to Jamal Thomas fault lines on Rumble? Because I said, damn, I said that kind of question sounds like Adrian.
What is this on another channel?
No, yeah, well, what happens with Jamal Thomas's fault lines? Actually, we actually did it through Russia Today (RT), and
Okay.
then since the war, they actually started snatching all those channels, right? So they kicked them off of YouTube. So they went to Rumble, but they were being talked about the Ukraine war. But there was a message came in and said it was Adrian. I said, huh, I wonder if that's the Adrian. I wonder if that's my Adrian calling in to, um, not calling in, but actually sending a message into fault lines.
Oh, okay. Appreciate you, Aqua Techie. Appreciate you, Farmer
Oh, he
Electric.
said, he's not because Adrian said I'm not going to answer. Oh, that wasn't you. Okay.
And I appreciate you, no one. Appreciate you, people, showing the love. Nah, but I did look at your last video. We'll do this one last question. We open it up for everybody.
Okay.
I did watch your last video about that woman. I've seen that video before. She was being very disingenuous in that damn.
No, she was
In
being she was trying to she was actually being honest, but things she was trying to be right. So I looked at her face and said she was, she was trying to soften it. Actually, she goes harder than that. But no,
yeah, because she was in front of a camera.
she was in front of a yeah, she was in front of camera. The thing is, she wasn't being disingenuous. She was trying to word it properly, but she kept giving herself away.
No, because I mean, she was trying to come out to seem like she wasn't that bad, but you could tell like she's kind of like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, what he asked her said, so do you know any of these guys that's close to what you described? She said, yeah. I said, so do they? What kind of women do they pick? And that's when she started laughing. Uh huh. You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
you
No,
probably them niggas don't know what a good woman is. I'm sure that's what she walks away saying.
because when women talk, what they want is they want men to want the same things they want. Because whenever you hear them talk about what
Mm-hmm.
they bring to the table, it's always like their degree, their
Yeah.
money. I got this, I got that, and that's just like that's what you find attractive. That's not what guys
Yeah.
find attractive, and that's the
Well,
problem that women have because
yeah.
they
That's
think
what.
that we should be finding what they find attractive.
Yeah.
And it's not.
Yeah. They're taught that way, and a lot of that comes from through school, right? So I asked because Dr. Johnson actually saw it, and I said, Doc, I said, your institution is actually the one that makes these chicks. You should do a video. He said, hell, they come. They said they come to college that way. I said,
Yeah,
you need to do a video, sir.
yeah, they do.
Hmm.
Because what was it? I think they were talking about black single women, and one of the girls said the same thing. Like, I got my car, I got my
Hmm.
job, I got my
Hmm.
house, but where's my man? Like,
Where's my man? Yeah,
it's like a checklist that they're supposed to be had
it
by a
is.
certain age.
It is a checkbox. Yeah, by a certain age. Yeah, and the thing is what they convince them is that you need to get your career going first before you get married and have kids. What they
Yeah.
don't tell them is that you've thrown away like 80% of your fertility by the time you get to be 30. And
Hmm.
35, you only have like 10% left. So Dardar asked, why did I go to Guatemala and was it a good trip? That was actually my second trip to Guatemala. One, I was familiar with it. Two, I listened to the Expat Files with Johnny Mueller, so I kind of knew my way around it and how to navigate it. So, and it was a good trip actually for 3 months. It was actually I almost started not to come back. That's the problem because you go to if you don't have to hit a clock or actually report to a spot. Being in like some place like Guatemala, especially in the nicer parts, it's pretty easy. Um, you really don't need a car per se. I mean, you can get cabs and stuff like that, but they have the chicken bus system is actually pretty well done because they got a whole bunch of what they call chicken buses, right? It's like thousands of what they call chicken buses, right? They're like the converted old school buses, okay? And it's
Hmm.
like $1 to get on them, and $1 would take you take you from town to town, and so basically you pay a buck, you can ride like 20, 30 miles, okay? If you don't mind like sitting on like a school bus with a whole bunch of people. But the thing is, it's actually once you get used to it, it's actually it's
Not
not
that
that bad.
bad.
It's actually pretty easy, yeah. You know how have you been around Latinos? especially in that area, all the street food. Okay, we think that there's something novel that they came up with as far as street food. No, there's street food all over the place. You can eat anywhere. In the middle of nowhere, somebody's serving food. Okay, they got markets all over the place.
Yeah,
So
that's
basically, my barrier is I didn't learn enough of the language. But if you learn enough of the language, and you got you got a decent amount of money coming in, life is pretty easy. If you have, when I was there, what was my average budget? Maybe 450 a month with room, board, food, transportation, all that kind of stuff. So it was
shit.
really easy. Yeah, it's easy. It's like
Ain't
I started not to come back. I mean, the thing is that I would say the difference between the third world and the first world. Okay, you live in America. There's way more to do. Okay, there's way more to do in America. It costs more, but thing is, movies, concerts, events, all that kind of stuff. Okay, there's way more excitement. Okay, it's not as laid back. When you go to the third world, it's laid back. So for a young person, it might not be as good because it's not as exciting. It's not as much to do um, as say like a big city. But you say
mm-hmm.
if you're a laid back person, man, life is too easy. I started not to come back because it's too easy. It's too easy just to
Very simple life.
very simple life, very easy, very easy to eat. It's cheap to eat. It's cheap to get from town to town. It's cheap to walk around. You can always find somebody to talk to. It's a simple life. So if you want a laid back life, that's what I liked. At my age that I was when I went, I said, yeah, I could be here for a while because it's. I mean, you find yourself just getting into it. So when I got back to America with the all the hustle and bustle and stuff like that, you can actually feel it. So you can actually feel the difference. But yeah, that's why I went.
Yeah, that sounds like a place I need to go.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
If
don't
you
really
go,
do too much now these days anyway.
yeah, yeah. If you want a simple life where life is easy, there's the way you shop and stuff like that. It's different because it's not as organized. Getting things done is not as organized. So you have to have more patience in the third world because in America, especially in the first world. There's an organized way of doing anything, right? In other words, if you want to buy a house, there's an organized way of doing it. If you want to get a job, there's an organized way of doing it. If you want to do anything, get paperwork done. There's an organized way of doing it. In the third world, not so much. You're going to have to find, you have to ask questions, and it's almost like a roundabout way of doing things.
Yeah,
But yeah, I had a good time, man. Go to the shore, go to a resort, go saw went to see the pyramids. Um, it's if you have patience, okay, if you got patience, you can do a lot.
yeah,
You can do a lot,
and
but it is really laid back, so it's not as exciting as say like the a big city.
yeah, that makes sense. It's more like
Hmm.
countryside.
Yeah, it's almost like it almost has a small town feel, even in the big city. Like Guatemala City was like 3-4 million people, but it still had a small town feel. It didn't have the a big city feel. It
Yeah,
just didn't. Yeah.
I appreciate you, Adrian Thomas. Said he shared my Bring Beer video. Yeah, that was a classic. I had to bring that back up.
Hmm.
Kareem tried to say that's more for 60, 50 or 60-year-old women. Shit, you might be. I said, nah, it's about 40, but it might be damn 30 now.
Was it bring
Bring Beer.
beer?
Yeah,
I would say
if you
I
could,
say you get to 35. I think that's when you had to bring beer
you gotta bring a
because
lot
most
more.
guys most guys okay. The thing is that and I'll say this about this. Okay, at 30 when I got to be 30, 35, right? Um, the reason you pick a woman your age is because she's easier to get along with. Okay, she's mature, easy to get along with. There's no games, right? If you want to play games, I might as well get a 20-year-old.
Yeah,
If I got to go through some bullshit, jump through hoops, let me go get a younger woman that have to jump through hoops with that. Because really, to be honest with you, if I'm younger women are actually cheaper, they're better looking, they're more fertile, all that kind of stuff. And the thing is that you have to deal with the immaturity because they haven't matured yet. Okay, so the
mm-hmm.
thing is, if a 35-year-old woman is going to give you the same problems that a younger woman is,
Might as well get a
why
young mom.
pick her? In other words, there's a reason you pick a older woman. In fact, there was a woman. When I was about 40. She asked me, said, "Why do older men pick younger women, right? She said, what's the argument for that? I said, okay. I said, now excluding me because younger women come with immaturity problems, okay? Because they develop naturally, they're gonna have to develop. They haven't learned anything yet. So
Yeah.
outside of that, I said, let me ask you this, right? I asked you. I said, if I had an older car that was like 20 years old, had 40,000 miles on it, okay, and had a new car, okay, with the same basic model, new car, uh, 20, that's brand new, only 6 miles on it, right? But they cost the same price. Which one would you pick? She stared at me for like 30 seconds, and then she said, "Okay, next subject." She didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, she already knew. And appreciate you, Scalibur, for the 5. And Beef and Brock,
Huh?
he said keep on the hush. I guess he wants me to look at that, I guess. But
I feel there's a different vision in New York coming from North Carolina. Oh yeah, the difference. Yeah, there's a big difference. Trust and believe. And plus, there's a different vibe. A lot of New Yorkers are actually moving down to North Carolina because they want to get away from that.
yeah, it is. We got Dr. T in the building.
Dr.
Thanks,
T in
sir.
the building, the black male advocate.
How you doing, sir? Appreciate you
Dr.
for
T.
coming through. I feel
Somebody asked,
honored.
yeah, somebody asked me, said, how come the Manosphere is not doing, um, other stuff other than talking about women? I said, Dr. T's been going been going hard in the paint about political stuff, about male stuff, about stuff to make your life better. And I said, you guys don't even support these people.
No, they don't.
Okay, you complain about us talking about women. You come all like my Black Pill Gnostic page is for talking about women and black female fuckery and all that kind of stuff, right? So it can actually free up my main page to do other stuff. I said, but you come all the way over to the Black Pill Gnostic page, say black men talk about women too much. But you got which is a requested video. People have been asking me to actually review that video, or that channel and his videos for like months. Okay, they send me the video, they send me clips of the video, and I said, so I finally did one, and you guys complain about it. Or one
Hmm.
person complains about it, but you don't come over and donate to the videos. Like me and Art been doing the Kerner Commission for 2 months. Where are the people that claim that we talk about women all the time? Okay,
Exactly. They don't. They
yeah,
show up, but they're quiet.
yeah, they show up with quiet, but Art's pocket should be fat because who else gonna dig up the Kerner Commission and actually teach almost like a class? Okay, because if you go to university, take that class, the same class in the Kerner Commission that we're doing, okay, that's gonna cost you $3,000. Okay, you take that at a
Hmm.
state college or a community college. It's going to cost you some money to actually buy the book and study and actually come there every week and actually for that lecture. It's going to cost you. You guys getting that shit for free. And then come back and complain. Come on.
Oh, that playlist. Did you download those current commissions?
I don't know most of them, but since you have a channel up,
Yeah, I'm
okay.
gonna re-upload them.
Yeah, I'll just make a playlist and point them over to your channel. But I have a backup.
Okay. Yeah, I want to re-upload them. I want to re-upload them this week, and we are going to be doing the one this Tuesday. Do you want to do it on your channel or my channel?
It doesn't matter. Whatever you
Because
think is best.
I think since I'm still starting off, I think more people will probably come to your channel just because you got
They
more
they will
subscribers.
they will always come. More people will always come to my channel.
Yeah, you have more eyes.
Okay,
Well, I'm just saying
I got
you can get more eyes.
I have more eyeballs. But the thing is that um, what we're doing is trying to get them to come to your channel. But the thing is, if you want to do it on my channel and they refer back, that's fine. You know, it
Yeah,
doesn't matter. We're in the same. I had to sit there in the seat anyway. It doesn't matter whether it's on my channel or your channel. So it doesn't matter.
yeah, yeah. I'm just saying. I just want this information to get out because people need
Well,
to look at it and
oh
see
yeah,
too.
and there's a lot of ripples. I have to finish up got a video coming on the Monahan scissors. I actually use um, the chart. I actually use the clip that you have from um, actually got from Wikipedia,
Hmm.
and then I got a book that from I forget her last name. Uh, talking about the child support system. She actually goes through the same thing about uh, why uh, uh, why the AFDC or welfare was actually done in the first place. Okay, and she actually says the same thing, reiterate why it took a while for black women to get it. It was actually meant for white women.
Mm-hmm.
And so
That thing say the same thing.
she actually goes through the detail about why, what happened, why that happened, and why all of a sudden you got this increase in women going on child support. So after I did the first half, now I got to do the second half. Probably be like a 20-minute video.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's.
I say Dark Creed says, do you think they're going to label the Black Manosphere a hate group and put the space on a watch list? We're already on a watch list, okay?
Yeah, really.
And we've been on the watch list even before we had a Black Manosphere because MGTOW and the MRAs were already, the Red Pill space was already, with the white folks are already on a watch list, especially since, what was his name? The Santa Barbara dude that killed all those chicks. That was a big thing. Elliot
Rogers.
Elliot Rogers, right?
Yeah.
So they've been on the list since 2014. So us being on a list, a hate list, is not new. They tried to do it with the black male extremists, which didn't go anywhere. So will we be on a list? Yeah, but will they label us a hate group? They tried, but it hasn't gotten any traction. That's what I'll say about that.
All right. Appreciate you, Kareem Austin. D Scott,
Scott.
appreciate you. And
Appreciate you.
Johnson, appreciate you, sir. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and open this up. It's been almost an hour just talking.
All right. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. That's AMA. So
Yeah.
oh, they'll keep asking questions. So
Yeah, I know. But this is supposed to be open panel for anybody, so gotta open it up at least once in my life.
Yeah, the narrative. Basically, we were, because I was listening, because actually it was on Dr. Thunder's channel a couple nights ago, talking about why black boys are actually leaving the dating, the dating arena, and they were actually talking about the Kevin Samuels and the Black Manosphere and the personalities in it. So they're hearing this stuff on campus. So if they're hearing this on campus, it's actually spreading.
They hear it at BDS. I mean,
Yes, sir.
The Uber drivers are hearing it. I mean,
Yeah.
the scammer niggas is hearing it now to an extent. Because
The scammers?
they're right. Yeah.
Well, who are the scammers? Who are the scammer niggas?
Yeah, really.
Explain it. Yeah, because I don't know who they are.
All right. Well, the other half of the millennial and Zoomer generations, and actually most of the Alpha generation, to be honest. That's what it's looking like.
Those are scammers. Or what's a scammer in the,
the young niggas that be wearing the ski masks and shit, and all about their bravado. Those kind of niggas,
those.
Like
Okay.
Trying to finesse people and playing them little corner games. Niggas. Corner games.
Those dudes. Okay, the corner boys.
Yeah, the new age niggas.
Okay. Oh, the new age hustlers, huh? Street hustlers.
Bullshitters.
All right.
You're talking about the bullshitters, that's all.
Yeah.
I ain't got shit to do with my life, so I'm gonna stand outside in the corner making only like $25.
Nigga, damn right.
Okay, that's called a loser.
Get a Happy Meal and a box of Black and Miles, huh?
You just got enough to get a fresh pair of New Balances and a fucking chicken box.
A box of backwoods, BGS.
What is it with the New Balance, man? Explain that to me, because everybody else is Nike. Why New Balance? What is
well,
it?
New Balance is the official shoe of every hood nigga in Baltimore.
Okay.
Because it's like a New Balance, Under Armour. Niggas look like they going to a track meet. Like one of the styles last summer, was to dress up in athletic gear, but just chilling.
Oh yeah. That's the Pookie uniform.
Yeah, when you see, if you ever had the pleasure of being a cop in Baltimore, you notice the New Balances just put like 50% extra points on your speed. But the funniest part about it, so do fucking Nike boots. which police wear. So you know it kind of evens out. But like
wait,
you
wait, wait,
already
wait. Time out. Nike
Really,
boots.
Nike boots.
you talking about the
They used to be. They used to be.
ACGs?
They used to be the cops and hood niggas got this weird dichotomy. Okay, this
Okay.
weird connection. Okay. When the cops came out with Crown Vics, guess who started driving Crown Vics?
Black
The
people.
hood
The
niggas.
hood niggas.
The hood niggas. Okay. Well, you know where the Crown Vics actually came from the police auctions.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because I see
And
them
when
all
they
the
would
way
get rid of
down
the
here.
old
Yeah,
cars,
yeah. They drive the
and
old
and
cars. Yeah.
when we switched from revolvers to Glocks, guess what the hood niggas did?
With the Glocks.
Well, actually, the Glocks were used by the drug dealers first back in the '80s when Glocks first
That's what
came out.
that's
The
what they
drug dealers actually had the Glocks first, and the police said they had more firepower than we did, so that's when they actually switched to the Glocks in the
And
'90s
then
with the police.
when we went to a Glock 22, which is 40 caliber, that's what they did.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, they can't fall behind now.
Yeah, I know,
You
right?
know,
Respect
it's like a
game.
fashion plate.
Hey,
People
hey,
like you,
when corner boys start carrying Desert Eagles, then it's time to retire.
Hey, they say
nah.
DBS.
I
Hey,
hope they do
Nah, I
Really?
said
Why?
enough.
Charles, no, you don't, because these
because
young niggas,
yes, I do. I'm gonna tell
they'll
you
pick.
why.
Why?
Why?
You come at me with a Desert Eagle, I'll put 5 in your ass before you pull the motherfucker out.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, you better. Don't, nigga. That shit is. That
And
doesn't eagle. That's a
then you,
It's not
motherfucker.
about the. I'm gonna tell you what. I just came from the range. Okay.
okay,
I
okay,
got a 300 blackout. Okay. If I really wanted to go,
Thanks.
which I'm probably gonna go back into doing what I used to do,
Mhm.
kicking doors, waving the M4, but
This guy.
saying Mr. Faulkner, don't hit me no more.
Hey, is it true that old-fashioned door kickers don't die? They just fade away.
Nah, old fashioned door kickers don't die. They just get better ammo and guns.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
Crown
Get
Vics or
better.
Caprices.
Hey,
That's yeah.
hey! Every army dude, when I call them a door kicker, they know exactly what I mean.
Mhm.
You calling
And,
me
and,
so many
and
things with that.
what makes it fucked up,
Uh
I just dropped my homeboy off, and I got the young Padawan in the back. You know, he thought that I couldn't shoot, and I'm like, you do know I've been doing this shit before you were born, right? So I said, okay, I bet you this one thing. I was about to bet him $50. I bet you $50 I could get two. And remember, the only targets I really practice on are hostage targets. I'll let you know what. I'll let you think why. I only practice on those.
Yeah.
So
Well, we know. Yeah.
so I said I could take this shotgun here and I could get 2 headshots from 25 meters.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Charles. Because I met like 3 or 4 guys that are that kind of did what you did. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between your training and special forces training? Because they're pretty close.
A lot longer.
Oh, they train longer.
No, the special forces is longer, and plus it's a selection. When I was
Okay.
in QRF, I volunteered. We trained a
Okay.
lot too. Don't get me wrong, but it was more hands-on training
Okay.
because a lot of your training was formal, but it was also informal.
Okay.
So we would practice with AKs in case our weapons were disabled. So
Yeah.
we would do a lot. As a matter of fact, funny story, we almost got in a shootout with fucking special forces at the gate
Okay.
because they were just
because they weren't recognized. Huh?
yeah, they were wearing civilian local national guard,
Okay.
and we like, who are these niggas coming out of here with this goddamn AKs? Because they carry what they carry, and
Right.
we pulled up, and they pulled up like, oh, we're SF. Oh shit,
Okay.
my bad.
Okay.
And it was funny because a lot of times we rescued each other, which was funny. When they were pinned down, we came to fucking to bail them out, and when we were getting like sniper fire.
Yeah.
Let's just say their snipers were a lot better because that guy stopped shooting for some odd reason.
But the thing is, I met a couple of door kickers, man, that from the Vietnam era. I said, "Were you ever in special forces?" Nope. I said, "Why are you, But hell, you got 3 fucking black belts." I said, "Where'd that come from?"
Well, you got to think about it. You got it in you or you don't. Like,
Yeah.
there's there's a lot of guys who were in SWAT that Charles, you would have been, if you wanted to, you would have been like great for SWAT. I said easily, and it was like even at the gun range, you got some of the gun instructors like you got 2 headshots with a shotgun at 25 meters. He said, "You're a bad motherfucker." he said, "I don't even think I could make that goddamn." Go ahead and tell him what you thought.
You got them big ass shoulders and shit. You can control that recoil.
Yeah,
that goddamn
he
recoil.
probably don't even feel it.
You got women who are like 5'2", who can take a shotgun and make it sing like a Freddie Beverly song. That's no excuse.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean, some shotguns be having that kick though. I mean,
no, they don't.
Shit.
Depends.
No, they don't. It's just people don't hold it correctly.
Yeah, you gotta know how to hold a shotgun.
You don't hold it correctly, it's gonna kick like anything. I can take an M4 and I fucking don't hold it correctly. Guess what it's gonna do? It's gonna bounce all out of my hand.
Plus you got it. There's always gonna be recoil. You got to be in sync with the recoil.
Yeah, that's what they tell you. Don't aim for the head with a shotgun. Aim for the chest.
That's with any firearm. It's always center mass.
Except rifles, you got to some types of rifles, depending on the distance, you got to aim a little higher so the round drops down. And it's funny because a lot of the stuff that I've done, like a lot of my friends were just amazed. Like they like one of my homeboys, he went like not this time or the last time, but the third time. He was like, "Yo, you can shoot." Like, you telling me you surgical with that bitch? I said, "Yeah, I can shoot him right between the eyes." And he's like, "Yo." He's like, "All right, I want to see this shit." So I hit the target right in the bridge of the nose, right between the eyes. I said, "Do you want me to aim anywhere else?" I said, "Matter of fact, I'll put a smiley face on his ass."
Lethal weapon, huh?
I said, it's funny because most people, it's one of those things, like, people don't believe you till they see it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you've been in the military when you were 17 and 22 years of service of green to blue. Like, yeah, you should know your way around a firearm or two.
Yeah, it's like looking at a crane operator, not a crane operator, but a guy with a bulldozer crack an egg.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of just using the tool long enough. That's all.
You get real good at it.
You get really good at it.
Blackout. I didn't know that blackout was so fucking accurate. Good God Almighty! And he was saying, "Yeah, that never helps for close combat." I said, "Shit, if I would have had this round with clearing fucking runs."
When you absolutely have to kill every motherfucker in the building except no substitutes.
Exactly. Imagine if you had the casing of a 5.56, but the actual round is the 7.62. As a matter of fact, I don't even have to change my 5.56 mags, even though I have more 5.56 mags, but I put 300 on them so I know to keep them separate. You know, I like my fingers on my nose. Thank you.
Man, I've been in the gym hell long. I'm trying to get my arms like Charles so I can be picking up these white bitches.
Okay, I got something to tell you about your video, man.
You got a ways to go, man.
Before you work out, you need to do something about them ashy knees, bro.
You know what, goddamn it? Hold on, goddamn it. And then you want to be gay, but hold on, nigga. Let me get in.
Go ahead, let him respond.
You one of them shea butter niggas that put lotion on before y'all niggas work out.
Hey.
Let me moisturize my legs looking ass nigga just to sweat it off looking ass.
You gotta understand something.
Nigga got the complexion of a peel boiled egg when you walk in the gym.
Hey, what? Your mama told you got to moisturize. You're a dark nigga. You got to moisturize, nigga.
Nigga, I'm in the gym. I'm gonna sweat that shit on PBS. I got 4 fuck bird. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah, I know.
I got too many hoes for that.
Hey, nigga. Hey, nigga, but you on camera though, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
and I still get the bitches.
Hey, look,
it's about the body, nigga. Fuck the knee.
It's about you young niggas. You young.
Knee.
That's what it is.
The knee.
All right.
Hey,
what it needs.
I'm just saying.
It's for the audience, man.
I'm just saying, man.
You got to come.
After
correct.
I looked at that video, I got thirsty.
Motherfucker. I'm tired of you niggas. Oh, I get tired
Y'all
of
ain't
you.
Wait a
shit.
minute. I gotta hold up.
Yeah.
I gotta ask R-Chip. So
What's
why
that?
you gotta talk about my man's fire starters?
You too? Says the nigga with the ashy elbows.
Oh
Nigga, you get
God,
all
I
here
the
don't
we
way
have
down
go.
to the
ashy
end of your
elbows. I
elbow.
use shea butter. Nigga,
Is it,
no notable.
is it why
Shea butter.
he was punching flour bags an hour
Nigga,
Yeah,
before?
you know.
nigga use the
That nigga
moisture
looked
from
like
the
he
top
was
of your bald ass
that nigga looked
head,
like he was
nigga.
in a
Use your
kickboxing
damn
match
shea
with
butter.
Pillsbury Doughboy.
Oh, reflective head ass nigga.
Oh
I can
boy.
read my whole future on the top of your head, Charles. And Art, shut your fat
And
ass
I
up.
can
You can't run around
and
your
I
house
can
without getting out of
and guess
breath.
what? I can start a forest fire. Only you can prevent forest fires, nigga.
That nigga Art, nigga, Charles, you got wrestler knee,
Nigga,
and Art, your ass
nigga,
got cookout knee, nigga. Don't
nigga,
talk
you
to
was
Oh
me.
so
my
ashy.
God.
Nigga, you was so
Grasshopper,
ashy.
yeah,
Niggas
word
thought you were
bent ass
mixed.
knee,
Lord.
cankle knee having ass nigga. Both of
Look,
y'all.
Nigga, please.
look,
Look at
all
you
I know
looking
is all you gotta do is
like you be
strike a
kickboxing
match
the
in your
Pillsbury
kneecap and you
Doughboy
I
and
get
good.
shit.
bitches though. What you talking about? I get
Oh
bitches
my
though.
God.
Oh my
I got a
Yo,
goodness.
4-foot vert,
you
nigga.
get
All
the
right, here we
bitches
go.
nobody wants. Like
Here we
the only
go.
reason you get
Shit.
white
We
bitches
starting
because
early.
they thought you were mixed.
Yeah.
Somebody Egyptian pharaoh ashy.
You know?
Motherfucker.
I heard every time
You niggas
Pookie.
are so cute.
I heard
Gym
before
cute ass
Pookie
niggas,
before
shea butter
Pookie
ass
work out,
niggas.
he do
How do
that
you
LeBron
moisturize ass
James
niggas?
with the chalk and just throw the chalk
Hey
everywhere and
BGS.
shit on his
Hold
body.
on.
Hey
Good.
BGS.
Hold on.
BGS. I have a
Go
good
ahead.
I got a good interview with his knees. They were like, hey,
You niggas,
Damn.
you niggas put moisturizer in
yo,
y'all hair
they
before y'all
said his
work
knees
out.
were so
Oh,
ashy,
S
niggas
curl
thought he
having
had
ass
COVID.
nigga. Juicy curl
All
having
right.
ass nigga.
Yeah,
That
80s
go ahead.
curl
nigga need
having
motor
ass.
oil for his
Ugly
knees.
ass.
Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead.
That
Why
nigga need
they go back and
WD-40.
forth?
Talking about my damn knees. Who the fuck moisturize before going to the gym? Put some
Go ahead,
work
Jesse.
in.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Anybody who can afford lotion.
You
Well,
wasting
since,
lotion.
since
Go
Pookie don't want,
go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead,
since Pookie
Jesse.
don't want to stop, I mean, shit. I heard
No,
Pookie
just go
before he
ahead,
work
man.
out.
And once you get Pookie worked up,
Yeah,
man,
Yeah.
he
Niggas
got to
throwing all
wind
them
down.
shots,
God
I know
damn.
one.
Shit, don't
I
get
know
Pookie
one thing
worked
he
out
ain't gonna
nothing.
work up.
He threw one shot, and that's all it took. But go ahead,
Yeah, one
Jesse.
shot.
I
That's
know
it.
one thing he ain't gonna
Out
work
the
up is
blue.
lather.
Oh, of course it's out the blue, but yeah, of course.
I no longer
That's
have what the hell I was about to say. So fuck.
and were you supposed to see the shot coming? Really?
Exactly.
True.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
Torpedo. Shit, I gotta fight back,
Right.
goddamn.
Hey,
I ain't
well,
getting on my knees.
tell us about the raisins though. Was it raisin?
Oh man,
yeah,
man.
Oh yeah, raisin and dressing.
All
What the
right, so this
fuck?
is the deal.
That's white.
I
That's
should have
white girl
known
shit.
better. I should have
Yeah.
known better. So it's like, all right. So this is the type of chick she is. She
Where's she from?
Oh, you got one too?
well, she from Texas. Her
I
mom
mean,
is from Mexico,
mom from
and
Mexico.
her dad was from Cuba. Her dad was actually
where
Afro
the raisins come
Latina Cuban.
Where's the raisin come in?
I don't know, man. Cause all right, so this is the deal. She's a 92. She makes like
okay, yeah,
Yeah.
makes like
white girl.
135 a year.
Okay.
She's a white girl?
That might be one of them.
No. She's mixed. She's Afro Latina.
Right.
Oh,
So
okay.
she has white coworkers. She's in that corporate field.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
But her friend group is like straight up niggers, like
Nigga.
So
So she code switched. So she hang out with the white
Yeah.
girls, the 92 white girls, but she got a little hood in her, huh?
like that girl from Insecure.
yeah, she got a little hood in there. But when I had that played, I was just like, man, I was very disappointed.
Did you tell her?
Goddamn.
Did you tell her?
He ate a little bit of it. He kind of pushed it to the side, didn't say nothing. Like everybody else.
You better than me.
I mean,
no, it's not worth the fight.
yeah, I mean, cause
But
I'm gonna just have a little fun and
For
I'm
Taurus it is. Shit, we love
No, because she made an effort to actually, make the plate.
Yeah.
So you can't.
Yeah.
Like,
it ain't all bad.
it was some black chicks on that same level. 92. They probably would have just got like a frozen dinner and took that shit and put it on the plate like they made it or some shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But she actually tried. But
She
it
actually
was
did
like,
the effort.
damn, raisins.
But she
and
still can't
carrots.
cook though, nigga. fuck that. You didn't give a
I
fuck
thought
about
they
no
had.
society.
I thought they had roaches.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy, BDS?
Pookie, you're gonna learn, okay? It's
Yeah,
not
son,
a
you
lot
gonna
of time.
learn.
It's not about whether it tastes, how it tastes, right? Did the chick make an effort to actually try to cook you a meal? So you have to
Right.
take that into
I
account.
know
So
BDS, but goddamn it sucks when you cook better than all the fucking
no,
women you fucking.
just like
Of course you cook better because all you mess with
just
white
like a
bitches.
child.
Shut the fuck up, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, damn.
Them non-seasoning
Yeah,
ass
that's
bitches,
true.
man. Them old
With your
Oprah eating
unseasoned ass
motherfuckers.
palate.
Them old,
Fucking with all that pepper, nigga.
them old,
Shit.
what they eat? Motherfucking raised on nothing but
Yeah.
kale and shit.
Yeah, so you kind of say, "Oh,
Raisin
my
and
baby
potato
tried to cook
salad
for
and
me."
shit.
So you kind of push it to the side and you try to eat what's good.
What's
I
up,
mean,
everybody?
More
I would
like
eat it, but at the
cornbread and
same
rice,
time,
nigga.
I would
What up,
eat it.
baby?
At the
Lucky she
same,
fine.
Oh, one time,
no,
yeah.
I would
Yeah.
eat it, but at the same time, I would still let her know, like, maybe try to do something else besides the raisins.
She knows, man. She knows. Ain't no way you cannot know that was.
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
she
she knows.
she see it in your face when you take a bite of the raisin, like,
Like,
okay.
I'm not fucking with
gonna
this.
know. Yeah, she gonna know. She gonna know. Go ahead, Ed.
Be like,
What's up?
what are you again? What's your race again? Because
Mhm.
raisins. But anyway,
Raisins. Yeah.
play,
Well,
so we can do a transition.
go ahead.
Can you play my video art?
Sin City was
Damn right.
This light
That dark
skin,
skin, light skin.
this
Yeah.
light skin
Fact.
violence has to
Fact.
stop.
Oh, hold on.
Ain't no fucking light skin violence, nigga. That shit is true.
It will never stop until as long as black folks are around. It's been going on.
I
For
got
150 years,
one
and they gonna
better
stop.
for you, Ed. Hold on. Let me see.
All y'all niggas look like Drake and LaMelo Ball.
Here we go.
Say what? What the fuck you say?
I don't know.
Yeah,
He did something.
you gotta say it in English and not Pookie language, okay?
All y'all niggas look like Drake. Light
Okay.
skin average niggas.
Now we
the
understand it.
The irony is me and Edward come from the home of the hardest light skinned niggas. New Orleans
Nigga,
and
who was
Chicago.
Oh,
New
Chicago.
Orleans and
Okay.
Chicago. New Orleans and
Okay.
Chicago.
Here y'all go.
Niggas got one hard light skin nigga G Herbo. Think they stack.
Do you really have to go? I'm sorry.
Oh, I said,
That's funny.
Leave. You no longer have a home here. I hope you're ready to look like a milk dud. Please. Have a home.
That nigga look like LeBron.
Yeah.
That's LeBron having that conversation.
Only without the bad hairline.
LeBron got a man weave.
Everything.
Oh my god.
LeBron
He
shit
does.
blew out. He should have been just cut that shit off, man.
No,
But he got,
LeBron going Hollywood, so he had to have a man weave. He can't
Yeah.
go bald.
you know, fucking man weave, nigga. You better cut his. I think he got a square head.
He
That's
got
the
he
problem.
got a man weave on. He's had it for the last 3 years.
Nigga, that shit keep falling out, BD. That shit falling out every game.
It don't matter. He got one on, nigga.
I know, really.
What you gonna do?
hey,
Shout out
white
to the
men been
brothers.
doing this
Are
shit
you
for
you gonna go up to his big
decades.
ass and tell him?
Let us have our hair.
Nigga, fuck that.
Go tell him, man. Roll up to LeBron. Say I don't like your man weave. His big muscular 6'8" ass, and see what
Like,
happens.
Bro, I wouldn't be able to say it to that nigga's face.
Good luck with that one.
Hey,
Good luck with that one, son.
all I want is to catch it so I can put it up on World Star.
Right.
man,
Pookie,
listen,
Pookie gets the shit slapped out of him by LeBron.
like the brother Reginald Lewis said, why should white guys have all the fun?
All
They've
the
been doing
fun,
this
yeah.
shit for decades, goddamn.
That's true.
Nigga, fuck
That's
that. I'm gonna get my big cousin on that nigga. He's 6'8",
Toupees
290.
and all that
Get on that
shit.
nigga ass.
Yeah, whatever.
He ain't LeBron, no, man.
Man,
Not
LeBron
that.
looked at the police. I'm in fear for my life. All you need to say.
LeBron is 6'8", man, and 270 with chiseled muscle. So good luck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit that nigga with a shovel.
And with the ability to move quick.
And with
Yeah,
lightning,
quick.
with cat-like reflexes. Okay, good luck.
What the fuck? I got cat like reflexes with the damn shovel.
raised
Nah,
by
nigga,
ratchet ass
nigga, he would cave in that little bird chest in like 2 seconds.
Boy,
Stop.
fuck
And
up.
also too, Pookie,
Yeah.
you need to pick up your damn feet when you jogging in place.
I know.
You should have
He does have lazy
tippy
feet.
taps.
By the
He
way,
got lazy feet. Yeah.
by the way,
That
By
was
the
a
way.
second workout, goddamn it.
I
No
don't
matter.
care. That's still
Your
lazy
knees
feet.
need to hit your chest, babe. Come
Yeah,
on
that was
now.
lazy feet.
That's why it's so sunken in now.
Hey, what you got? You're only doing it for like a few minutes on film, man. God damn, look like you're actually doing something. All right.
Yeah, man, because that damn fitness industry on YouTube ain't no joke, man.
Yeah, you got to
The
go
same
hard to
thing
paint.
with TikTok, man. Everybody doing it. Niggas that man,
Half
I
them niggas,
look athletic.
half
You
them
shut
niggas,
the fuck up.
90% of that shit is fake, anyways. All that
Well,
bullshit be fake.
it don't matter. The things is for
Wait
the
a minute.
public.
Wait a minute. The nigga with a alleged 400-pound bench press talking about feet.
Oh my god.
Exactly.
That'd be real.
We still want the video.
He's struggling with 135. Talking about 400.
That's the same thing. I mean, you know,
Oh
I
my
was being an
God.
asshole. I was like, I'm still looking for that research about the Monahan report, man. I'm gonna ask about that every 90 days.
Who's
About that
that?
research. You know,
Who?
we had
Who?
that Monahan report situation.
This way.
Yeah, folks
Nigga,
trying to.
he had that shit with me.
Talking about Ramil?
Yeah, and then
Or
they
who?
said they were gonna research it, and I was like,
Who?
all right, man, I'm gonna Ramil. I'm gonna remind you every 90 days. I'm waiting for that research.
He ain't going to
Nah,
research
shit,
it.
he ain't gonna do that.
Does Ramil sound like a scholar to you?
Fuck no. Ramil don't know shit,
No,
man.
no,
He
I'm
be
saying,
talking,
I'm
man.
serious. Does Ramil sound like a scholar to you?
No.
Fuck
I
no.
don't sound like
No,
a
no.
scholar.
I'm asking it. I'm asking it. Does he sound like a scholar
No,
to you?
he does not,
No,
nor
he does
do
not.
I.
Thank you. Yeah.
To be
So,
fair,
I mean, shit.
So-
me and BGS went through like what 4 or 5 days
I'm
just
like,
going
what
through the
was
Monahan
it?
report.
Glenn Beck. He said, I'm a thinker. That's what I said. I hated when he went bad. When he was on HLN, he was all right. When he got on Fox, I was like, yeah, I can't.
who's it? Glenn Beck?
Yeah.
Somebody's got.
Thanks, Charles.
But anyway, y'all had
Just mute him.
a couple of really good questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that 92 thing, I had to cut that shit off halfway through. I said, yeah, I gotta do a video, get this shit off, man. No, and it wasn't like, and here's the thing, women
She
like
was,
that,
she was telling the truth though.
I
That's a
appreciate
good
their
thing.
candor, and I actually talked to the dude on Bernard's stream. He came on Bernard's stream like
did he?
a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah, and he said like he had been doing that for a long time. It only like he said he actually has a real organization. It's called like Black People Have a Conversation, and then he got on YouTube in like 2017. And I'm like, well, nigga, where were you? And he said, well, I just caught traction, with Kevin Samuel. And, he started putting everything in the title. Kevin Samuel started his conversation.
I don't blame him.
I was like, nigga, you should have came over here. You would have shit.
It blew up a long time ago.
Yeah. I'm like, don't act like you didn't know. Well, I didn't know. All right. But he was cool. And then,
he didn't want to get tagged because he actually deals with women. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, there's avenues you can go. Like, I would have loved for him to have shown up during the BGS, but whatever, that doesn't matter. But he's good at keeping them comfortable, because there's certain things that I would have said that wouldn't have been conducive to keep it. They would have got defensive rather than keeping it. And I said, everybody, a lot of these new dudes, they need to see this, because this takes Kevin out of it. And I'm talking about dudes that like Kevin, but this is kind of a different style. You're kind of picking the women; they're not randomly coming up.
And you can hear that he's been listening to us by the questions that he asked and the way he asked them. Yeah.
And he knows when to follow up, and then you see the look on her face. That scrunch up. But anyway, that's
scrunch up. Yeah, you knew it was coming. That's why I said look, to watch your face. Watch your face.
Yeah. But that intimidation shit, it's like, yo.
God, that's like 50 years old.
I mean, like, come up with some new shit. I want some new bullshit.
Man.
That's why I gave CJ all the credit world. Keisha needs a little bit of coaching.
Oh, that needs to be a T-shirt though.
When the man said that we need to take over the waterworks, waterworks, like I'm like, at least there's some new shit. Like, good. I ain't heard some new shit.
Well, basically, that was Claude Anderson in the mid '90s, so it's not new.
What, with the water?
Yeah.
The infrastructure.
Yeah.
Well, shit, we got to get in the business first. Okay, well, to be fair, but he said you got to make these chicks thirsty, literally, in order to get their compliance. But he's good. He's a good interviewer. And I hope his channel pops off, because I think that will do a lot of good with a lot of these new folks, because a lot of these new dudes, they got to hear from these hoes' mouth. They got to. That's like, they got to, because they hear from us, they're gonna be like, well, I still believe.
That's Charles. Go ahead, Charles.
I just had to tell you, your last video, man.
Which one?
You ain't
92? The 92?
Yeah, you ain't shit.
What did BGS say? I forget. There was a couple things. Cause I know that was just part one.
What did I say that wasn't shit? What happened?
No, that whole video, I'm like, man, you ain't shit because that was so funny to me.
Yeah, he was breaking that shit down, yo. Cause see, I would have been posting.
That was so funny. That shit was so fucking. That shit was so fucking hilarious to me. Like, she couldn't even get her lies straight after a while.
No, Charles. BGS ain't shit for when she disappeared. When he had that clip, and then all of a sudden, that was the cut from him. All of a sudden, that chair was missing.
Yeah.
When he got her with the Bible. I was like,
yeah.
He made her disappear. God,
and I'm gonna tell you what the worst part about it was.
God called a timeout.
I'm thinking to myself, you do know that's not what the Bible talks about.
I know.
What's up,
Wait,
fellas?
she brought the Bible into this?
He
What
should
you
have
say?
been like, I'm Nigerian. Trust me, we know what the Bible says, man. But go ahead.
No, they know what the Bible says, man.
Mute yourself, Charles. Yeah.
You got a lot of feedback. I'm gonna buy you a headset for your birthday.
Am I coming through clear? Am I coming through?
Yeah, I'm still.
Well, hell, you know, he
driving.
chat. Oh, you driving? Okay.
Still need a headset.
Can y'all hear me?
But you like, I'm gonna go off
Mike.
what Charles says. You ain't shit for that one. You
And
know,
by the way, I
Go ahead,
still
Charles.
accept gifts, nigga. I don't care how much I gave out.
No, I'm saying, well, hey, everybody else is grateful, man. So shoot, everybody's like, wow, Charles. I said, okay,
Yeah,
ain't nobody sending back. So I said that Charles is showing some love, man.
I did send a super chat.
The officer of the goddamn law.
Somebody thought say I was broke and then won a cash app to a certain person, and I sent it back, and then they sent it back again. We sent it back and forth, so for a minute. And then there had to be a third party LAR be like, no, man, he for real. I was like, oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
You know, my bad. But no, man, that was a very informative video because a lot of these dudes, I don't know why. It's crazy because whenever dudes always talk about, well, you know what the manosphere is doing, I'm like, who are you listening to?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and nobody never wants to name
their mama
who they're listening to because, and I say that because we can't. Like, what do we do? It's like you saying all white people are racist. Okay, well, what white people of note did you talk to, like in media and stuff? I don't know. They just all so. All right, man. Like you can't even have a conversation without knowing, and nobody never. And it's like, well, I don't want to put out it. Well, put it in a private chat, and then the shit be like O'Shea. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
O'Shea ain't even like the most hardcore, especially
not even close.
Not even close.
O'Shea actually has a lot of women on his panels.
That's what I'm saying. So
like
that be the. I only say that because that be the names that they be bringing up, like shit, like motherfuckers that are like. I'm like me, no, like
no, Negro. I say, nigga, you have a channel. Go ahead and do a reaction video and actually point out what the person is saying that you don't like.
They'll never do that. Because and some dudes will, you know, they got a couple of people that will, like Red Caesar Blues. There's a couple, but for the most part, it's just they want to put everything in one box and not have like a breakdown of where are the disagreements. Because a lot of times what happens, it was just like I had an interview a long time ago with a while ago with Don. It's like we agree with everything, but it's for the most part, it's just you want to angle it a certain type of way because it's a little bit more viable for women. And I'm like, well, I'm not trying to get female subscribers, so that's a conflict. I mean, that's the issue. But you're always going to want to.
Hey, Everett, some of this shit need to be mild down for these dudes, bro. A lot of these dudes, intellect don't go nowhere, man. It really don't. Like they can't.
It's that they're in denial. That's what a lot of it is. And that's why I'm like, look, man, you can hear it from me or you can hear it from this chick, but you gonna hear it. So if you need to hear it from like dude interviewing a chick or Kevin saying it, or that's why you get channels like Shay Sade to blow up because they just I just need to believe some more. And it's like it is what it is, but y'all, that's the problem. They're in denial. A lot of dudes are in denial. And that's kind of the issue we're running up against. And the only way you deal with that is by them hearing it from the chicks.
But this is what I said long ago when a girl used to come in this space a lot. She stopped coming. She posted something about China. Russia helping China. Russia helping India out. And so then you know me, I'm petty. I posted, I was like, me and my group, we predicted this about 4 years ago. So I was talking about y'all.
Russia have she was trying to tie that to black female relations, or y'all?
No, it was just something. It's one of those things where if you keep an eye on her, this space right here in particular is the truth, or a very accurate reflection of the truth. Not the truth, but a very accurate reflection of the truth. And our speculation is pretty spot on, right? So the problem that's what's happening is that people running this space make bullshit denials and go back into the real world. But the problem is the real world is burning up.
Well, the real world is starting to catch up to the denials. Go ahead.
Yeah, it cuts to the denial. So everybody's starting to wake up to all this stuff. Like even having Rolo on what that dude is, PDJ or PD, whatever the hell his name is. Just being able to spread the message. F and F and Kevin and all these guys being able to. The difference is it's still spreading because the environment's eating itself up, right? So it's funny to watch. Like you said before, it's funny to watch them fight with their logic. I know they're in denial, but it's funny. It's funny to watch it. You know what I'm saying?
Because I mean, BTS was getting like 4 years ago. People complaining about the dark news, and Glendon is he's mentioned he's gotten those similar complaints. I know y'all think all I do is give bad news, but blah blah blah. He said this channel is the Institute of Economic Thought, and my thing is or they used to throw the socialist tag out there, but I'm like, so what if a capitalist is saying it? And so now, and another thing too is I'm hearing folks that used to be on the like with UBI, it'll never happen type with folks. Like now they're starting to more talk. It's like when I say it'll never happen, they'll be on it's like they'll tag it like Lord Voldemort. You're not even supposed to speak the name because you might bring it to existence. But now they're like it's moving along close enough to where well you at least need to bring it up to see. And then even if they're in denial, and it's the same thing with the women because the women again. Women are like some women are lying, but they're being pretty straight up about how to get down. This is the difference now than what it was before. And it's like dudes are like, they're like, well, I can like they like that chick. So this ideal man you brought up, where do they at? Well, they're somewhere. I'm like, do you even know anybody that reflects anything close to what the fuck you talking about?
She actually said that she met these guys. He said, so what kind of women do they pick? And she started laughing and said, exactly.
Yeah, they know what guy they want, but they want the guys to want what they want.
In fact, the kind of guys that she wants are actually on Shannon's channel. Those are those guys that she's talking about.
Yeah, but they're gonna but it's what you're right, but what he said is exactly what he said, which is they're gonna see red flags. They're gonna see problems in the stuff, and not even like that letting allow shit. I'm like, yo, that's something that
I'm gonna Everett on that one. It's to a point now where you can't not acknowledge the red flags. Like that's the problem.
And all black women think that way because my mother used to say that about my father all the time. I heard that. I heard my girlfriend say that. What I let him do.
Yeah, and I've had a chick try to pull that shit on me. I'm like, yo, you don't let me do shit. Like, it's not that. Actually, it is.
BGS, I got a small story for you about that.
Hold on. Let Edward finish.
Okay. Jada with a newspaper, and that shit still didn't work. He ended up capitulating. But
that's a different story. But
and by the way, I didn't really see it. I now know why. Yeah, because I used to wonder why all these niggas of certain age groups get so up in arms about Jada Pinkett Smith all this time. And a show that I never really saw like that. I saw an episode here and there, but it was a different world. And it's funny because when one of my like older jobs, people would say shit like I look like Ron, and I used to always like, why do y'all keep saying
you
that?
do look like Ron? Yeah.
And they used to keep saying that shit, but so that's an aside. But with Jada Pinkett, I kind of see why oh man, she's the girl next door. Like it's that image that them motherfuckers are really idealizing. And I think that shit is more powerful than even the movie she did. I think it's that show as to where they go ahead. But I just want to
it was. And when she's a Baltimore hood rat. But go ahead, Charles.
Speaking of Baltimore hood rats, never mind. But it's funny because that whole let shit.
Hey Charles, you was the original. Keisha needs just need a little
coaching.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, if you want to be fair, that would be her mama. But anyway,
Damn.
Oh, yeah, I dated
Yeah,
chicks
that's
like her
true.
mama. So
that would
I
be
know.
her mom. She's just Frieza in his final form. That's all.
Keisha just need a little coaching.
It's like this. That whole let you shit. You don't know how much I punch my goddamn steering wheel when I keep hearing that shit. I had an ex,
True.
right? One of my exes, you know the one you like,
Yeah.
and she came to this parent teacher conference with me because the teacher said some foul shit to my son and was doing, and I had to address it. She was like, "Well, I'm not gonna let anybody." And I said, I got up on that chair, threw my hat down. I said, "Not a goddamn person in this fucking world let me do anything. I take fucking power like it's fucking candy from a baby." Now the next motherfucker that tells me you let me do something, we're gonna settle it out like men. And I don't give a fuck if you're a woman. This is no. And I told the teacher, I said, the next time you do something like that to my child, I'm gonna forget that you're a woman.
Someone
They
has
let
that
you be a man.
Someone has their microphone close to their nose or something.
You know who it
Really
is. You know who it is.
No, it's Darth Vader.
I got on mute.
It's the same person. It's the same person who never found the invention of called moisturizer.
Oh shit!
Here we go.
Damn.
Yeah, nigga, you ain't moisturize your damn head. That's why it's so
Nigga,
greasy.
you look like nigga.
All right. Finish your story.
Nigga, if Skid Row was a person, it'd be you.
Anyway, finish your story, Charles.
But nah, it was that whole when she was like, "I would let the man be in." Oh my god, that shit infuriated me. I swear to God, she like you let like, bitch. Do you realize that everything you said is the reason why you're single?
Get the strap.
Yeah.
You know the funny part about it is, which is kind of ironic, but it's not in a certain kind of way. To me, I'm laughing about it. If black men really just shut the fuck up from here on out, some bitches will still bury themselves in the ground. It's just just letting them talk, man.
Yeah,
That's the sad part.
People say like the manosphere is gonna be dead. I'm like, it's the cat's out of the fucking bag
The
now.
cat's out the bag, y'all. Everybody see y'all for what y'all are now.
Yeah, right.
This whole space can. I mean, granted, I know, and I believe the same. The space is never going to die, and the space is not dying. It's actually expanding. They just haven't. This is the quiet before the storm, for these dudes before they get really loud. Because I even told my girl, I said, "You see these gas prices and inflation?" I said, "Now I called before summertime. This shit getting a little bit out of hand." I said, "But you wait till." I said, "I'll be conservative, say after the summertime." Yeah, because I don't know what all along.
Well, they've been trying to stuff Pandora back in the fucking box.
Yeah, they're trying to. That's what I said. So I don't know. I said I don't know what they may buy and then may try to pull.
Normally gas prices peak on Memorial Day. That's the normal
so that's what I was saying. Yeah, so. But I said,
quit.
But I said I'm interested to see once the environment tears up enough and the men really disengage from women, where their survivability starts to kick in as well. This shit's gonna be funny. So.
Well, shit's going tits up anyway because I mean the economy is set to go tits up. Can't stop it. I mean, especially when Powell is turning off the money printer, or he's trying.
He has to. Yeah, he has to.
Yeah. So I mean, when that happens, things are gonna go.
I mean,
up.
One
at a time, Booker. Unless you know about currency. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say he was talking about the survivability of the women. So probably for like the past 6 months, and I haven't really done too much on it, to be honest. It's a arrangement dating site, so it's kind of like sugar daddy stuff, but it's not really like it's like multiple
sugar daddy stuff. What is it? Seeking arrangements.
I was looking
is that the site or okay? Because we're not understanding what you're talking about.
So it's an arrangement seeking dating site. So it's not
seeking arrangement.
It's not that site. Yeah. It's a different site.
It's another. What's the site called?
One at a time.
Whoa.
Hey.
One at a time, guys.
No, just say it. You can't say it. Is it a secret or what?
It's called Secret Benefits.
Okay. Well,
but the way this.
What type? Are you on a computer or on the phone?
I'm on a computer.
Pull it up.
Yeah, go pull it up.
I mean, so what benefits are they seeking just for the land?
Well,
Money.
it's different stuff. Like some chicks want money. You got some chicks they just want to
Dick.
take them out to eat. You got some
Okay.
chicks that want like advice, career advice and shit like that. And then
Okay.
you got some chicks that just they may be in a
Dick.
relationship, they just trying to fuck on the low.
Okay.
Dick.
But I am
Stop,
seeing
baby.
a huge uptick, especially in young chicks. That's
Like
just
this.
like, I'll do whatever you want.
Just
Whatever
take
you
care of
want,
me
I'll
now.
do it.
Yeah. Glendon was talking about that, not with that same site, but with like sites that he's been on for research purposes. You know. Well, no,
Shit.
he was thinking. No, he said he was thinking about doing a sugar baby like course.
So that,
There's always a way to make some money, huh? I
I
heard
mean,
that.
that's nah for real.
and so
And
that
I mean, just like when he was Ubering, because even with the car shit, like he said, nah, this business is horrible, man. I can't, because niggas wrecked this shit. He said, I took
Oh
a
yeah.
L, and that's why he didn't do a course on that car shit. But what he was saying is, Glendon only deals with white chicks, so he was saying that even the white women were like the prices they were asking when he would throw a price out just to see what they say, like a lowball it. They were like F that, they'd ignore him. Now they coming back for that $200 a month. And then he said that like a couple months ago. So that validates like what Jesse's talking about. And these are white women.
Yeah. Okay. You need to come out with a T-shirt. Ed. Karen needs a little coaching.
Yeah, but
Oh,
at least Karen, well at
now
least
these I ain't gonna lie
Karen,
though, it's like the mindset on other fields. So like regular dating is the same shit. And what I mean by that is even with this shit, the non-black women are coming with more cooperation. You know what I'm saying? Like I had one chick. So one chick, we matched on Tinder. So just to break it down, right? When I thought it was one of those bullshit websites. But when I got on there, a chick that I matched with Tinder, but she had never hit me back on this site. But it was like she probably didn't remember me because it was like a year ago. So I'm like, ain't that the chick from Tinder? And so the chick, we were supposed to link up, and I didn't hear from her for like a couple months, and she hit me back. Well, it was like a month past. She was like, "Oh, I just had a whole bunch of stuff going on. Can we please go out? I need help." So it's like it's still a different dichotomy with the black women. Like they're a little bit they're not coming with the same level of cooperation with like the white chicks and the Asian chicks and the Hispanic chicks. Just straight up like, look, we could. They had two white chicks, 19 years old, and they was in a picture. They had a account together. Like, we'll do whatever you want. And the way the site is set up, they have verification videos. So it's like it's set up where you could do a verification video. You can only do it from your phone. So like you can't upload a fake video. It has to be like directly from your camera to upload the verification video. And it was like two 19-year-old white girls like, we'll do whatever you want, just take care of us.
Well,
so here's the thing. Here's the reason why. It's because every other demographic of women know that the government's gonna shut this motherfucker off. That's why. That spigot. Black women really truly believe deep down that the government is not gonna turn that spigot off. They really don't believe that.
Yeah, that's why I say
They need to go talk to their grandma.
They're more demanding. They're a lot more demanding than
one time.
Here's the play they're trying to run. They're trying to, is like what you said, that on point simp. They trying to swing for the fences because they think even though they won't hit as many times, eventually they gonna get that dude. But see, the problem is, and this is where the manosphere is messing the game up for a lot of these finesse chicks. A lot of these dudes have a much more clear understanding of what they like. I'm talking about the goofy niggas because they're trying to find one of these goofy dudes that are on point. One of these dudes that are like, it's not even so much they're socially awkward. They're gonna value them because it's like, oh, a chick is giving me anything. We're letting them know this is
a
kind
hammer
of
before he becomes red pill.
Yeah, remember that girl that was on with Kevin when he had asked her if he put you in a room full of all high value black men, and she said, "Yeah, they should pick me because I'm black." That's what
You know
that's what
what's
they really deep down. That's what they really
They
believe.
do
They
believe,
believe they
and I
Hold
would,
on,
believe you niggas is really gonna come save
and
them.
I
Now
would
half
tell
of
them,
y'all
Nah,
are, but yeah.
I was just gonna
I
segue to
don't even
what you
think.
said.
One time, y'all.
Nah, I just was gonna. I don't mean to interrupt, but I try to keep it what the last person said before you change subjects.
Okay.
So he mentioned that about the black chick. So he just had a black chick in Kevin's group that got ran up out of there by the dudes because she had made a post about black love. And so she pretty much posted a picture like a fine ass black chick. Like, how can you give up on black women when we look this damn good? And so you had a whole bunch of men, like including myself, like shit. The physical is not the problem. God damn it, it's the mindset.
Yeah.
And so probably like the next day, you saw, like I looked on the post and you saw her name, former member of the group. I was crying laughing, dude.
But see, that's the problem with these guys have, what these people have with the space, because it's growing so rapidly. You're gonna have a lot more of these so-called simps coming to realize that, you know what, maybe these chicks ain't as good as you think. Because look, the problem is that social media is their worst enemy, because they're telling themselves every single day.
You ain't lying, bruh.
They telling themselves every single day.
Dang.
And then, like I said before, when I was talking to my cousins, and when I get them a little bit of red pill, they were throwing all kind of like, oh, it ain't that bad. Da, 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 da. Now it's like, man, I don't think that bitch deserve that much money on them.
So this is the update with KS group. So basically, he abandoned the group, but there's still 15,000 people trying to get in. And so, like the mods in the last month or two, they've been adding about 20 people a week. And so now you just have like a new crop of women coming in every week that's all desperate and shit, like making a post like I'm here for marriage and yada yada. So it's been
You know what? I don't blame Kevin. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. That nigga can't be no gatekeeper for that shit. He ain't got. He's not big. He doesn't have a big enough team to do it because
True,
it's
yeah,
too many people, man.
I mean, look, I'm not about to judge the dude. It is what it is. I'm like, he just needs to charge a little bit for it, and then hire a virtual assistant to handle that. I mean, he's in a situation now with pretty much, and when I say a virtual assistant, you know that you can get somebody from fucking. You know, you can get somebody from one of them overseas houses like them.
I mean, look, his fan group has like 20,000 plus people, and it's a random Asian chick that started that shit, and she be pretty much, you know, keeping it contained for the most part.
But
I mean, I haven't been there in months, but cause they just be doing it be a whole bunch of mess.
Hey y'all, hey, it's like, I mean, even with the alpha generation, I mean, I hope they get to the quickly, man. They gotta get it to the quick because BGS. And you hear from these alpha niggas. I was talking to my little cousin, giving him a little bit of the game, but it even turns out, I mean, he had a little girlfriend, a little situation, and he told her basically to take the brace out her head and to start talking to this dude, which she did not. And the first time,
what's the oldest alpha?
Hold on, brother.
He's trying to put her on.
Nah, he was just laying the ground rules, and then, you know, because she was, you know, still talking to other dudes and shit like that, and when they were started dating, this is my little cousin now. Like, he's like 13, 12, you know what I'm saying? They already on the phone, politicking and stuff like that.
Oh, they politicking
I know.
13?
Yes, on the phone. Like, I'm telling you, he calling the homie and shit. Like, this.
Hold on.
What, brother?
Who is
brother? Let me finish.
You let him finish.
Let him finish the story. Go ahead, Pookie. Finish.
He on the phone calling the other homies and shit, talking about all the little chicks they be doing with. I'm kind of proud, but still though, look, basically the whole situation was he had the little girl and he told her not to talk to these dudes. She kept doing it and he dumped her on the first time. And she was begging, trying to get back, and he held it down, man.
Okay,
I'm like,
hey, the red pill is good. It's getting younger and younger. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's because these chicks are home. Like, it's a chick that's connected to Habitual Line Stepper, not Danielle, but another one.
Cash ID or Cash D or whatever her name is.
No, Celebrity.
Celebrity, yeah.
Yeah,
Celebrity,
she's cool. She's cool. I mean, she cussed me out when I first met her, but she's
a Chicago girl, so naturally.
Yeah. So and that's not abnormal for women to cuss me out when I first.
What was your question?
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask.
You guys are talking all at once, one at a time. Who's first?
Go ahead.
I was only going to ask, who are the oldest alphas? Because I'm trying to visualize this
13, like
probably
13. They're
13, 14, maybe at the most.
That's the oldest alphas.
Because the alphas started 24, so alphas are starting at like 24, 25. So it's
No, those are Z's. Those are
Z's.
Z's.
No, that's what I
Z's.
mean. Z. So I mean, you got to go like at least 15 years below that.
Yeah, so
they
about
would
12.
be like 10. So no, you're talking about a young Z. This would be somebody that's like a 27, 28-year-old millennial. I get what you're saying. Why you would call them alphas, but they're it's like so the oldest millennials are like 43.
Yeah,
the youngest millennials are like 23. So I mean,
no, they're 27.
Like 25.
No, they're not
25.
25.
Oh, you're right.
No,
Yeah,
they're
it's like
27.
It's like 26.
They're 27.
25. Yeah, about 25. Yeah.
No, the youngest millennials are 27 because the last year's 95.
And I only know that because my brother is 25. No, like technically because the problem is when millennials start is what motherfuckers keep arguing because people will say it started at 81. And then motherfuckers will try to say that's still X. No,
the thing is, what was the end of the generation Gen X?
That's what they try to say. They try to say
Gen X's last year was 1980.
Yeah, people. Yeah, exactly. People will try to act like no, it's really because they'll try to claim Gen X because
but most of those guys.
Hold on.
I've seen niggas up to 80, 83, 84 try to claim Gen X.
Well, I was gonna say most of those guys switch it up anyway. Like there's always like a couple year argument. Like okay, it's at 81, 82, 83 in each generation. You know what I'm saying? But you could give a general range. I mean,
Yeah, but they've been saying that Gen X was ended in 1980 for the last 40 years. So
I would say between 24 and 26 is like where you start getting in bleeding edge. But anything under 24,
25,
definitely. I would say
it says here in the Wikipedia. It says in the Wikipedia, millennials is from 1981 to 1996.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
Yeah, so my brother is like right there on the year. Yeah.
See, on that year, because I read other places, because like I said, I seen 95, so it's like 96, 95. It's always debated that.
I mean, it can go as high as 97.
Yeah, because when you get into that, I call that like bleeding edge territory, and it just depends on how you were raised at that point. So we could go with what you're saying because we know 1 year ain't gonna completely change how somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was my point. Like it's even with the people that like known for this shit, or I don't know what the term, what they're called, but even those motherfuckers argue by like a degree of a year or two or some shit.
Yeah. The only one that's set in stone are the boomers.
Yeah, but
boomers are actually the cutoff is 64.
Yeah, so they would be young Z's, but I mean because truth be told, a lot of these kids they get started in middle school. I'm not talking about going all the way, but as far as base hopping, they get because it like that chick, like I said, I brought her up for a reason. Celebrity, she did a video because she be going in on these women. If y'all want to get some, Kendra style roasting, but a little bit more in face, not trying to be cool about it. She's good. But the point is, she did a video talking. She had a picture of her when she was 14 and of like another like little girl when she was 14, and she was doing this in a bigger story. And this little girl had like lace fronts, makeup all over her, like almost got to show.
They have them Gen X. They have them Gen X parent. They had them Gen X parent.
Exactly. Yep, that's brought that up too. And a lot of times, what they'll try to do is they'll try to blame the men or anyway. I ain't gonna go all that. My point is that validates what when these kids get into high school, first thing they start trying to do too is they start trying to deal with the seniors. You already know. So
well, I don't know shit about no alphas. I ain't gonna lie to you, but them Z's are off the chain.
Gen Z's from 97 to 2012.
Because my brother's a Gen
10
Z.
to 25.
My youngest brother's a Gen Z, and crime, violence in New Orleans is sky high right now.
Well, great.
Well, yeah, after COVID, it's all over. It's all over.
It's the worst juvenile crime since the 80s.
It's all over the country. It started in San Francisco, and it's moved across the country.
They had what's his name? What's his face? Whack 100 said that nigga said he had to get out of Cali because he said them niggas they're not gang affiliated. They just they're all doing their own thing.
Hold on.
He said they're not gang. He said they're not gang affiliated.
Nope.
They're all but they get like 30 of them in a group, and they'll just do like a big massive Discord chat. Be like, yo, we finna hit this mall up. 30, 50 of them niggas show up, and they just take shit. And go.
They're doing raids like shoplifting raids. Like
that's how we
all of us, nigga.
Yeah, that's how we
Yeah, go ahead, Albert.
They do a practice run on Grand Theft Auto. Go ahead.
That's how we push on old niggas.
Yeah, are they?
You just won.
Go ahead, Albert.
They're going to come out with another crime bill.
No, because white people be involved if they do.
Oh shit! Well,
that's
true. That's true.
You know, because the one thing might happen because they had like four cadets from West Point OD on the OD on some fentanyl.
Oh yeah, they might do something about fentanyl.
So the brass, the Pentagon's really upset about this shit. So you might see something. But the thing is, if they go after fentanyl and the drugs and the way they did in the 80s and 90s, a whole lot of white folks had to go to prison.
They said problem niggas don't do fentanyl, yo. So
they don't.
Weed in there.
But the thing is, they're lacing all the drugs with fentanyl.
Yeah, with the pills.
Somebody had it.
Let me give you some perspective.
One time. Go ahead, Albert.
Let me give you some perspective.
Mm-hmm.
They went hard on crack, and now how much of the world's prisoners we make? We make up 25% of the world's entire prison population. Black men.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine what would happen. This is black men. We're like what 6% of the population.
Right. Yeah.
Can you imagine what would happen if they actually did the same thing with fentanyl? That would be utter disaster.
You wouldn't have enough. Well, number you wouldn't have enough workers, and two, you wouldn't have enough prisons to hold all those people.
All the black people.
Because you got to remember, it costs. Charles can correct me if I'm wrong. The last time I heard the average amount actually you have a prisoner was like $45,000 per man. So
somebody
actually 50.
So in other words,
it's actually 58.
It's 58
average.
Yeah.
But here's the crazy part. That's how much it takes to put your kid through school.
Yeah, that's true.
Half of that.
Yeah, 10,000 per year. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But actually, if you, the funny thing is, and this is why I always tell, especially black folks, to look at stop looking at the facts, look at the numbers, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think Baltimore alone, and Baltimore is a medium-sized city, right? Their school system spends like $17,000 per child. Where does the fucking money go? You could send somebody to college for that kind of money per year.
Mm-hmm.
Where does the money go?
It gets wrapped up in their budget. You see that shit becomes all inclusive at a certain point for school systems. Man, they fucking take that money.
Somebody's spilling.
The thing is not that they spend the money. Give an accounting of where the fucking money goes, because why do you have fucked up schools and you're spending that kind of money on your kids?
Well, corrupt.
Yeah. I was just talking with that on a different one of these other guys. One of these other guys' panels.
Mm-hmm.
And one of these pro-blacks were up on the panel, a bunch of them were. So my ass hopped up there.
And they're Africans.
Try to do my best to emulate, be a BGS light. Motherfucker.
Yeah. They probably had a meltdown just on the
light. So basically my whole point was they were like, well, you're talking about pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You had two parents. I said, no, I was blessed to have two parents. I understand most black people don't. I said, but at the end of the day, it's really about support. It's really what black men need. And I said, they were trying to, I said, parents need to go to these PTA meetings and get involved in their kids' schooling a lot more and support these kids.
Mm-hmm.
And so they tried to go off about how people are tired and people work. And I'm like, my parents support. One of them, they had to go to PTA meetings. Mm-hmm. And so then they were talking about doing some conferences. And I'm like, how the hell you going to get niggas to go to a conference if you can't get them to go to a PTA
meeting?
Right.
Really. Yep.
So
hold on.
So then it kind of devolves down into, my ass. I said, look, what if they go, well, what's your solution? What should we do? I said, well, let's segregate the boys and put them in all black and boys school. I said, there's actually 2 or 3 models up north Well, they're predominantly all black boys schools. They have a 90% graduate high school graduation rate and college graduation rate.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the dudes on the panel was like, "Hey, man, you know what? I actually got invited to go to that Catholic whatever school."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." He goes, "I was I didn't think my parents even gave a shit, so I never even told my parents about it." He said, "But I actually got invited to go." And I said, "Yeah." I said, "The main problem, even when then Dr. Tia Johnson the next day put out his video, which was what black men really need, and the only way you're gonna make it through this system
Mm-hmm.
is with support. You're not going to change the system, so you might as well just go ahead and suck that up as it is." So it boiled down into pretty much they wanted to beg white folks for some shit that they ain't gonna never get. It's like hey, let's link up on the outside and let's make some things happen. But the crazy part is, a friend of mine asked me, he goes, "Why do you think that's not going to work?" I said, when they talk about getting political power, going to school board meetings, all those other kind of things, getting access to media and putting forth bills and legislation. I said, they were like, "Yeah." I said, there is a demographic of people already doing that. And he was like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Hispanic people do exactly everything you talk about, pro-blacks talk about doing. And their boys still fail at a high ass rate. They're still failing. That's the problem. So all that bullshit y'all talking about doing, you really deep down just trying to do it for girls. You're not really trying to do it for boys, period." You know what I'm saying? So that's when you look at the bigger picture and see, like, what Dr. Tia Johnson did. That video is so informative. I actually sent it to my girlfriend. And she was like, "Wow, I didn't think it was that serious." I said, "Heck, Hispanic boys are failing just as much. They just passing these dudes, man. And it don't make no sense." You know what I mean? So
yeah, no, and they don't, and that's what it really comes down to. It's that I'm in denial. It's that circular bullshit. And a lot of your folks, even Dr. Umar, they know. The ones that don't know, the ones that other know, they've been in denial so long, you almost got to snap them out of it. And even if you take the women out of the equation, like I said, you scared of these chicks. Y'all won't say that the problem is women are pretty much doing what's in their best interest, and in the long run, they're complaining about how they get fucked in the long run. Because that's something they don't anticipate. And then the dudes are just in there really just trying to pretend that they're speaking to the problem, but you're not really saying I'm going to take this no matter where it goes to what the actual solutions are. That's why because at this point it's like, nigga, you give me some pro-black bullshit, you ain't saying nothing that had like this. I would say this, I mean, like, all that shit you talking about, give me an example where it's
the dude that was pro-black was an assistant principal. That nigga literally said, "We got to convince black people to do better." I said, "Nigga, we at the bottom."
That's sad.
I said, "We at the bottom." What? I said, "What's there to convince, my nigga?"
And then I would have said, even if I'm humoring you, okay, you the principal, give me some ideas as to how to do that.
He didn't know what to do. He's over there spouting that progressive talking points, man.
I would tell him this. If he said he didn't know what to do, I'm gonna tell you why you don't know what to do, because all roads lead to talking to that bitch. That's why you don't, and so you get black, you your brain blacks out because you stirred. And that's why you probably, if you assistant principal, I bet you got another assistant principal, or you got somebody below you that's a black chick that's really delegated. When the real conversation need to be had, that's when that get had. Because that's what I saw. They always got a black chick somewhere to have those conversations because these niggas are scared. And I'm going to say it just like that.
For sure. Avery, try to get in.
Sorry, Avery.
No, go ahead.
This is why I call the so-called pro-blacks now pander Africans. Yeah. Pander Africans, because all they do is pander for pussy. And I'm tired of people, niggas. I'm tired of niggas not calling that out. Yeah, some of them are real. Don't get it twisted.
I call them Hotep Simps. That's what I call.
Yeah, that's what it's Hotep Simps.
Oh, that's a good name.
I said bitter truthers pro-black. He almost cussed me. I said, "Nigga, don't say that. I'm conscious, nigga."
Yeah, that's different. He's old school. Yeah, he's
okay.
Old
So
school.
I stand corrected. Anyway,
so there is a difference. Okay.
I need.
Yeah, there is. Basically, the old-fashioned conscious, what we call a conscious community, was Pan-Africanist and and nationalists, black nationalists. That's the old.
Yeah, I'm not
That's the
talking about them.
old
Go ahead.
order. The old school folks like Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark, those kind of folks, right? Pan African and black nationalists. Okay.
Yeah, okay, I heard
After
of that. Yeah.
after 9/11, the government kind of went in on that old school stuff, and so what happened afterward is this new school pro-black that's kind of almost like this woke culture
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, definitely.
intersectionalist, and they you have all kind of people, lobbyists, and all kind of kind of fake religionists and all that kind of stuff. All kind of got it mixed in, and
Another
so they just claimed it as pro-black.
See,
another
I thought like when I just thought it was all the same, but now I think about it,
no, it's
like
not.
you hear, do you see like Asian nationalists and everything? I never heard like pro Asian or pro Mexican or anything like that. We the only one that have pro black, but you hear, oh, he's a
Good
Mexican
point, Smitty.
nationalist
But go
or
ahead.
Italian nationalist.
That's because black women and women in general are horrible marketers. That's
Yeah, the
why
one
they're
once I
horrible
heard
at
Say
that,
that
selling
again.
One time, one
How
something.
you
time, one
say that
time.
One
Yeah,
again?
you
time,
guys can
one
all
time.
talk at once.
Like
Come on.
it works in marketing, so these bitches don't understand how to sell some shit to get a result. That's
Hmm.
why the fuck people say pro black. They
With
goofy shit out of here.
their ego gets in the
It's
way
the
of it.
ego.
And
Well,
speaking
you
of that,
know,
the last thing I wanted to bring up on that 92 shit was that
Hmm.
fluidity bullshit. It's like because people keep thinking it's just weirdo black ultra black feminists. Like you know what you think like the ultra white feminists look like, where they might as well
Hmm.
just be lesbians without admitting it.
Hmm.
These chicks really do believe that fluidity of thought and shit. And it's like, when
Wait,
have you
what?
ever like this gender fluidity about roles? Like when
Yeah, gender roles. Yeah,
the
Okay.
they.
dude was asking her about the
Hmm.
dudes that you want, that
Hmm.
have the power to
Hmm.
basically have all this shit. You really think they're gonna deal with you at the way you want to be that way? Yeah, because they'll be enlightened when it comes to fluently. I mean,
Wrong.
fluidity and it's like, yo,
Yeah.
Wrong.
Yeah, hold on.
can you show me any nigga that is what you saying that they are, or even close, that thinks like that ain't gay already? Meaning they ain't dating any damn way. And then, like, it's crazy. Like, but she was a normal 92 without it to making me normal.
Hmm.
Saying that, like, they
Hmm.
really believe that is not some shit.
Hmm.
That's not some
Yeah,
friend shit.
yeah,
They
yeah.
really believe that
They
shit.
do. They do believe that. And Dr. Johnson, because I actually had him listen to it, he said he was having a meltdown. He said he's getting tired of hearing that shit because they all say the same thing.
Was he having a mess up? He's getting flustered. Dr. Johnson gets flustered. He ain't pulled the full nick out. We're gonna get him one of these days to do the full Darth. You don't call him Palpatine, Darth Vader.
Hassan will come with the whole sword, man, and start chopping people in half.
He got enough in the background. Shit.
There you
Now,
go.
Yeah.
Gorilla.
So,
Green
yeah.
Gorilla talk that shit, but his
Yeah.
threshold is a little bit lower. But like, nigga, what?
Yeah. He goes in Minister Jap mode.
Mhm.
I gotta get this off. But yeah, they really believe that shit, and that's why they're
Mhm.
like,
No. That's not that they believe that shit. They believe that you believe that shit or
No,
should
they
believe
like
that shit.
it's the difference between Anthony Brian Logan and Brandon Tatum, and they are full on the Brandon Tatum side.
They actually they believe that shit. They do.
No, I agree. I'm saying they believe you should believe
No,
that
no,
shit.
no.
They believe it. They really do. They believe that shit.
But I
let's
get
keep
what
it real though.
but they
Some
live. I
some
get
men
hold on,
believe
One
it
time,
too
one time.
though. A
I
lot.
get what you're saying. They live, but you're not totally on it. They believe that you are a problem and there's something
Yeah.
wrong with you.
So one of you, yeah.
Gotcha.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, but a lot of men do believe that shit. It's funny to.
No, they lie. But go ahead.
Yeah.
There are men that are actually trained to what I call trained feminists.
Program.
Programmed like that, and they
they're with
believe
white
it.
women.
No, the one thing is, no, it's not just with white ones. They wonder how come this shit don't work.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys like that.
I mean, BGS says it all the time. Black men are the most egalitarian men.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just shake my head. You motherfuckers. I don't understand you egalitarian motherfuckers.
You know who the one that actually showed me the evidence of that actually was Dr. Tommy J. Curry. He sent me a bunch of articles a
I
couple
mean, they
years
say
back
it.
of studies showing, you know, that black men are the most egalitarian.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was certain studies that he sent me. It was shit like, you know, they did a study on who was most likely to believe that a woman will be a suitable leader, suitable political leader. And they went through the races, and black men scored the highest on that motherfucker. I'm like, ain't this a bitch?
I put it to you like this.
Egalitarian mother.
That's why I said like if a lot of because I knew I grew up in a mixed community, and I saw the differences between white and black, and I could tell you, the way that they treat their women is vastly
the way they treat their mothers. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, we already know this. What's the big joke when it comes to white kids and black kids that we see on TikTok and memes, and how they talk about "shut up, mama, I don't want to hear about you crap."
Yeah, that mom. I had a white friend.
And guess what? When it comes to the black kids looking at them like, "Motherfucker, you crazy talking to your mama like that?"
No, let me just say this real quick. That one study that I mentioned, the biggest surprise to me was that niggas scored higher than the black women on that study.
Because the program is deep.
And this is what's crazy. When you listen to what she was saying on that video, the first thing that she kept saying was black men need their egos catered to. Black men want us to do shit they not gonna do. Never said like specifically anything specific. And she made it seem like black men have these high standards. And this is why when I ask dudes, like, do you think black women have the same problem as black men? A lot of dudes be trying to be out here saying they do. But my point is, it's like, are you serious? Like, you're really trying to say the most egalitarian man, you're really trying to argue is the most patriarchal?
In terms of measuring, you know, men's standards across the boards and their expectations for women, and we're not just talking about race loyal, we're talking about overall. In that sense, black men actually have the lowest standards out of any group.
Yeah, and the thing about it is,
a piece of ass and a piece of chicken.
Well, you know what she's talking like. Because I said, look, there is a
sometimes not without a chicken.
Because because women have a blind. Because even when she was talking about, I don't know a dude that's over 30 that ain't got kids. I'm like, okay, so clearly it's very obvious you're talking about guys. But what I'm saying is, it's very obvious you're talking about guys that you are very much sexually attracted to, and everybody else doesn't exist. And that's the one thing I wish he would have said. Like, is that what you're saying? Because because I get that that's their worldview, but it's like there's a difference between all the guys you want because you have no leverage with them like that. And that's really the problem. Why should that guy pick you? Because here's the thing. Even if that guy believes what you believe, let's assume that guy does believe in that egalitarian stuff and no fluidity. There is still plenty of black women in reference to how many black men that he is based on what she said. There's still plenty more. There's probably 10 times, 20 times more black women than dudes that are fitting all those check boxes that she's talking about, that are exactly like her, or that are exactly like her. So why pick you? And that's where, even in your own worldview, you have no answer for that because you have a fundamental belief that you shouldn't do shit.
Well, they all have the same how do I put it? If you watch them on FNF, they can never distinguish independently what they bring to the table, because if they do, it looks as if they are trying to go against the sisterhood.
Yeah, and what about
and it's funny to watch them say like, "Oh, well, I do baking in particular, and I like to bake." They won't say that shit, or "Hey, I like." It's just funny to watch them not be able to break that answer down.
They don't bring shit to the table. That's why they can't say what they bring.
No, I agree with that. I know that.
They
got
a degree,
to the table.
A job.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah,
for a little while, I used to think that maybe they just didn't know, and at this point, because of how much information exists on the internet, I think that they know, and they're actually doing this in a malicious way at this point.
No, well, you can tell when you have if you have conversations, like if you have a conversation with like a Shay Sade or even a chick like Celebrity, that she's gonna be real candid, real direct. And I'm cool with that. You know, if you operating from a sense of logic, you know, you can tell. And that's why I always say I still date black. I can tell the difference. I'm the worst nigga because I can tell the degrees of bullshit. A lot of these dudes, it's like they can't and that's what I'm saying. It's like y'all put them all in a box. Now, here's the thing. They're in denial because they're in denial about the percentages. I asked CJ once again, and I like CJ because CJ's a reflective of what you're dealing with out here. That's why I like it. And I said, and even Ty City, talked to him, and after 5 minutes, Ty City was like, wow, this dude's gone. Exactly. That's what you get. But anyway, I asked him, how many black women would you say are marriage material? He said 70%. I said, nigga, okay, so we just making a magical number. But you know what? I'm 6'5". I'm 6'5". I mean, he said 70%. And I asked him,
and I'm 7'2".
Yeah.
And I'm 7'2".
I'm like, he said 70%. I said, nigga, 50%.
You sure he couldn't have said 70?
Yes, he did.
He meant 7, right? 7%?
No, PK.
You have to know who CJ is.
Hold on, BGS. He not only said 70%, he then made a video explaining why it's 70% after the stream, just to double down on it. Yeah.
But
if
black
women, hold on. Last thing, PK. Do you know where he's from?
No, I don't.
Baltimore.
Wow.
Saying 70%.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question on that right quick. Let me ask a question. I'm gonna hop off right quick. Do you think all these? Do you think all? No, it's the. I want you to jump in on it. Do you think a lot of these niggas? Because I think niggas are really finna have to come cash that check. In my personal opinion, in these pro-black spaces, that as this economy gets worse, you niggas is gonna have to fucking marry somebody.
Well, no, he said he's not. No, he has a kid with a lovely lady that I asked him that one time.
You
I
got
said,
two.
So why
kids with that
married? He said, because I'm not ready yet. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I can't afford the ring.
That's what I'm asking. When you get
that's some bullshit.
No, I'm asking like guys like him, guys like Jesus.
Black is married.
Yeah, all them dudes that do pump up black women and talk about relationships who are not married. Do y'all think they gonna have to finally cash that check and get married?
No.
Because you don't think so?
No, I know they don't. And the reason for that is just by the
get married.
Well, no, we're not. That's not why. The reason why is because there's usually a split. What ends up number one, bachelors have always existed. This isn't new. Number two is that when you start to talk about economic issues, generally there's a split in between the men and the women and who will and who has to work. And the reason for that is because men are not only physically stronger, but generally, I'm not trying to sound like a sexist, but generally they're generally smarter too. They're generally smarter too, so they'll actually be able to adapt faster to a bad economy than women will. For multiple reasons.
No. I agree. I'm talking about. Let's hypothetically, Derek Jackson's not married.
He is married.
We know he paid. I know, but I'm saying hypothetically, Derek Jackson's not married. He panders to black women and panders to women and panders to about relationships, but is not married himself. Is he gonna have to cash that check and get married?
Yeah. I think so.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So they're gonna have to get married.
The thing about this is that if you hear anybody say that shit and they got kids out of wedlock and they're not married, you need to go ahead and slap the fuck out of them.
Yeah, I think so too. I think their brain.
Just the simple fact that the motherfucker says 70% of women are marriage material, but you're not married.
Well, you're not married.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, the reason why I don't think they have to cash it
living
in
with it with two kids.
Yeah,
not one.
Yeah,
because the women don't want to be married, man. Let's just keep it real. I mean,
then they're not marriage materials. They don't want to get married. Stop saying that they are.
Right. And I'm like, and I said,
I mean, here's the thing about that. If there was so much marriage material,
no, hold on. Explain it to me. How the fuck can you not want to get married and be marriage material? Explain it to me, Jesse.
Not possible.
No, explain it to me, Jesse. Explain it to me, Jesse.
I got it.
That's not
no. Don't keep the chair here. Don't keep the chair. Explain it to me.
Well, that's
That's
not what
that
we
wasn't
said.
what I was going to explain, but I was going to say that. All right, the opposite argument: if your ass, if all these black women marriage material, then not only why are motherfuckers from other groups not coming to marry your ass, but why are men that do marry black women at the low rate that they do, they still prefer black immigrant women over your ass?
Yeah,
If
that's
you're
true.
if you're so marriage material,
And then why are these bitches having babies for these motherfuckers and they're not getting married to them?
I mean,
they don't want to be
That's what we
married.
need to start talking about. You got 15% of black out of wedlock births from non-black men, and how come these they're supposed to be better, more marriageable, not marrying you? Why is that?
I just seen a millennial chick today post. I'm an unfaithful woman. I've been living with my boyfriend for a year and been together for 3, and just had a baby with him, and I still want to be with other guys while I tell him I only want him.
yeah, I mean, and that's
Okay. That's
Sounds
old
about right.
school.
and I mean,
That's how most of these millennial
Don't you start that
lovely
bullshit.
ladies
That ain't new,
think,
man. It's
man.
not
well,
new.
yeah, no, it's not new. And you got like,
Nah,
for
it's
instance, a
definitely
lot of
not.
these thoughts are getting in the age where they're starting to have kids. Like you
The-
got a
uh, uh,
Maryland,
uh,
I hate to
uh,
call it this, but a Maryland Negra. You got that
She was
It's
fine.
just wide open now.
a
Yes, it's
Dime.
just in social media. That's the only
Say
difference.
back in the day, they just used to be married, but they'll still be
They
doing
still
all
fuck
those
around.
shit.
Yeah, that how you think the dudes like Jesse used to get some pussy on the side to side chicks. And
So what was the
I'm gonna bust
original
you out
question?
today, Jesse.
Let me ask you.
And,
Okay,
and,
so
just, and just to let you guys know, if you're not subscribed to the channel yet, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, hit that like.
yeah, I
Hit
need
the-
I need
yeah.
to
Hit the
ask this
like, hit the
question about
subscribe.
I mean,
why
because
this
I
dude
know my dad and motherfuckers on my
why did
dad's
this
side
dude
of the
choose to
family.
marry this drag?
Wait, say that
Who's
again.
who's talking first?
I'm talking about why did
Huh?
Deshaun Watson choose the strag version of the NFL signing that? Wait, did y'all
Nigga,
hear
it's
about that?
230 million
It's
Yeah,
guaranteed. What you
guaranteed.
talking
It's
about?
it's
guaranteed.
about the bag, man.
Dude, this nigga has the highest
I know. I'm
guaranteed
just.
money in
I was,
NFL. The
History.
closest guaranteed money was $80 million
thank you,
less than
Nick,
what he got.
Yep.
motherfucker.
It's about the bag, bro.
Yeah.
It's
That
not hard.
Mahomes
Nigga,
nigga
I will go
Then
play in Russia for $230 million. What you talking
No,
about?
I know. I was
then
surprised. That shit hit me like a ton
hold
of
on, hold
bricks
on.
in a
I
barbershop.
Why?
will go play in Ukraine right now, nigga. 230 million guaranteed.
And
That's
also they
Josh,
did
you
him a
better watch
favor.
out, bro. You might really get shot going
Hold
playing
up.
And then,
Ukraine.
They did
Hold
him.
up.
One
They did him
time.
a favor though, real quick. He's gonna be suspended at least like 6 games or half the season. So his
For
base
what?
salary is only for the 20 because even if you're not guilty or getting any or getting indicted, the NFL still suspend Deshaun
I mean,
Watson.
is that
They did do it
official?
then.
I know that's what they did to Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah, they did Ezekiel Elliott, Ben
But is that
Roethlisberger.
official that that's what they're gonna do to
I
Deshaun?
would definitely take that one to court.
Yeah, because you can't because they
They
barely got away with that with Ezekiel Elliott. To be
it's
honest,
a
even Jerry Jones was mad about
the
that
first
shit.
person they did it. The first person they did it to was Ben. It was the allegations, and even though they were not, they couldn't prove them, but
No,
they
no,
still
it
did
wasn't
it.
Nah,
that they
man, because
couldn't
I'm
prove. They
a
No,
made
one
that
time,
shit up.
one time.
Let me
I'm a
finish. Let me
Saints
finish.
fan.
Let me finish.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
That was the first one because that was Ben's second one. Once he got that one in 2010, he was suspended for like 4 to 6 games. They got it reduced down to 2. Then it was Ezekiel Elliott. It was 6 games. Now Deshaun Watson, he might get 4, but the reason why they did his base money for only having $1 million is because the NFL can only take that money. He's gonna get 45 million in contract bonuses, so the NFL can't touch that money. That's
Like
what
the
it is. So they're
NFL. No,
expecting him. He's
oh,
expecting.
okay. So you're saying they expect
So
to
they're
try
doing
to
what
pull that move?
they're doing what it was a morals clause.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
can't. They can't
So,
keep
so
doing
yeah.
I'm a
that.
So
Saints fan, right? And I was
mhm.
pissed off that we didn't get Deshaun.
Yeah, I
We
would have
didn't get
been.
Deshaun Watson
We might
because it
get
was
I wish
Baker.
y'all
between us and the
did.
Falcons.
I
But
wish y'all
when
did.
I seen that fucking deal that they gave his ass, I was like, nigga, I understand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I mean, because they didn't even give up a lot of their team. So for like 2 years, they gonna still be good.
Yeah,
We'll see where Baker. Hopefully,
Houston had
No.
Houston had to move him. They didn't have a
But
yeah.
choice.
He didn't want to play there.
The
No, well, he
Cleveland,
don't. It's not they don't want to play. The thing is, the scandal's so big they have to move him.
Cleveland is not going to be that good because they're losing their number one wide receiver. They have a bunch of other players that they lost. I mean, I don't know how
They
good they're
didn't lose
gonna
too
be,
much.
but they're gonna take a downgrade everywhere else because this thing
Nah,
they gave him
they
230 million guaranteed over that time, so you're already giving away a lot of money already. They gave away 3 first-round picks. They gave away a 3rd round pick and a 5th round pick. So like you don't have that much money to
they're trying to
sign
win
any of
for
the
2 years.
players,
2 years.
and you don't have too many draft picks to come in a draft and build it up because they have a pretty good defense, but the problem is going to be the rest of the offense. You have 2 good running backs.
So what?
You
So
They got
lost.
Amari Cooper.
they're probably going to be trying to pick up linemen to actually protect him.
They already got a good offensive line. They had it before then. What
Okay.
they need is better wide receivers because they lost
They lost
Jarvis
a
for
wide
injury.
receiver. Well, they lost 2 wide receivers really because they
Yeah,
lost
Odell and
Odell.
Jarvis.
Then they lost Jarvis. So that was your
But
1
they
and
brought
2.
back Amari Cooper though. They brought Amari Cooper and they got David Njoku. So they're going to run the ball. They're going to do what they're always going to do is run the ball because that's their strength. But now they trust their quarterback. Before they didn't trust Baker. Baker sucked. So
What's the game like? I don't. Number one, I'm not a football fan, so I don't watch. But I know that the last time I did watch, this was like 10 years ago. They were running the ball like crazy. They didn't ever use the ball.
They changed. They changed most of the rules.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, like
their
back when
offense with
back
Baker
when you watch, you
Mayfield.
was able to they had the rules where you could do the punt return and shit. They got rid of that shit quick. But
what?
You can still no. That's not true. You can still return punts.
Well,
So it
what I'm
makes sense
saying
that
is they changed it. They modified it so it's harder.
It makes sense that they got rid of the wide receivers because the offense with Baker Mayfield in the last couple of years had mostly been through the tight ends and the running game anyway.
Yeah, because he couldn't stretch the ball outside and he didn't have the vision.
Yeah, they weren't even running. They weren't even throwing back then. They were just running. It was just nothing but running plays. All of the plays were running.
Yeah, but Deshaun, he's going to get suspended. They're not because also here's the thing. The owner of the Browns, he's in oil money. So the thing is, once you get into that C, once you get into offering players guaranteed money, you got to go into C script in the players union. And a lot of like the Steelers can't do that, the Bengals can't do that. The reason why they don't offer so much guaranteed money because they're not cash rich like that. The owner of the Browns is a freaking billionaire, Jimmy Haslam.
Hold on. First of all, hold on. Time out. HXXX, fuck you. I'm talking about the Chicago Bears, in which he was running the ball in touchdowns on fucking punt returns. So yes.
You talking about Devin Hester?
So I meant punt returns. You stupid motherfucker.
I think he was on punt and kick return.
He was
punt and kick return.
He was running them touchdowns on punt.
Oh no,
and they changed the rule on punt.
They never did. They didn't. Devin Hester is just a rare animal. They never really changed the rules.
Y'all chill out on that stuff, man. Y'all coming in with this craziness, man. So y'all chill
they talking about what kickoff do after 30 minutes. Like,
I know. But the thing is, that we don't want to start blocking or timing people out. So y'all chill out. Ain't got
What? Somebody? I just came back from the.
I got it.
Like what happened?
What's the rule change you saying?
Yeah,
it's something where they like
the rule
push
change.
Far back. I forgot, but they modified.
Oh, the kickoff.
I know they changed the kickoff, but I don't know
they changed the kickoff. They changed the punt routine. They changed the way you can block because people are getting injured.
Okay, you can't crack back. You can't crack back, so you can't block.
Crack back, and you have to. There's a certain way you have to block now where it's harder to return kicks.
Yeah,
because
I kind of miss it. In a sense, because man, the game used to be much more intense. Like motherfuckers was always getting cracked. You know what I'm saying?
No, they got rid of that because of the helmet shit.
Yeah, because of lawsuits, and also NFL's cheap. They don't want to give their players lifetime health insurance.
Man, I tell you what, I wouldn't have wanted the guy Deshaun Watson for that heavy ass price that the Browns paid, man.
They got 2 years.
I'm cool with it.
Nah, yeah, I mean, but kudos to him. You know,
hey, get your money, black man.
Yeah,
get your money.
You got that. Speaking of that FTN Bay chick,
I got it.
That FTN
Access, or whatever his name is.
That FTN, that FTN Bay chick talking about it costs $50,000 to hit the cat. I'm like,
man, shit, I'll take my ass to Colombia where the chicks will be way better than her. For the
ain't no cat
$20.
I don't get
Colombia,
I've never
Brazil.
seen one worth that.
Bro, you could smash like porn stars and shit
For
in Brazil
real?
for like $10. $10
Yeah, you
an
tripping.
hour.
I mean,
Yeah, you're
it's like,
actually tripping, don't it? If you
yeah,
spending,
she said that on a goddamn pod, like it was like a radio podcast thing, so it wasn't like something like some backwater
But you
thing.
know what's crazy?
Well, this is why
I
you
can't
don't follow
even
him in the
go in
One
on it
time, one time, one
because
time.
I'm gonna be honest, man. Like some of those chicks could command those prices from rich guys. I mean, I don't know
in
what she look like. I don't know the
they not.
chick. I don't know if she her. But I'm gonna be honest with you. There are wealthy guys that are spending that type of money on.
Yo, before
Well,
the conversation goes any
or
further,
they're spending
BGS.
that kind of money for silence, and they're not spending it for sex.
Yes.
Right.
Keep your
the
mouth
motherfucking
shut.
mouth shut.
I mean, a lot of those guys. I mean, a lot of them want sex, but some of those guys would just want like conversation and shit like that.
That's older
Y'all can
guys.
thank me later.
They're paid to keep their mouth shut.
Yeah, and if you a female, because a lot of and that's one thing with a lot of these black chicks. A lot of these black chicks demonstrate they can't shut the fuck. That was that shit with that Shay Mean shit. Like, and her name's Curly Red. She one of them chicks that you can't trust the fact because she has been flown out, but you can't trust the fact that she won't shut up. Even the fact she say some shit like that out loud says a lot. So a lot of and that's one thing that with Fresh and Fit. A lot of them white girls or Latin chicks, they be on that. They know, you can tell when the chick is this. You give the black chick a little bit of liquor, and they don't know how to shut the fuck up because they like
They
get
like
to
the
that
clout.
who gonna check me bullshit.
They like clout too much, man. Them
Yeah,
other
who gonna
chicks, they
check me
love
until
money
they get
more than
checked?
clout. But black
we got
women love
Haagen
clout
Dazs on
more
the
than
show.
money.
I'm about to ask that.
I'm just let y'all know the truth. That's all.
Well, what's the truth?
Yeah,
Honey
Haagen.
salted caramel almond ice cream. Thank me later.
Yo, BGS. Yo, can I ask BGS a question right quick?
Go ahead.
BGS, I'm not gonna don't take this the wrong way, but
I'm gonna take it. I'm already gonna take it the wrong way. Go ahead.
I ain't calling you old or nothing, but you lived through a couple economic different ups and downs, right?
Yeah. Well.
And I'm kind of curious right now because I'm seeing the market kind of be.
We're living through one now. The market is not
Right.
representative of what's going on, right? We're actually already in stagflation, and basically, the way you get out of stagflation is what Jerome Powell's getting ready to do is by raising interest rates.
Yeah,
and that's what my question is related to because I'm looking to get back into real estate. I'm looking to buy some land and actually develop land. And I'm looking at land prices kind of double. Like they're going up.
Somebody just put it in my Zero Hedge just actually did it, and Wall Street Journal actually backed it up, right? Wall Street is actually going in and buying houses on the market. So 1 in 7 houses that's being purchased through Wall Street Real Estate Trust. So they're taking houses off the market to keep the prices
Not only
up.
that, but just empty lots too are being eaten up, and the prices are jumping on them.
It's jumping is because Wall Street's coming in with that with all that loose money buying up assets.
And that's my question. Like, so at the back end of this, have you ever been through stagflation before, where you saw what happens after this?
It's called
we're going
the
through. The 70s. Yeah, the 70s.
So what typically happens? Does the prices normally stay, or do they deflate back down to normal?
What happens is they artificially keep the prices up and and wages down. So what happens is that instead of when people can't hire or can't produce stuff, so you get a whole lot of people out of work with stagflation. So in other words, you get prices.
So let me ask you a question. So regardless of the prices, because I've been looking at this lot for like about 9 months now, and it was like 35, and I was about to buy it, and next thing you know, I look on Zillow, that motherfucker jumped up to 55, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah. Like anything else, it depends on location. But the thing is that Wall Street and real estate trusts are actually coming in and started buying up assets and keeping the prices high.
So I'm wondering right now, is it good for people who's trying to invest in that to wait it out right now, or to get in before things get higher?
Okay, if you're gonna flip it and you can get in. If you're gonna hold it, I would say wait and see if this thing's gonna even out because the banks have been sitting on New York property, New York real estate for like years, man. With it being empty and not gaining any money, just to keep the prices.
That's the conundrum right there too, because with the inflation right now, holding it like, okay, so I got this money, do I spend it? What is my money gonna be worth down the line? So holding on to this money that I would use to invest in the lands, like it's like double hitting you. Like, is your money gonna be worth anything, or is the land price gonna keep
You're
jumping?
actually in a market where you're not
Have you?
encouraged to hold. You don't want to be holding on to property like that. For instance, if you have a property and it raised like damn near 50% in price, you need to take out the what do you call it, the equity on it, and be able to flip that and turn it into more money very quickly.
Yeah.
You don't want to be sitting on that. Not
What
right now.
what is real
especially
estate
with labor price.
What is real estate and buying homes and stuff like that going to cost when they start raising interest rates? Okay, they can't keep raising the prices. Okay, in other words, they're going to have to lower the prices because the interest rates is going to start eating into people's pockets.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for the information. I pretty much got what I need.
Hold on for a second, guys. Holiday, do you have 2 Gmail accounts?
That I don't know.
No, because I'm asking him because he said I thought I sent him an email to my to this channel, but he said he never got it. And the email that he sent in his Cash App, which I appreciate you doing that, it's different than what I sent whoever I sent this to. So I don't know if this may be a troll or what. So that's why I'm asking. Do you have 2 Gmail accounts?
Yeah. Shout out to Bitter Truth.
Just have him send you an email right now and see.
Yeah. I gave him the prayer doll idea. He said because of copyrights and people's image, he said he gave me a suggestion that you don't do prayer dolls, you do prayer bears.
Yeah.
The Sierra
that's
prayer
a good idea.
bear.
That's a good idea.
Bear, huh?
Prayer bear, you get find your on point something near you.
You joked that.
Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson got pimping.
I just called Sierra up to Rihanna.
Oh yeah, BGS. What do you think about him moving to Denver?
The new Tickle Me Elmo.
I think he wanted to get out of Seattle. I think he was tired of Seattle.
Yeah, he was. They were saying his offense coordinator and Pete Carroll was not giving no freedom. They say that's what he wanted.
Yeah,
they were shocked that he wanted to go to New York.
Yeah, because if it was up to Sierra, she would have moved him someplace else. Like a Houston would be a good spot if Sierra wanted to actually do something with it. Yeah,
it was funny. People in Pittsburgh said, "Oh, we're gonna get Russell Wilson." They said, "No way, Sierra and Russell moving."
No, I don't think Russell is gonna move from Seattle to a smaller town, which is Pittsburgh.
He's shooting a movie here though, so that's about it. I'm about one of the longest undefeated streak in high school history. He's in my neighborhood, so he's doing that. But I thought he was gonna go to New York City.
Have y'all seen?
No, I don't think he. If Sierra really had her druthers, it would be Los Angeles, or at the very least the Raiders, which is in Las Vegas. The best spot for him probably would be the Raiders, which is Las Vegas, which has got the popularity and is close enough to Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's why you don't let
Denver
pick.
Denver's got a lot of money, but thing is, Denver is kind of
conservative.
It's more of a conservative, more of a small town feel. It's not a lot of military. But thing is, he's got his family has a military background, so.
Yeah, man, that would be the best chance for winning though. Like they have a good roster.
Because people think that he's a symptom. Russell Wilson is actually Boulay. People don't know about it, but he's actually Boulay.
Have y'all seen what's going on in Hong Kong?
No. What happened about the coronavirus? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
They look like Florida right now, stacking bodies in the refrigerator.
They are running out of room for their dead.
Did they bring out the trucks again with the burners on the back? Did they do it?
Yeah.
Are we doing part 2?
Yeah.
I was reading in the Wall Street Journal yesterday that they're having 300 corona deaths a day.
Wow, that's high. That's not Omicron. That's something else. Yeah,
they said the Maury show was canceled after 30 seasons.
Who?
The Maury show. They say it's time we ran.
He's
not the father.
He's too old now, man. God, Maury's got to be what?
80?
100?
Yeah.
Man, that shit been going on. Yeah, I'm
31,
so shit.
I remember when he was actually married to Connie Chung, and before he started. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, yeah. I just turned 27 today, so shit.
Happy
Old,
birthday.
Happy
old
birthday.
nigga. Old nigga.
Young motherfucker.
Yeah, I've been
Skinny jean wearing old nigga.
That's what them Z's call you.
Yep.
Yeah,
You
that
a
disease you call
boomer.
him. He's a
Like,
boomer
what?
now.
Yeah, boomer.
Yeah, I can't wait till these. I was looking. I'm going to my Instagram now.
Oh,
I can't
nigga.
wait till these chicks start getting asked real questions at these women empowerment come. How do I price this coochie so I can get somebody to take
They're already
me in
doing it.
for a home?
They're
And then
already
these
doing
chicks,
it. What's his, what
gonna
Jesse
give
just
you.
showed you the website.
They're
Where
gonna
they
give
actually
you a
price it.
Sierra Prayer
Nah,
Bear.
I didn't show the website.
No, that was
Somebody
me.
else
I
did.
showed it.
That was you. Okay, you showed it.
Because
Okay.
if I show you the website,
Wait,
you can
what
see some of these the
website?
desperate ass messages these chicks.
Yo,
I
somebody
told
need
you.
to.
It's,
Hey, you know what's messed up
so
about it? You know what's the cold part about it?
Jesse, give me my props. Give me my props now. Come on.
Hey, that's why I brought it up. I got to give you. You called it what 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, I called it. Yeah.
And the messed up part about it though is I'm still like in my mind I'm still like, these Colombian chicks will go cheaper.
Oh, speaking of that, I got
Oh yeah,
invited down too.
they
I got
gonna
invited down this week. People like a couple of Colombian chicks I was talking to, like, you coming down this week? Because they had carnival. I'm like, oh shit. And I had my vacation this week too. I should have went, but you
Man,
better not there.
I'll be in Ghana in the next month.
Okay.
But once I get back, because I'm gonna move there permanently eventually,
Hey,
but I
Jesse.
gotta work some things out before I can make that permanent move.
Okay.
But while I'm still in the U.S.,
What area are you gonna move to?
Accra.
Accra?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll probably be either
Clo-
in
closer
Osu or East
Okay.
Legon.
East Legon? Oh, yo, Spendy. Okay. All right.
Hey, Jesse.
Spendy.
Jesse, the YouTubians
Fancy.
have declared.
I mean, to be honest,
wait, Jesse. The YouTubians have declared that because you travel internationally, you're now international trick. Okay. This is what the YouTubians say.
It's cheaper to trick in Ghana. Let's put it that way.
You know,
man, listen, this is how cheap it is to trick in Ghana. I mean, all right, so I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never really tricked before, so I'm trying to
Trick
pop my
bubble.
tricking
Bob
cherry this
Cherry.
year.
Uh-huh.
But you could get some ass in Ghana for like $2, man.
Yeah.
And they'll cook for you and everything.
Yep.
But yeah, what I was saying was that
But what would I get if I give them a stove?
Oh shit!
they would love you a long time.
In other words,
they'll be
their hand in marriage. That's what.
yeah,
You'll be the head.
game changer. Shit.
You'll be the head chief, Art.
You better marry this sneaker.
you know, it's crazy.
No, listen, you give her a stove, you could marry her and her sister,
and her sister. It's true.
Hey, hold up, Art. You could own your own African brioche company. There you go. Turn the whole village into a baking company.
Our doughboys brioche bread.
African brioche bread from the motherland.
The bread is actually good there, man, because they don't have preservatives and shit in it.
Mm-hmm.
The bread is actually excellent in Ghana.
I have not had bread in Ghana because they have so many different type of starches.
You gotta have bread in Ghana, baked bread in Ghana, man. People actually putting it in their luggage to bring it home. It was so good.
I didn't know they did bread because look, they have the
Where does
fufu,
bread?
they have the banku, and they have some other stuff, and that's like the stuff like what we would normally eat with bread, like Black Americans. They normally eat that with their food.
Yeah.
Yo,
It's
ain't
like three
nothing
different
in
type of
this
starches.
world.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing in this world nastier than fufu, and I hate the fufu.
You don't like fufu, man?
Fufu
fucking hate
is
fufu.
sour.
I like
it's
fufu.
sour. Yeah, you gotta have a
It's
taste for it.
disgusting, bro. It's
It grew
then they
on
be
me.
dipping it. Well, the Nigerians be dipping it in some green shit, and I just can't, bro.
Yeah,
That's
Archer,
open.
Know they eat it.
Archer,
Know they eat it with fish stew.
Archer, you don't like it because you're a coon. That's just.
Archer is a
whatever.
coon now.
Now I hear a lot of African American men say
Archer's
they
a
don't.
beta male coon.
I hear a lot of Black American
shout
men
out to
say they don't like
Cynthia G with the
African food,
100,000
but
super chat.
It depends on what part of
I
Africa.
fit right
Okay.
in.
No,
with that
it's
shit.
No,
good.
it depends on what part of Africa, because Africa's got different food. Like I love East African food.
Nah,
I've had
even
a lot
West
of
African.
Yeah.
West
what you eat.
African food It's hit or miss. It's really hit or miss.
You let that white man control your taste buds.
I've only had West African, East African. I like both. When I say East African, I mean specifically Ethiopian. Because that's more common. But I'll fuck that shit up, man.
Nah, I ain't touching no fufu. You can give me that egg.
I like
with the
Banku
red
better than
shit,
fufu though. But
because
fufu, I like.
they make Nigerians. They make they like do a lot of rice, right? They have like a lot of rice based diet. So when they make these this rice like with eggs, with eggs and some type of seasoning and some red shit on it. That stuff is flame. That's fire.
So all that shit is jambalaya, goddamn.
Yeah, whatever.
But the thing about West African food that's different from East African is West African food is actually very similar. So Gambia, Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, they pretty much all have extremely similar food. It's like a little differences, but like jollof is actually originates from the Wolof tribe in Senegal, but everybody cooks it in West Africa pretty much.
That's where your original rice came from Senegal.
Yeah, they didn't see my ex didn't understand me because one time she was like, "You want some of this rice?" I was like, "Yeah." Don't put none of that other stuff on it. Just give me some rice. Let me put some sugar on it straight out the hood, and I'm good.
Sugar on rice?
No, sugar and butter. Huh?
Hell
sugar
no,
and
I
butter
know
on
what
the
he's
rice,
talking
and
about.
I'm good.
I know what he's talking.
Yeah, that's the
He's
most
one of
black
them
folks.
guys. Yeah.
Yeah, sugar and butter.
Sugar on rice?
Yeah.
You gotta be from the South.
Hood classic,
You gotta be from
certified
the
hood classic. Yeah.
I'm from the South. You ain't put no sugar on
No,
rice.
you ain't from the deep South. You from North Carolina. We don't consider you South, Negro.
You ain't never put sugar on rice. You're missing out, bro. You missing out. You're
middle north.
You bugging.
Hey, Mississippi, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas. Yeah, that's
Kentucky.
Florida.
What the fuck you mean?
I bet y'all eat fucking
Ernest
chitlins,
said
don't
he
you?
was raised in Ghana.
Yeah, they eat chitlins too. Yeah.
Ernest said he was raised
chitlins.
in Ghana.
I do
and he
too.
agrees with Archer.
Slave food.
Food is nasty.
Man,
fufu because it's sour. It's sour. It's sourdough.
It smells funny too.
They live by fufu in Ghana, man.
It's like eating Korean kimchi.
What does it taste like? It tastes like third world. Get out! I guess I've been to the third world too, so you don't need that. No. Eat it, motherfucker. Eat it all. If you want that fat ass.
Yo, hey, peep this. Okay, let me tell y'all a story. So I had this BGS, remember that girl I had on your panel a long time ago, that Nigerian girl?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she came on the panel, right? And she just now hitting.
Pimp. Go ahead.
She's just now hitting 30, right? So I went to hang out with her I went to hang out with her like 4 months ago, right? Mm-hmm. And we were always smashed when we hang out, right? Okay. But this time, nothing happened.
Bro, you didn't have no cheeks?
She gained some weight. I went in there. I said, "What's up?" We called up, yada yada yada, and I said, "Peace out." She's like, "You not staying the night?" I said, "No, I'm gonna go peep some other people in Minnesota because I'm not in Minnesota no more." I stopped by, and she was mad. Then she called me like a week later talking about like I'm talking her shit, and I'm like, "Yeah, last time I hung out with you, I wasn't really that attracted to you. You know, you gained a little bit of weight." And she hung up in my face.
Oh,
no. I'd have hung up too.
I know.
God damn.
Yeah, but that's Archie. Everybody got to know Archie. Archie about what he likes.
He don't like he like all skin and bones.
If you ain't white girl skinny, he don't like you.
Yeah, really.
If a good woman can't blow you away, you can get away from
it. She got 30. You could tell she hit the wall. Her titties start sagging, and she was just she's doing like she's still in her 20s. Like, you ain't there no more.
No,
but it's nice meeting you, friend.
So in other words, when you get 29, Archer trades you in anyway.
Well,
Yeah, Archer. Yeah, the lease is up, bitch.
You know what's funny though? To be honest with you, Archer has the same standards that a lot of white men have.
He does.
He does, yeah.
That's why it's so funny to hear it from a black guy saying it, because our standards are kind of low.
Well, the thing is Archer's one of the he's a 92 dude, so that's typical. In other words,
that's why these hoes are complaining about 92.
And plus he comes from a white state, so he's got some of their
I'm pretty.
Where are you from again?
Well, I'm from
Minnesota.
Chicago. My dad was an architect in Chicago, so I got a history of bougie people in my family.
Yeah. Yep.
Ironically enough, my dad was an architect and my mom was his side chick. So kind of go for that.
Oh god damn! No, tell us it ain't so. Oh shit!
Damn, this nigga red pill for real.
Red pill for real. Yeah, born that way.
Archer's like that. My shit is
I
natural,
was born
not
by the
artificial.
river.
Archer not even red pill. This motherfucker's a child of Zion.
Archer, here's why. It's not what you said. It was how nonchalant, matter of fact you were about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I respect that though, man. We need more of that. Like,
Yeah, we
nigga,
do.
my mom
Yeah,
was
well,
a side chick. It is what it is, nigga.
Archer's never been coy about it. Archer's
kids.
like, it is what it is. He never been coy about
They
it.
get older, Archer. Like, you know,
Salute it.
your mom wanted to be a stripper, so it didn't work out.
She had a Masters of the Universe, and
Hey, ain't no wrong with being a.
She was trying to be. Mom was trying to be number one, huh? Didn't work out, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
birthday,
hey, you
mama.
shot your shot. Yeah. I mean,
Ain't nothing wrong with being a side chick to an arc chick, you know.
Well, I ain't even saying it was just matter of fact to me, but like seriously though, a lot of these chicks don't figure out that they hit the wall until you're supposed to figure out that your clock is coming at like 27 at the latest. And a lot of these chicks, they be figuring it out at like now 43.
That's okay. There's
black women.
I made sure my friend figured it out. I made sure she knew she hit the wall. Like, I'm not finna sugarcoat it. And she be listening to this content with me, and she be trying to talk back. I'm like, yeah, you've been hearing me listen to this shit for a while. Your time is here.
half Eddie, half like
I see why she hung up on you, nigga. You was trying to destroy her.
Archie don't pull no punches now.
Those Nigerian chicks are very interesting.
That Anakin Skywalker forced torture, and they like, I gotta cut the connection.
Look, salute the Archer. He held the wall, bro. He held it. He was the man on the top of the wall.
Well, he held the wall up, and she ran into it.
Archie's like a hair's breadth from being fucking black pill.
The watchers of the night.
I should show you my text because she actually texted me last week and was like, "What you doing out in Jersey?" I'm like, "Shit, I'm going to the club tonight." She's like, "Are you going to see them young girls?" I'm like, "Hell yeah." What you mean?
I know like it's crazy, man, and that's why I say a lot. Even when I hear some of these conversations back and forth, it'd be like all of y'all are doing is sexual politicking, and what y'all doing is digging for niggas, and it's like it doesn't matter. Even if there's still goofy niggas out here, the reality is we're going to get to the.
Speaking of that,
the more the environment shifts, like right now, this poverty, this is kind of where money matters. Like the dudes with money, they not here. Like you even got hoes on TikTok talking about they doing memes like when he plays anime, and they'll have these jokes about guys. I'm talking black chicks, jokes of guys they're attracted to, and they're like when he plays anime and video games, and I'm like, yeah, y'all ain't stupid. Y'all a couple of years behind these white bitches getting on that, figuring that shit out with Twitch and shit. But black women go eventually capitulate too when they see, because if for nothing else, when they see every other bitch win but them, if nothing that makes them move, that shit'll make their ass move.
Well, speaking of that, what's going on with your homies, Ed? Man, they be out here singing Blue Pill Dreams all day, every day.
I don't know what
over there on Lapiche, bro. What's going on, man? They
missing
every shot.
They've been Blue Pill.
They missing every shot.
The only nigga that I could even claim as a homie over there would be Chicago Rilla. So every rest of them,
we had to school him.
Yeah, we'll take accountability for the rest of them. JR said straight up he ain't Black Manosphere. That was out of his mouth. And then, it kills me, man. Anton, every time I think of Anton, I just think of Glenn talking about the road worm bitch.
They go to the free throw line and miss every shot, bro. It's kind of like.
What do you mean? What shots? I know they had a dust up with Courtney and Six the Goddess were going at each other real bad. Like
about the fat shit.
No, it was about something about should family members be in your business, in your relationship? And all the women said yes, and she was like no. And they tried to, basically bring her back in line. But she like, who the fuck is you? I got like 100,000 subs on Instagram. I'm me, bitch. Who the fuck are y'all? That's the kind of posture. Yeah. And so you already know when it's like that. Six look better than all of them. And all of them ain't ugly. None of them are ugly, or they're all I can
She
see
just looks better. She looks better.
I mean, they're not
so
ugly.
the
They're
point
just
is
old.
that
Six has had some work.
well, the point is that's the she's gonna come at it with that's the hierarchy, and they didn't want to accept that because like, well, we're guest regulars on this show. You just like, well, there's a reason I'm a guest. Anyway, the point is they were going back and forth at it. But what are these shots? Give me an example of these shots, because I haven't watched a couple of clips in a minute.
Well, you just described one of them, man. Like every time any of the females on the panel get out of line, no one's got the balls to do anything.
Well,
everyone
they never have.
They never have.
That dude, Logic will because they be getting mad at his ass, because he gonna get to the close that you can get, but that's what look. The thing about it is, and I said this a while ago, like and JR and them, they're more likely to try to check the dudes. Like they'll try to, get Chicago Rilla to heel, but like with K, they'll give it a lot more rope. But you got to realize what their goal is. Their goal, they have kind of like roommate goals. They are doing that to have the conversation and to build a platform. Outside of that, you got to understand where it's going to come from, man. They're going to have that mentality of, I don't want to say it's women first. I will say this though, PK. Like even Anton, they've been getting a lot more heavy-handed with them chicks though. Like Kay actually walked off.
Now let me ask you this.
They pimp handed something.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, but compared to what it used to be for them, they have been ratcheted. Even Chicago, they have been ratcheted more for them. Now, if you hold them to our standards, well, I mean, that's not even fair.
So I haven't watched Lapeef Network since last year, but the last couple ones I watched, and you could confirm or deny this, but Anton was the one that was always checking the chicks on there.
I mean, to be fair, Anton's been on the he always been like a purple pill type of dude.
Anton will try to check the shit, but they don't respect this pin. That's the problem. Like Kayla pretty much doing everything but being like, nigga, this is my show.
Because what I used to see, I don't even know who the hell Kayla is. Yeah. But I used to see Anton and Kay get into it all the time.
Because even he would try to be like, Kayla is newer, but even he would, because Courtney is technically there. She's like Batman status.
Is Kay still on there?
Yeah. They ain't had no real craziness since Tawana, because Tawana basically she nigga, this is my shit, nigga. That was the last real dust up they had. But
I remember, him, Anton. I forgot about that. Anton and Tawana got into it, and Anton pulled up in Chicago. I think he was about to. Remember, he got into it with Tawana's boyfriend.
Might whoop his ass.
Oh yeah,
I might take her in a fight. As far
as Anton like less than 5'8".
Yeah, he's short. He's like 5
and
foot.
Tawana ain't no small chick.
Yeah.
Like Tawana
Anton's
like
5'8",
5'9".
We doing
man, I gotta
Twitch betting.
Tawana got
Antoine get on my nerves sometimes, but I gotta ride with my fellow short brother, man.
Nah, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Your homie.
Anton's more like Ed's height.
I don't think Anton's that short.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's short.
He's
shorter than his woman. Yeah, he's shorter than his woman.
I mean, Anton gotta have hands, because this dude too short to be talking all that shit, man. That nigga got into it with Boogie Cousins at the Pistons game a couple months ago.
Because Boogie Cousins is on the floor.
Who?
Boogie Cousins.
Boogie, yeah.
No, I know.
I know shit ain't gonna happen.
No, I know who he is.
But I'm like
Anton.
So do you actually get in his face, or you talk shit from a distance?
I didn't see the clip of it. I just see him talk about it.
They look like
he talked about. In other words, he's in the stands.
No, he has floor seat season pass.
Oh, okay. He's in.
So he was like, it wasn't like he was talking shit from 3 rows. Like, no, Boogie could actually reach out and touch his ass. I mean, he probably not.
He's at a game. How come we invite him outside?
Yeah, that's an easy clap. Come get these hands.
How much you think it being? I got floor seats, nigga. The Pistons.
It's the Pistons.
They're never on TV. How much do you think that? It probably costs more to be.
That shit.
Nigga, that shit.
Money.
Nigga, that
For
shit probably cost
season
about as
tickets.
much as the Kings, nigga.
That still costs us a
If,
pretty
if
penny.
you're a fan talking shit to Boogie Cousins, one thing. If you're outside of the arena talking shit to Boogie Cousins, then you get my respect.
Come on, man. I mean,
Yeah, because they're not gonna do nothing on the game because they're not get
because
suspended.
let's keep it real, and I'm not trying to start shit between creators, but I mean, motherfuckers have run up on Glenn and Cameron and basically said, "Damn, this nigga." And Glenn and Cameron, this is Glenn and Cameron post a heart attack, So Glenn and Cameron ain't as like big as he used to be, but he's still big enough with niggas because he said it. Like a couple of dudes were pulling up on him, and when they pull up on him, they it's like with Tariq, they be having second thoughts, like shit. Like you're bigger than okay.
You can tell Glendon is big though.
I respect the fact you not a violent because oh man, Tariq. I don't know when he was on that bed in that hotel because he was talking shit about a couple of people. I ain't even gonna mention them because some of them are close to home. But
Tariq is not.
Tariq was talking about I knocked your teeth out. I was like, damn, nigga,
size does not intimidate me like that. Cause I know Tariq, and I've been next to Tariq. I have a picture with Tariq. He's not that big.
But you're gonna think twice about the throwing hands.
Yeah. I mean, you're not gonna have the enthusiasm to fight.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
In other words, you're gonna think. Okay.
Like I
can gonna have enthusiasm to fight a motherfucker my size.
To say that his size is not a factor is bullshit.
I didn't say it wasn't a factor. I just say it wasn't an intimidation factor.
Because there was no threat.
Yeah.
BGS here this time.
Thank you, 3000 GT Atlanta. He says,
let me give you
I'm reading the cash chat.
Okay, go ahead.
3000 GT Atlanta. I'm pretty sure he says for Colonel Commission. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just saying, look, here's what you gotta understand, Jesse. You ain't running up on here like talking shit unless somebody like really actively disrespects you. Like you ain't like take Tommy for example. I can see why Tommy being caught off guard, and then you see a 6'4" nigga run up on because he ain't just like. Cause this is one thing if you want them tall, skinny niggas. Well, if I can tackle this motherfucker because we weigh the same. He just taller and obviously
you got reach
wingspan. But if you get past that, if you don't get that punch, boom. Tariq ain't that. I ain't seen him, but Tariq ain't somebody where you just tackle like that. So if you ain't really big, so my point is if he catch you, and it ain't even that because Tariq ain't walking around really doing that. But when you get niggas that Tariq kind of talks in a certain way to where niggas be feeling like they can just say some crazy shit, and Tariq is one of them niggas that will pull up on you if it's local. And so dudes when they do that, they be thinking like, do I really want to have this fight?
Got to remember, Tariq was in the game, man, when he was young. So,
Tariq used to be a Crip.
Tariq is like 6'4".
How used to be a what?
Oh shit!
He used to be a Crip.
Yeah, because if you look at him, he ain't no just lanky 6'4" nigga.
Yeah, he's got some weight on him. Yeah,
and he don't look like he's slow either.
Yeah, you're gonna have to catch this heat.
It was funny though, because I remember Tariq told a story on his old podcast that he had got into. He almost got into a fight with a boxer, like a smaller boxer.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking. She was like, "Don't let that boxing shit fool you." He's like, "Nigga, I'm 6 such and such. Nigga, you like 5'5". Mm-hmm. But he didn't really get into a fight. He said he got into the elevator, grabbed a dude, hit him with a 1-2 in Las Vegas. That shit was funny as hell.
I mean, if you're doing this is the thing, man. Like. Size does matter. If you fighting a motherfucker on an elevator and you's a big motherfucker and the other dude ain't as big as you, it's kind of like you punking him. That's not a fair fight. That ain't. I don't even count that. You don't get no props for that. You get no props.
Nah, nigga, you do get props.
Everybody says I'm not intimidated until shit turns serious.
Exactly.
You would have had opportunity. Maybe my mentality is just different because when I was in fucking
Jesse.
Let me just say this.
No more
let's keep it a buck, man. Let's keep it a buck.
Yeah.
Mentality is right here.
Because Tariq is a nice guy. He's a celebrity. He ain't trying to get into no kind of beef, so you feel safe with him, right? Say all of a sudden when that shit turns serious, the niggas pushes the table across and squares up. Now what?
Yeah, then what? Yeah.
I mean, what I was gonna say was like I got in I got into fights with niggas like 6'2" and 6'3" and shit, and I'm 5'7".
Well, they were holding back, my nigga. They didn't.
Yeah, but
How
thing
big were
is,
they?
You know,
so
you know
did
how
you
many niggas I held back on?
did you start the fight?
I've never really started a fight.
So in other words, if you get into a fight because you have to, you get in a fight till you have to. But saying that size doesn't matter is bullshit. Okay.
No, I'm not saying that size don't matter. I'm just saying the intimidation factor. The intimidation factor to me is not really a factor, but it
Yeah, you got to
definitely
get hit with a
matter.
hard right
It
hand.
definitely
Yeah.
matters on a physical level, especially if they have weight, like a certain amount of weight.
Yeah, somebody needs to hit you with a right hand.
So do you
Yeah.
view a somebody your size the same way you do with somebody that's Tariq size?
No. I'll tell you flat
I'm
out, no.
with
And I
you. I
fought,
don't even
I
know how
fought
this
dudes
got-
bigger than me.
No, I
Flat out,
wouldn't.
no.
Nah.
In other words, yeah, you might not be able to intimidate you, but you know your guts gonna squeeze when you have to go up against him.
I mean, I know in the back of my head, I know like, okay, I'm definitely gonna have a higher probability of getting knocked out by this guy because he's much bigger in weight.
But the context is a nigga because people be talking reckless to Tariq. Like so I'm talking about the context is like Tommy, other dude that be talking shit. And then it's like, are you like, because the way they talking shit is like you really ready to go if you see it. And then I'm talking about as far as niggas, because Tariq told him, not Tariq, Tommy told him he'll knock his ass out.
Tommy
Like,
can't
he
fight.
didn't expect for
Tommy
him
get
to
ready.
actually catch him like that when he was talking to
Man,
Black.
every time you say Tommy, you just make me think of
time.
that clip when I see when that nigga pulled up on him on Black.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay,
talking about.
Some of these dudes
So
play
we're
some
not
stupid
talking
ass
about
games.
like we ain't talking about no Suge Knight where they kind of walk around with that. We talk. It's the same thing a little bit with Dennis. When niggas are talking about he a square, he this. I'm like,
Dennis ain't no
nigga,
square.
I can look at that nigga and know that nigga ain't that. Just
Dennis still got scars. Okay.
Dennis was
that
lifting.
nigga looks
Lifting like
sturdy.
I think he was lifting like 285. Like a couple of times, he said, "Damn, man, I'm losing it, but I'm old, but I still got a little bit." I'm like, nigga, y'all be, I don't know, and these be niggas that's supposed to be mired down in the hood. It's like when they y'all to that one, to that.
A lot of dudes in the hood are not even that strong either.
But basically, anybody in LA can tell you about manual arts. Okay.
Nah,
Anybody can tell you about the high school manual arts. It ain't one of them. It ain't one of them bougie suburban schools.
That'd be like
it's deep down in the hood, right? It's deep down in the hood. It's about maybe a couple of miles from USC. So that is Boys in the Hood, right? Boys in the Hood, where they filmed it is nice compared to where Dennis grew up.
Yeah, so I mean, so it's just because niggas that's the problem in this space.
That's what makes it even more interesting that he's going. That he went hard on the Pookies and Ray Ray.
I know why he did. I know exactly why he did. Because he's seen those kind of dudes destroy his neighborhood. Basically, he had to walk through them fucking neighborhoods, man, with motherfuckers selling crack and trying to rob and intimidate and kill people. He's buried some of his homies. He ain't gonna say it. I could say it. I could get on and we could talk shit. I said, how many of your homies you bury, man? That's not gonna be talks that shit because he's lived that. He's not talking it because he grew up in the suburbs. He didn't grow up on the west side. He didn't grow up down in the valley someplace or in Lancaster someplace away from that shit. He grew up right in the heart of LA during the crack era. So he had to bury people. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean that doesn't stop him from being out of touch.
Huh?
That doesn't stop him from being out of touch.
You, Archer, you come from fucking Minnesota, man. You don't have no idea what I'm talking about, man.
I don't need to know what you're talking about. I don't need to know you talking about.
Archer. If you grow up that way, that shit never leaves you. Okay.
Exactly.
That's part of who you are, man.
I agree with that. It never leaves you. Therefore, you're still living back in that time period when today we're having a different
you're not.
You don't understand, Archer. You don't understand.
Hold on. What do you mean when you say out of touch?
Street.
That's like saying, like, I just want to say this. That's like saying you didn't did 3 tours in Afghanistan. They ain't stopped you from being out of touch war. That's kind of like
no. It's like saying you fought in Vietnam, and now we talking about like Afghanistan shit.
No.
You're a little
How did you?
Wait, what?
No, I want to say, Jose. How'd you grow up, man? How'd you grow up?
How did I grow up?
How did you grow up? Yeah.
Like shit.
No. Like shit. How did you grow up? That doesn't mean anything. A lot of people
mean?
grow up like shit. How'd you
What
grow up? What neighborhood you grow up in?
I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, Vegas, and North Minneapolis.
You moved around, man. You ever grow up near fucking Grape Street where the entertainment was actually throwing a quarter on the ground and 50 people fighting for it?
Louisville, Kentucky was terrible.
It was terrible, right?
Yeah.
Did you have
still affects you today, doesn't it?
Hey, what was the murder rate? What was the murder rate in Louisville, Kentucky?
Louisville's bad.
You know what's funny?
Tell me bad.
You know what? The first funeral I went to, I was 10 years old, right? Little so-called gangbanger, man. Had a little local gang, right? New kid moves in. Start fucking with him and his homies, right? Okay? Motherfucker shot him in the goddamn head, right? I was 10 years old. We had to go to the funeral for this motherfucker down the street, all right?
Okay.
I got a question.
Rick Ross, Freeway Ricky, man, he grew up like a half mile from me. We went to the same middle school, okay? That's the kind of shit we're talking about. Did you grow up? Now, hold on a second. Do you grow up like that?
Nah.
I just want to know.
Well, I'm telling you, okay. I got bused to a fucking white school. I went to school with white people for most of my life. Guess what? That shit never leaves you.
You know what's crazy about you saying that, BGS? You know what's crazy about that? We kind of grew up opposite. So like my neighborhood was a good ass neighborhood.
Yeah, but you
I went to a fucked up school.
Nigga, you know you was over in the wards, man.
Yeah,
around.
but
but look, BGS. So
don't play me, man. Hey, boy, what ward you from? What ward you from?
I'm from the Ninth Ward, man.
Oh yeah, you know what the modern Ninth Ward. Shut the fuck up.
All right, go ahead, Ed. Go ahead, Ed.
My question, Archie, would be what
the 9th and the 5th. You know, if I say 9th and 5th, we know what's up.
What is Dennis showing you to make you think he's out of touch?
Well, some of the way he talks about this whole situation with the because this is where the whole thing started, where everybody disagrees with him. It's the fact he was saying these women, it's not their fault. They're not the problem. It's the men.
That's a whole separate argument, by the way.
But that's what I'm saying.
That's why I didn't bring it up, because I don't agree with that portion of the shit.
Like, bro, you ought to, like, this is not the 1970s, 80s where the niggas are just up and leaving if that is what happened.
But that's not what he was saying.
That's not what he's saying.
He didn't grow up in the 1970s. He grew up in the 80s.
I can tell you right now, and this is one of the issues. Y'all, I've consumed probably like at least 20 hours of Dennis's content. So, like, you got people that don't watch his channel, and then people that they heard him on Obsidian or Jessica.
Other people shit, yeah.
Yeah, and then that's all they know. So I can tell you, like, a lot of that stuff had to do with him dealing with the Pookie shit. But he wasn't saying no. He went with the shit you said just after that. That is not what.
That's not what he said.
Hold on. Let me finish what I was saying.
You didn't even start saying anything. Hold on. The thing is that what he has been saying is almost
so what I was gonna say was
All right. Go ahead. PK, then Jesse.
Well, Dennis said you shouldn't fuck with these chicks in the states. Period. That's what he says.
Yeah, but he's framing it as
if
hold on, Archie.
PK, then Jesse.
The thing is that recently, man, at least in his most recent videos with this whole Pookie Ray thing, is that he has been saying that, Keisha does just need a little bit of coaching, and that you motherfuckers need to go ahead and coach these that has been alluded to.
Because he says that. You know why he says it? Because you motherfuckers are not gonna stop fucking with him.
Well, I don't know why he makes the argument. I'm just saying that is the argument that has been, brought up a couple times. Because
you guys are not gonna take the advice. You're not gonna date out. You're not gonna leave the country. You constantly going back and forth with these bitches. So you might as well train them.
That's kind of what Bitter Truth was trying to say.
One time.
But
what I was gonna say, BGS, we kind of had inverse childhoods, because you say you went to a fucked up neighborhood. And you got bused to a white school.
Yeah,
I was in a good ass neighborhood, but I went to a fucked up ass school. So the school I went to was across the street from the second largest housing project in New Orleans, the St. Bernard housing project. in the
Well,
seventh ward, right?
yeah. So what? So why did your parents allow you to go to that school if you guys come from a nice neighborhood?
Man, I never got a chance. I never got a chance to ask my
That doesn't
mom
make
that
sense
before she
because
passed.
normally you got all them Catholic schools in New Orleans, and you're well to do. Why'd you go to a fucked up school?
Yeah, I
That make
don't
no
know. I don't
sense.
know, but I'll say this. So actually, I want to say the neighborhood I'm in, it's like the oldest black middle class neighborhood in like Louisiana, right? Just
Mm-hmm.
got a historical designation by the government and
Mm-hmm.
shit. And so
Mm-hmm.
it was nothing but like teachers and government workers and shit like that. So
Okay.
actually, all of the black mayors from New Orleans actually lived in my neighborhood at some point.
Okay. So where did
Um,
the other kids go to school?
so the other kids went to either the best school for black boys in New Orleans, which is a Catholic school called
Mm-hmm.
St. Augustine.
I mean, I know I
So
heard
we
about
could
it. Yeah.
not afford the tuition for that.
Oh, okay.
So that was the best option. But then you
Mm-hmm.
had, let's see, you had 3-5, which was decent.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had Kennedy, which was trash.
Yeah.
Um,
Because you're not talking about New Orleans is not that big a town. So you
right.
know, so going cross town New Orleans is not that doesn't take that long.
Not at
Okay.
all.
So how come? So why did they send you to that school? If this is one of the worst schools in the city, why are they sending you to that school? You upper class, a middle class dude.
Man, I really don't know. Well, we wasn't middle class. We was in a middle class neighborhood, but we wasn't middle class. We was working class.
Okay. So
So
why you go
parents are blue
to
collar.
what? Yeah. Why? So why did you
Yeah, they blue
send?
collar.
So why did they? It's still why did they send you to a project school with basically people on welfare and stuff like that?
I don't know. I
Did you
really
You
ask
don't
might
them?
need to
know.
get with them and find that
I
out. That
wouldn't
would make
I
sense.
wouldn't send my kids there.
Yeah,
Cause
that
it
would make
was
sense.
fucked up, man. It was like I remember my first year I was doing good in school and shit.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
beside the second year, it's like nigga, I'm learning how to play spades, how to roll dice and shit. Like no,
Okay.
this school was horrible, man. It was like the shit off of Lean on Me. Like you had
Hmm.
to go through the fucking metal detectors. They had
Hmm.
fucking drug dogs. You didn't have
Okay.
no we didn't have no lockers because they used to store drugs in
So
the lockers and shit.
where'd your parents go to school?
Uh they went to different schools than me. Like their schools was actually a little bit better.
What is normally okay? Normally, parents will not send you to a worse school than they went to. So why did your parents? Because they're from New Orleans, right? So everybody knows the
Right.
reputation of the school. Why they send you to that school? That's what I'm trying to find out.
I don't
It
know.
doesn't
I
make
gotta
sense.
ask a question too. Like,
Mm.
why? Here's a question. Like, are the schools that you went to still like standing? Are they still there?
Well, this particular school I'm talking about, it's the building is there, but they never reopened it after Katrina.
Okay.
Okay.
But it was so for middle school, I went to this school, but for high school, I actually went to one of the best high schools. But it was all public schools.
Yeah, because
But this was
I can speak mostly to like transitioning back and forth because I've been to both. I've been moving around though, so it's kind of a little bit different. I've been moving around from state to state, like so. I grew up in Ohio, then moved to Georgia. Then I spent all of my schooling years in those two states, and all the schools that I went to in elementary and my upbringing, you know, was mostly lower class. You know what I'm saying? So I used to fight every day, all sorts of crazy shit. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? See shootings, all
But you
that
like
shit.
it though.
No, I don't. I do it, but I don't. But
the I
What
knew this
city is that?
school.
What city is that?
I grew up in Toledo.
Ooh, okay. Right
So I
after the mills left, huh?
Yeah.
so I knew this school was
Ooh.
gonna be bad when the first day a dude beat up a chick so bad that she had to leave out on the stretcher.
Mm. Okay.
Ouch.
And this
Damn.
motherfucker was leaving in handcuffs.
Mm.
This is middle school. It's one of those schools where you have motherfuckers that's really supposed to be like in
Hmm.
high school or really be in adult education. Like these
Hmm.
motherfuckers in middle school with like 5 tattoos, a mouthful of gold teeth. It was one of them
Hmm.
type fucking schools.
Okay. And your parents were okay with it.
Yeah, man. I don't understand
That's
why.
weird.
Because it's
Have
like
you ever asked
my
them?
No,
Yeah, he already said he
my
had
mom
it. I
passed
mean,
away in 2019, so I
Okay.
never got a chance to ask
yeah,
him.
y'all niggas,
Your
Okay.
dad still
are
alive?
digging. Like,
Yeah, my dad's still alive, but he was kind of hands off with stuff like that.
No,
He
he
was
ain't
more
that. Come on, man. You're a
disciplinarian.
grown ass man. Your dad ain't that hands off about why you
Yeah.
went to school at a certain place. He knows.
Well, ask your dad.
yeah, you say,
Yeah.
nigga, I'm hands off. Nigga, I was hands off at that point.
Unless he's out of state. Yeah,
I
you grew
mean,
up with
it's
both
No, I
parents,
mean
right?
I could ask him, but I
You grew
doubt
up
he
with both
knows.
parents, right?
DGS is like,
Yeah, yeah.
call him right now. I want to know.
No, I mean, some,
I want to have a heart to heart with this motherfucker.
I mean,
Like,
sometimes
what you doing?
kids have these problems with their parents, but yet they never talk to their parents. So you hear it in the space all the time. Like, my dad didn't do this. Did you ask your parents what was actually going on? Because maybe you don't know what was going on.
I mean, it's just, I mean,
Uh,
you know, my thing
Now I would
is,
ask a lot of stuff recently, but I don't know. I never really thought about it until more recently. Cause it's like my mom actually invested a lot in my education, my parents in
Really?
general. And what I mean by that is, I mean, I'm not saying that I had freaking SAT prep and shit, you know, but I did have like tutors a couple of times that she paid for that did definitely help me out when I was struggling early on. And so
How old are you, Jesse?
I'm 31.
But she would send you. She sends you to a school that she know is substandard. That's investing in your education. And yeah, I'm not gonna. That's your
No,
parents.
what I'm saying is the reason why it's so curious because it's like it's like a difference in the other schools that I went to.
Okay.
So the elementary school and the high school I went to was actually some of the better schools. Like so the high school I graduated from is the same high school that Auntie Mackie graduated from.
Okay.
Which is one of the best schools in New Orleans. It's a
okay. So was
they call it a blue ribbon school.
So the middle school was fucked up, but the high school.
Yeah, the middle school was fucked up.
Okay.
Oh, so they got it right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
I don't know, man. Like
so
I got
a bunch of like famous and like rich, motherfuckers that eventually got famous and rich graduated from my school.
Okay.
Master P graduated from this school.
Okay.
Even though he got a basketball scholarship type thing there, but
there's a difference. So so I get it now. The thing is that what they were trying to explain to you about Dennis Sperling and guys like him, people that can relate to him, because I had a similar upbringing to his shitty upbringing, right? But to a certain extent, when there's a transition period, because he probably had a similar experience that I had, where if you've been to bad areas and you lived in those bad areas amongst the people, you have a different outlook. Or you experience, you're in this shit, so you know why the shit's happening. You're connected to it in some senses, because you may have even engaged in it at some point. You know what I'm saying?
Tell a story. He did tell a story.
Yeah. And so there's a disconnect because you know where the problems are coming from, and for you dabbled in it. You went to some of these schools, but it wasn't as though how I put this. You came from that background more, I guess, intimately. So you have a different outlook. So what Dennis Sperling is saying may not connect with you, and the reason for that is because you're not connected in that sense, like where
you talking to me?
Archer. You mean Archer?
No.
Archer. It was Archer that said that. Yeah, that's why.
I'm saying, are you talking about Archer? Or are you talking?
I don't know. He must have dropped down. I don't know. Who
Archer dropped down. So not Jesse.
I'm about to say, like, I definitely understand what Dennis and BGS are saying because, like, even though the neighborhood I grew up, like going to school with motherfuckers that's in the housing projects every day, that shit you get. I mean, it bleeds into your life as well because you have to adapt to that shit. You can't just be the motherfucker from the middle class neighborhood when 80% of your school is from the project.
And
that shit ain't gonna work. And I'm light skinned and 5'5", nigga. What are you talking about? You gotta learn how to fight quick, nigga. Or be funny, or something. But now you know what's funny.
I cut you. Yeah.
So I was always the funny dude, right? And in my 8th grade year at this horrible school, I got into a fight with this dude called 6'2", So this motherfucker was in the 8th grade, sick, like the tallest nigga in school, basically. And so yeah, I never was like that type of shit. Didn't worry me. He got mad because I was ribbing his ass. He started talking shit about. That's how I always get into fight with larger guys. Like they'll start talking shit, and then I start talking shit, and I be
And
talking shit better than them. They get mad. That's usually how I go.
That's how I always go.
Yeah, you know, like that's why you short, nigga. Learn to read, man, and then give a fuck about what you say.
Yeah. That's why I didn't get in the middle of it because I know what Dennis was going hard in the paint. I know what he's saying, but I thought he went about it the wrong way. I know what he's saying. I know why he's saying it. Just say, okay, I don't think this is the way to
my
actually
thing
do it.
is you let that dumb bitch gas your ass up because like my thing is it's like dude this is
What
a
dumb
chick who
bitch?
couldn't even that fat female you know and she and
Now I'm lost.
Yeah,
okay
who
I'm
you
talking
talking
There's a
about?
lot
I'm
of dumb
lost too.
bitches at work. There's a lot of dumb bitches.
Who you talking about?
okay so when he was talking about that line them up comment that was
Oh
really,
yeah. No,
yeah and it was that
I know where that comes from. That's something that's deep inside that comes from from his childhood.
No, I understand that, but I'm talking about like when you look in the context of what was being said outside of just I ain't trying to take it off him saying it, but I'm talking about that chick. It was like gassing them up, you know. And why don't y'all do this? And then we deal with this, and we deal with. I said, look, man, my thing is we wouldn't have a problem if you stayed where the fuck your pussy was.
That's
Like,
what he's
real
saying.
talk,
That's what
like
he's saying.
real talk, and that's what I would have told her. I was like, there's only an issue because you all want to fuck certain niggas, have babies with certain niggas, and then y'all want other niggas to take
be
care of
accountable
it.
for it.
If y'all just stay where the fuck you are and just own that shit, then nobody would have nothing to say.
Yeah. The thing is, and this is something that and this dude said this back in the he's actually a gang counselor, right? He's a gang negotiator between the Crips, Bloods, and all this other, right? And he was just saying, he said the biggest problem that keeps this shit going is the chicks, right? Because the dudes, number one, they don't have steady employment. They can't live anywhere, and they have to live with these chicks. And these chicks are actually the ones that's supporting all this bullshit.
Yep.
But if the chicks let them go, then the dudes can actually come in, step in, and kind of reform some of these dudes. But the women are always in the fucking way. Even with the mentoring program. Remember I think it was Detroit 300. The men, okay. It wasn't the white folks that came in and stood in the way. It's actually the women that came in and fucked everything up.
It was the black women that sued them.
Hold on for a second. Broke Genius, is this you?
Yeah, it's me, man.
Hey, what up, man?
Yeah,
I just wanted to make sure because you never showed your picture like that.
The Detroit 300, they got sued by some black women.
Yeah,
and what really frustrates me, and this is where a lot of dudes are like bitches for this, because it's like you niggas that want to talk about fixing shit, nigga. It's really only one real like, and I said this with Obsidian when Obsidian was trying to play the, black men just want to fight bull. He'll do that pseudo intellectual bullshit on like,
yeah.
It's basically like when Dave Chappelle is practicing his comedy in like it's famous for being no name, so the people that know, but the average person ain't gonna know the comedy club,
like the comedy seller,
So anyway, I'm not trying to talk shit about seeing, but when he was saying that black men want to fight just as much as black women, I'm like, no, that's bullshit. It's very easy to get if you present it don't even gotta be a fair deal. It's just gotta be a deal where motherfuckers can swallow it without gagging, right? I was thinking about the expansion.
Yo, that sounded real gay, but I'm gonna leave that
I
alone.
understand, and that's where I'm gonna explain it. I was thinking about the expanse where the food that they have, because they're always in Spain.
Oh yeah.
They gotta put salt on it, because otherwise, it ain't
they
real
can't
food.
eat it.
Yeah. So, but I get what you're saying, PK. That's why I had that explanation.
It's like, oh shit.
But
to stop yourself real quick.
But I said the point for that point, like they gotta be able to somehow be able to accept it. It's gotta be acceptable deal. And there is no, like, black women don't even want to have that conversation. They're too busy trying to talk black men into basically doing what they perceive they've always done. And I'm like, the environment is not
Well, I
going
don't know, man, because I think that you get some guys trying to justify the cleanup game, and I understand where it
Hey,
comes
no,
from.
hold on,
I
PJ.
can't, I can't,
That's
I
how
got
that's what I was
no
getting to.
chill. I got
That's
no
what I
chill.
was getting to. And that's why a lot of this stuff is you got dudes that they're trying to do that too. They're trying to talk dudes and here's what's crazy. And this I just cannot let this stand. It's when niggas that they won't do it, but they want to tell you to do it.
You do it, yeah.
Like with this dude by the name of Dear Future Wifey, and Game Changer got his ass at the end. He was like, "So these women you're talking about, would you date them?" He's like, "Well, I'm me." Like, nigga, what? And I was about to leave, but I came back. I said, "You." So I'm so you got a channel called. And this is an 80,000 subscription channel. Shout out to him, Dear Future Wifey.
That's
But
not justification.
because he was talking about like these women, do they DM him, and he said they do, and he said so what do you do? But he said he didn't want to answer the question.
But hold on, Ed, real quick. I don't think there's no justification for that, even if it's something that you do individually in your life, where you date these single mothers and you clean up.
How you talking, but
yeah, go ahead.
No, you're right. This just goes to show you how full of shit these dudes are. Like at least if they were living how you talking, I could be like, oh, okay, this is what they know.
Not even then. Not even then. That still isn't okay. That ain't it.
I get it. I'm not saying it would be acceptable, but it just shows you how egregious it is. The fact, because it tells you they absolutely know that it's a bad deal. The fact they won't take it. It's kind of like when BGS was talking about the what was the thing, the Kyoto, the thing with the in Russia with the nuclear, or in Ukraine,
Chernobyl.
And then they had, and then at least the dude that said y'all gonna have to go in there went in there with him, supposedly. But it's okay niggas doing that. Do it because it needs to be done, but I'm not doing it. It's no we. I'm talking about you. I gotta be on the radio telling y'all what to do out here, for better signal.
We went through that in this manosphere.
That's what black men are doing, and it ain't just him. I'm not gonna start naming names, but there's a couple of dudes like that that's in this space, and I'd be like, yo, y'all can't do that. Y'all can't be trying to sell. Y'all can't do that. That's bullshit. And
the Russians got that now.
Well, dudes know that. So my thing is, the dudes can't even be on the same page, and then you don't have the leverage to really get the women on stage. And this is why you got dudes that when women do stupid stuff like that with the Detroit 100 stuff, there ain't no dudes showing the fuck up.
Well, that's why.
At the end of the day, that's the gynocracy working. And this is why when you do try to tell other dudes to take a bad deal, or a women ain't that.
But see, that's the whole point though, because the men are saying it, but you let like Kevin was showing that a woman will not tell her son to go date a single mother.
Nope.
She'll probably tell another guy that's not her son, but when it comes to her son, he needs to have his own family.
Explain that shit.
And I'll be honest with you, I've heard that from other women that told me
because I don't have
grandkids. When I was working with this one chick, she at Walmart, my manager. She said the same damn thing. She said, "Don't date single mothers." I've had women all across my life told me, "Don't date a single mother. You want your own damn family."
Yeah, there were no ready-made families.
Yeah,
they always say.
Man, you know what's crazy? Now that you say that, my mom was a single mother. She adopted a child before she met my dad, and I dated a chick that was a single mom, but the chick was down for polygamy, and she was pissed off at me for messing with her.
But that's what it is a lot. It's that hypocrisy, but part of that too is that biological grandkid incentive. But the thing about it is you're never, and see, if I was on a Lapeef network, this is the type of commentary I would give, not going fully automatic. I would talk about things like checks. There is no checks and balances. Name me one check and balance that black women got to deal with. One. They can't. But you can name a whole bunch of checks. If they think a woman having a kid is a check, no, it's not, because that's a choice. She can choose to do it. In fact, a woman can give up that responsibility almost at any time that she wants.
Yeah.
So that's not a real check. because I'm talking about stuff that can be levied. That's one problem. The
Mm-hmm.
other problem is there's no trust. And when it comes back to dudes, if dudes are not gonna be on the same page, because see, y'all protect the fuckery because y'all are trying to protect the women.
Well,
And if
there's no just you really can't. There's no angle that you
But
can go at it to win
you're
this,
hung
man.
up on that. But my point is, it's
Hung
not
up on
about
what?
me trying to justify something.
Mm-hmm.
It's me trying to highlight how egregious it is. Because it's like, even if you look at this from a let's be reasonable standpoint, there is no standpoint in which you're not completely on the absolute bullshit. There is no, well, let's be reasonable. Okay, you map out to me how being reasonable, because I'm mapping out to you multiple angles. I'm talking about them. So I do that in a way to say there is no wiggle room for you. You're full of shit 100%, no matter how you try to angle the fucking, cell phone shot so you don't look fat or look fuck. You're bullshit. And the dudes will go along with that because a lot of that shit is cowardice. They want to protect, and you're not protecting the women. You're basically having short-term cowardice because the women suffer in the long run. Like, you won't look at all these chicks dying alone. Oh, but they died with their grandkids. They did. No. Let's cut that bullshit out. That's the argument they want to have. When they have babies and shit, they die with it. No. That's not true. Because we got women in our family that don't gotta do. And it's not the same thing as their kids. The son husband shit, all of that shit, that shit is
Mm-hmm.
like real shit. So don't try to play like all they gotta do is have kids. Whatever. Well, dudes die alone. Dudes accept that.
Well,
Dudes.
what's the thing is for the whole overarching argument in terms of deal making, there
Mm-hmm.
has to be a point of leverage for either side. And unfortunately, one side doesn't have any point of leverage. The only thing that they tend to leverage is the sex.
The
Either
black
it's
men's
either it's the
greatest
sex or some weird pro black argument that ends up being community,
black
right?
men's greatest leverage is their
Not
power.
for black men. I was saying the opposite. What what
Well,
what is tended to leverage against black men coming, basically the argument for coming back in and cleaning up the community.
well,
The point
that
of
only
leverage there is you get a better community or some
The,
pussy, and
the,
it's like that's
the,
not
the
it
thing
doesn't
is,
make sense.
at the end of the day, what black men have done that already. What did they get out of it?
Not a
And
damn
that's the
thing.
problem. And that's
exactly,
why
and
they're not
black
Yeah.
doing it
women
now.
don't want to
And see,
like.
this is the
Because boomers and X's have already done that.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
juice is not worth the squeeze.
And
Detroit,
that's what.
Detroit
Yeah.
is just like Chicago, is a single mother stronghold. So the guys in that community or the city or whatever, they just go along, get along, basically. You know, Detroit, Chicago, a lot of different places. You show me a city, it's a whole bunch of single mom strongholds.
Because the money, the state, the government money, and the money's been filtered through the women.
Mhm.
So if
Yeah,
you want to survive, that's where you got to go.
yeah. So
What are
my
you gonna do?
point,
Or either
yeah.
that or leave.
And this is why even the women that want to talk about, we want to have the conversation. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
we can have I have no problem having the conversation. But see, here's
Man,
the problem.
fuck you. I don't want to have a conversation.
Well, I'm saying if I were, I mean, you know what, my channel ain't always having women, mostly don't have women on it. But I'm saying if I go to these places where that's what they want to do, you're
Mm-hmm.
gonna have to kind of argue the stuff the way they want it argued. And
Mm-hmm.
so what I'm saying, even if I bring up those key points, they have no answers for that. Like,
Yep.
they have no answers for, is there any checks and balance against black female? They have no answers for that. This is why, think about that chick BGS just did the review on the 90s chick. She wanted to, in her world, black men, even the black men that have the sexual leverage like that, are
Mm-hmm.
not what she says. This idea that they're just these patriarchs and they just want you to cater their ego
Mm-hmm.
all the
Well,
time.
well,
Nigga,
you
they
know,
ain't never seen that.
okay, the ones that want you to cater to their world, the ones that she's talking about, the masters of the universe, you goddamn right they do.
You damn right they deserve it.
They
Well, I'm
In
not
deserve
fact,
it.
even.
they're entitled to it.
They're
Yeah,
entitled
Well,
we
to it.
I'm not.
deserve it. God damn it!
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
Jesse can tell you if you that dude, you want to be treated like you that dude, right?
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but she ain't
Mm-hmm.
running up against that many motherfuckers like that.
Ah,
Not to the point. Not to the point where,
they're,
like,
they're not dating her. She's around them. Okay, whatever she does, she's around them. Okay, she says she knows them, she's around them, but guess what? They're not picking her.
Yeah, they're her bosses, and
Yeah,
People
they
at the
supposed to be.
networking events.
So all
Yeah,
right, let me
network
ask you
events.
this: do you
Yeah.
think these guys got the same standards and got the same things that like at the non-black men at their level are?
Yeah,
They're
they do.
exactly the same.
Yes, they do. I had to
Not
tell my
exact.
daughter. I had to tell my daughter is pretty, right? But she talked about she wants the same caliber of guy. I said you got to be white girl skinny.
I don't. I don't. I mean, I hear what you.
If you look at her, just look at her, right? Look at her. Just take away what she's saying when she walked in, the way she's dressed, how thin she was. Okay, she looks the way she has her hair, right? She looks like a woman that would probably date a white man or somebody
You
similar to
talking about
that.
the chick in the video?
Yeah.
But
Oh
from
yeah, but
looks to
she
attitude
she
to
ain't got
Attitude.
yeah,
Yeah.
but she ain't
Yeah.
got. I mean, yeah, you say the attitude. She ain't got the. She's one of them chicks that would date. She
She's a climber.
she don't have the
She's a climber.
features to get. Yeah, she's gonna get one of them lower grade white dudes. She ain't gonna get no white dude that's like really on point.
What I'm saying is I'm talking about the kind of dudes that she's around, okay? Because she says she's around. Even she said
Yeah, they
she's
be
around
lying,
those dudes.
yo. They be
No,
They do be lying, but go
no.
ahead.
She's educated. She probably has a corporate job. She's probably doing something on the side. She's around those dudes. She can't land one.
She never will.
And I'm gonna keep it real with you.
I'm listening to how she's talking, right? Because the kind of dudes, the masters of the universe, want to be catered to. Okay, they want you to look a certain way. They don't want you. They
Yeah, and
want
she
you.
don't fit that at all. And when you say masters of the universe, like for
She
instance,
don't fit it.
if
She
you
don't
talk
fit that.
about white dudes, she like man, ain't no white dude that's in a fucking top 20%. Is especially with her because women get with dudes get with black women because they know they can have absolute control compared to what they would do.
Okay. What I'm saying is, because trust and believe, I went to white schools. Okay, I went to fucking white schools. I went to
Yeah, with
mixed
white
schools.
dudes.
I went with white dudes until high school. All my friends in school were white. Okay. They date chicks that look like her. Okay, would they marry her? Is she gonna be in the top 10 on their list? No. But thing is, the way anywhere. Okay,
Fun clubbing.
the way
They
she
fun
does her
clubbing.
hair, she's a little bit of a what's we call it, a little bit of a bohemian. Okay. The way she carries herself, that she's thin, she's not really trying to attract the basic or the average black dude. She's not built that way. Okay. So she's looking for the upper crust kind of corporate black dudes or a white guy.
And I'm gonna say this, Edward. You talking about do black guys have the same standard? So I look at it like this. I do the hierarchy as masters of the universe, high value men, and Henrys. Right. So Henrys is high earner, not rich yet. That's kind of like guys. I would say that's
Climbers.
like 80, 75, 90,000.
Yeah.
Even at the Henry level,
Mm-hmm.
those guys are extremely strict and picky with women.
Yep.
So even at the 80,000, 90,000 level, those guys are extremely picky in terms of the women that they want. Because I'm in a group. I started a group of about 30 guys from Kevin's group, and we have guys anywhere from let's say 65 a year to the highest earning guy makes 500,000 a year working for Amazon, right? And so these guys are extremely picky.
Yeah, I'm not saying
wait,
I'm
quick,
not
real
saying they're not. That's
Real-
not what I was saying.
Real quick, Ed. I'm actually gonna help you. The thing is that I think that to some extent I agree with Ed because of the reason that I think black men overall do have lower standards.
Yeah,
I believe that.
overall, I would say that, yeah.
But when it filters down through the class levels, yes, you can still say that they do have higher standards than what would be the average. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
We talk about the top 5%.
I'm saying if you look at the top 10% of black men versus the top 10% of white men, yes, black men are going to be more comparable. I would argue it would be closer than maybe in the bottom 50% for black and white. But but it's not gonna be the exact same. They're not gonna be like you're not gonna say they got more standards than what these white boys have because there's a certain level of entitlement that is not. Unless the only exception to that rule is if you're dealing with black men that they came from money or they genetically that's just all they know.
Honestly, I think their standards are just a tad bit lower.
Who's that? The black man? When you
just a tad bit.
And that's what I'm saying.
When black dudes, when black dudes get to earning over that 150,000 mark, there's a big change.
Yeah. Yep.
There's a big change.
They
want model chicks. Okay.
So let me say it like this. Hold on. Let me say it like this. A nigga that's 5'7" making 250,000 is not gonna be exactly like a white boy that's 5'7" making 250,000.
Exactly. No, but very similar.
It's one thing y'all haven't drilled. It's one thing y'all haven't drilled down on. That 75 to 125 plus K demographic, as far as black people, is very small.
Very tiny.
Very small.
Yeah.
I mean, you would actually. Yeah.
Shit, I'm 5'7" and I don't even make 150,000, and I'm fucking picky. So shit.
I mean, I'm picky too, but what I'm saying is,
okay. Bottom line, actually explain it because what she's saying for the kind of guys that she's picking, she's actually describing what they want, right? They want you. They want you to cater to the world because that's how come she's not getting picked. Because she don't want to do it.
That's what I'm saying. Like this ain't even like it's not even enough there. I mean, at the end of the day, her biggest problem is she believes that it's just she looks at this like from a standpoint of like racism. Like it's the problem is they have
racism.
No, seriously, because she looks at it like the problem is these guys have prejudices that should fix. They have a problem. This is why she was trying to make it like their ego. They're not mature.
Their ego, yeah. She was saying that ego.
And
She was saying that. Yeah.
It would be like me saying, "Oh, well, there's something wrong with you because you want to do this like 6 foot."
And my response to her saying that is so fucking what?
That's what they say.
You beat me to it.
And that's what her response would be to what I said, because that's literally what. Because I would say, if you want a guy, because even when she said, "Well, I want a guy that makes more," because that's what he kind of said when he agreed. I was like, "Well, that's a problem, maybe because as a feminist, if you believe in equality, you shouldn't believe in that by your own doctrine." But you wouldn't, because you would think I'm crazy for saying that that's a problem. Well, I'm just a woman. Well, bitch, I'm just a man. And if you get to that level, there's gonna be expectations. If you don't qualify, that ain't my problem.
Because he asked her, the kind of guy that you described, said, "Do you know any?" She said yes. I said, "What kind of women do they have? Are they with?" And she started laughing because they're not with you.
Because here's the problem. The problem is your issue is because here's the thing. The thing about that video is great because you can't blame it on color. You can't blame it on looks. Everything that you can control doing. You said fuck all that shit. Like 90% of it, you said you weren't gonna do. Like everything when he was talking about, well, if I put my foot down and say this is fine, well, it depends on what. No, that's
depends. What the fuck?
Yeah. Like that's bullshit because that means you're gonna and they got to it when they were talking about, well, he's always gonna see that as an issue, so he gonna pick. Well, and then that's when he got it. He said, there you go. And then she was like, well, no, that's what they did.
Yeah,
because what they should be okay.
What they could be.
So show me one of these dudes that actually believe that. And even if you find one, why would they pick you? Because you ain't the only person.
They won't. That's a disqualifier. What you just mentioned a second ago. They won't. That's a disqualifier.
You say Russell Wilson is a simp. I know. Hold on, BGS. Still pick Sierra.
Okay.
All of y'all ain't Sierra. So
they ain't Sierra. They're not Sierra. Exactly.
Let's assume that we go with that narrative.
Okay.
It still took a Sierra.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it for another reverse also too.
How many Sierras are there in the world?
So even if we exactly, so even if we find this magical dude that y'all want to have a prayer with, shout out to the prayer bears.
Nah.
He still picked a chick that, as Kareem would say, has statuesque looks, and
Yes.
it's like no, and his original girlfriend ain't ugly, a wife ain't ugly either. So
No.
these guys, so now you praying for these dudes to date down looks wise, and
But
you're not gonna
this
date
is
down.
the problem with those guys, and the whole issue with the Sierra versus Russell Wilson thing, right?
I still don't get it. But
the thing about it is this: they don't look at the simple fact that he chose Sierra. They don't look at the fact that he made rules for her before they got together. Simple fact that we are not going to have sex, blah blah blah, this and that. She had to adhere to that. She had to adhere to him in his program first. He made her go to a detox session.
It's
Yeah.
That's a good point.
It's like
That's a
somebody
very good
saying,
point.
Well, it's about. It wasn't necessarily for the simple fact that I would say, and that this isn't to counter your part, Art. It's just to add on to it. He didn't do that with the intention of like, well, you're just not going to have sex. With the reason that he did that was so that she could familiarize herself with being basically him being in control of what it is that that she wants to do. That was the reason for that. If he wants to do some shit, she needs to be on the program, and so she needs to acclimate herself to being on that program.
Let me ask Edward this. Okay, let me ask Edward this. In the 6 or 7 years they've been together, at what point has Sierra put her foot down and said no?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I really don't. But I'm not really on that dying on the horse for that. I mean, I hope they had that shit last.
I'm saying, well, in other words, everybody says that she's in control of the relationship, right? At what point has he's ever done something and she nixed it?
What they point to is they point to these little rebellious, what they perceive as rebellious acts. That's
Like
what
what?
everybody is
Like
pointing
what?
to, like the twerking, like the dance. I mean, that's what
He's
they're
there.
I'm telling you what they're pointing to.
It seems sanctioned by him because
I'm
he's
not
always,
here.
he's always
Okay,
there.
I'm not here to be their appointed representative. I'm telling you what they're saying.
Yeah.
My thing is, my argument is that my biggest issue with it is you got these dumb bitches that think they look as good as it's like, let's take Megan Good for example. If somebody were to sit here and be like, well, Megan Good still got it, I'm like, nigga, like
You ain't,
or Maya, or like say because Maya married herself.
Look at somebody local, like what's her name, Melanie, whatever that name is.
Melanie King?
Yeah, Melanie King.
Melanie King. Okay. Okay. I mean, if niggas are thirsting over that bitch like it's going out. She's thirsting over her ass like it's going out of style.
You talking about that light skinned chick?
Yeah, the light skin shit. I saw in them boots. I said, okay, I see it. I see it.
I mean, I just see the tits. That's all I see. Them some nice tits.
No. She's actually shown. Go to her Instagram, right? She had some thigh. She had some thigh highs. She got her own hair down to her ass. That's a fine ass bitch.
Well, what I'm saying, my
down, BGS down.
She is. She's fine. It is. I mean, I actually call them as I see them.
Yeah,
okay,
Morpheus, one of the dudes in my chat, good listener, it comes up sometimes when I do a panel. He met her in real life recently, and then Bitter was on there, and Bitter was like, "You didn't shoot your shot," and he was like, "Man, she had her daughter with nah, motherfucker." And then he said, "Well, I got daughters. I got a daughter too." And still, I understand, but still, and my daughter would have been with me. But anyway, so he said, "Yeah, she's like 5'6". Yeah, she looked what." You know, he talked to her for a second because he's in Orlando, and apparently that's the area she's in. And you know, Orlando got a lot of strag problems too outside Disney World. Orlando just don't.
I've talked on my women's channel. I've talked to some Orlando strags. I know what they're going through.
Yeah. So Orlando just don't get heat because all of Florida is strag central.
Yeah, all of Florida.
Orlando ain't Memphis or like some of the well known, but don't act like we don't know about Orlando.
It's southern strags. Yeah, ain't no worse than a southern strag.
But that's what she was at. And that makes sense as far as her other channel why they were doing the Disney World shit with the family shit because that's where they live. I was like, why y'all paying a lot of money? But I was like, that's a good hustle for.
It's like living in LA going to Disneyland. It's no big deal.
But the thing is, from a mentality standpoint, because if you look at those videos from her, the other YouTube video channel she got, like this generated 1 billion views. She's a little bit bigger because those are from a couple years ago. Because I guess marriage weight, but she said that she was fit before. This is what she said with O'Shea's interview a while back. She was fit before, so she kind of knew how to lose it, and you can tell. So my point is her mentality. Like a lot of these women, they'll sit there and weave it up and try to cover it up.
Isn't she a former fitness model?
She might be. I could believe
I think she said that when she was young, she was a fitness model. So she's in the trade. So it's not like you can tell that she's been a model before.
But my point is like that's y'all ain't her. I mean, most of these chicks ain't even Courtney. So I mean, like they might be.
That's way down on the list.
Well,
That's way down on the list.
But I'm just saying they ain't even her. So I mean, they might. So some of y'all might be able to get like she could get a deal made. But a lot of y'all don't even put yourselves in that position. Y'all want some femininity code. This is why April done quit on y'all. Nicole got married and quit on y'all. Like,
Unrealistic.
Harrison done quit on y'all.
That's what I was gonna say. They have a
quit.
Well, because all the femininity coaches will tell you, okay, it still comes down for black women looks first. It really does.
It's a delusion.
One time.
And that is cool. But you gonna have to look good, your damn. Like this idea that is, and see, this is why black women always wind up with niggas that ain't got money.
That's why they lose.
When they say they're tired,
this the one thing.
Hold on. When they say they're tired of dating women, dudes like struggling, what they're essentially saying is, I'm tired of doing looks first. I want looks and money. Go ahead.
This delusional calculator is
high. Why do you think Steph Curry can't find a dude?
Zeros.
And you know this
Steph Curry can't find a dude.
Hold on, Jesse been waiting, so I did kind of cut him off.
That's one thing that previous generations I don't think had to necessarily deal with to the level of the millennials, is that back in Gen X and Boomers and before, if a motherfucker was a 5, she brought some other shit to the table. This motherfucker could cook her ass off, submissive as hell or whatever. At least she cooperate with you. She could dress good, something. She has some other skill sets. In the millennial generation, you have motherfuckers that are 5s and 6 that think they are 8 and 9, and Kevin Samuel proved that shit with that ranking shit.
Yeah, you
right. The thing is
Kevin
a lot of these
Samuel
bitches
proved that shit.
A lot of bitches in our age category, because you're a millennial, they useless. They're absolutely useless. They're not useful for relationships. A lot of these women in our age category are mostly useful for working. That's okay. They'll work till they die, as Kevin said.
Yeah, the delusional calculator is broken.
Yep.
Basically.
You know what? Now is happening. I'm seeing.
And that's their mother's fault. And you already seeing it. Like I said, it's the rise of the Tokyo Tony grandmothers. You're already seeing that shit. And like I said, with that celebrity video where they were talking about all these girls now, they getting 14, 13. And here's the thing, they want to blame it on the men. And you may be able to do that from a media perspective. But it's just like with the fentanyl, where you want to keep everything focused on black people and all that. But that don't stop white people from dying. Just because you ain't locking them up doesn't mean it's not having an impact. On top of the compound impact of like them not maintaining birth rates, on top of them basically fucking their bodies up irreparably. We're not even going to talk about COVID. And so it's the same thing. It's similar things as to with black women. These things are compounding. You can ignore it, do whatever you want. You can try to date out and get those bottom dudes, but a lot of them bottom dudes be trying to come up off of black women, and they're willing. So it's like it's things that compound. Just because it's not talked about, if the manosphere disappears, that doesn't mean the shit doesn't keep happening. This is why black women always want to live in this delusion, because even the way that chick was talking, she was talking like all these chicks are bad bitches. They got all this boss stuff. We got our stuff together. We just need dudes to just be with. I'm like, yo, black men still make more money than black women individually as a group. And yet we got a good portion of our population that are not employed because of racism, and also not only to read shit, then on top of the fact, like the folks that are still locked up, and yet we still are beating you and all of that. Mm-hmm. But see, to let black women tell it, black men are like black women are just kicking black. No, you're not.
Well, it's by virtue. They're measuring it.
About it now that's happening. I'm starting to see videos of females calling out other females about this woman empowerment. This video by Jessa Larris, who hilarious.
I
He
did
made
see that. Go ahead,
Yeah, you
man.
see that, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Calling out Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, and Beyonce. This woman empowerment, fleece a
And I don't
dude,
even like
all
that
that mess. And yet, you know what I'm saying? Y'all married in long-term relationships. Most of us ain't got that. We
Hold on,
follow
let me see if I
our
can find
rhetoric.
it.
So
Well, they're
Edward, you said
measuring it. They're
you said
measuring it.
you said
Go ahead,
about
Justin.
chicks, about guys coming up off of chicks, right? So I got in today's episode of Women Say the Darndest Things. Black American chick says, I really want to talk about my experience as a younger person who travels to Ghana often. Since November, I've noticed a trend of Black American women who are 30 and under teaming up with their African boyfriends to try to scam other women in relationships with guys in Africa. Is there a place that we could talk about this to prevent our women from being scammed?
It's a good hustle. I wouldn't be surprised because Black women have a tendency to let their guard like absolutely down because they're so used to saying niggas ain't shit. They assume anything they ain't African American do
Oh
and can't do
well.
nothing, or they also think they smarter than other folks. But yeah.
That
But
shit
no,
made me think about that Tariq Nasheed skit. Y'all ever heard that shit?
Nah.
Would it be the African dude beat the chick up? That's just so
That's
funny.
a real thing that does happen.
Yeah,
I mean,
all right, I
like,
got it. Let me
I might have
play
to pull
it.
this shit up, man. Hold up, man.
Pull it up. I got will it cue it?
I'm a little mad about something. We trying to live up to this hot girl, city girl shit. I'm talking about.
Oh my God, Mr. Let Go. Of course, it's brought to you. But go ahead.
We walk around, fuck these niggas, pop this pussy, get this money, fuck a bitch, and our fucking leaders are in love. These bitches in whole relationships. These bitches teaching us how to hop on and off dicks. Still,
She look like the Gorilla Glue chick.
She do though.
Yeah.
She do.
It had to be said. I'm sorry.
money from niggas while they sleep, how to finesse a nigga out of his drugs so we can go sell it, and they over here living happily ever after. We keep standing at the bottom of the steps waiting for Megan and City Girls to drop more songs with more instructions on how to fuck our lives up. These bitches is rich and in love, bitch, and we broke and single. Well, I ain't broke, but I'm for the people, so I'ma act broke today. Megan, you wanna help us? Rap about how you got money back, yo. Young Miami is happily in love with a nigga who says she ugly with her wig off. If that ain't love, I don't know what the fuck is. Nikki, how did you get Kenny? Cardi, how you still going strong with Offset? Iggy, how did you get Playboy? That's like taking relationship advice from a single bitch. Come on. Bitch, you want us to be hot girls, but y'all having a Sierra summer. Shit.
Well, I mean, to be fair, this is something that's going on, man. Is the
Women
fact
are
that
ignoring that shit.
Women are really impressionable, bro. They pay
Yeah.
too much attention to
they
to
always have
what's-
been.
Yeah, and the thing is that to some extent she's right, and the other issue is that she's wrong though. The thing is that women are idolizing it and trying to frame their lives as if they are these women.
Yeah.
And so they're living through these.
Yeah, they live vicariously. They live vicariously.
They've always have though.
And
Yeah,
even
they
a
have,
lot
yeah.
of the dudes, and even a lot of the dudes that they want are dudes that look like these rappers, and that's why a lot of these dudes be trying to pretend to be certain things.
They do.
Yeah. Yeah.
I call that sexual gravity, and this is
Yeah.
why I
They.
say, like,
It's just.
yeah, go ahead.
It's just like the dudes that listen to the dope boys that sell the rap, and they go sell dope and they get locked up. Same thing, just
Yeah,
different. Just sex
It's the
is
same
role reversal.
It's the same concept, but the scale is a
It's
lot.
It's a difference of measure.
Yeah, you're right, but like because men have to deal with kinetic consequences, women and even Fresh and Fit said it. They said it because women, and we all know that women are so like the main spenders in America as far as having control of purse strings and all that. But the thing about it is, they said, and they said something that I've said, but they said it a little bit better, that, the system is incentivized to keep women stupid, to keep women delusional, because that's what pretty much keeps them turned into liquid money. So this is why when you go up against what we do or what anybody does, they think it's because they're right. But the reality is, because corporations is basically like a pimp and wants to keep them on.
Yeah,
Like a drug dealer and wants to
This shit is
Let me
layered.
play this clip real quick.
That's why they call it slave
Hold
catcher
on one
music.
second. What's that? Is that Tariq Nasheed clip I was talking about? Can
See,
y'all
that's
hear
why a
it?
lot of American sisters don't like African dudes, because African dudes, they're very structural. They believe in the man being on top. They don't play that matriarchal in the relationship shit where the woman is running them. So a lot of American black women, y'all don't like dealing with them African dudes. But one reason African dudes will whoop your damn ass. A lot of you sisters out here in America, you can't talk that slick shit to one of them African cats. Them African cats will get smooth off in your ass.
Or
Real
just
quick,
leave.
You come home to an African ass whooping. You be like, he choking you and shit. Mufasa, why you choking me, Mufasa? He going off on your ass. Who is that nigga you a text messaging? Who is that nigga you a text messaging? Stop choking me, Mufasa. I wasn't text messaging nobody. You a goddamn liar. Who is that nigga you a text messaging? Why you hitting me in my ears, Mufasa? Stop it. You know, y'all sisters know what I'm talking about. Some of y'all sisters been abused by an African boyfriend. Stop pulling my hair, Mufasa. Who is that nigga you a text messaging? I'm gonna call the police on you, Mufasa. You can't call the police on no African dude. That shit don't work. African dude don't give a shit about you calling the police on them. You be on the phone, 911.
Oh, yes, they do.
I need
They do now.
Domestic violence.
That green card is
Stop choking
gold.
me, Mufasa. 911 operator.
They messing that green card up.
My ex-boyfriend is choking me right now. He's doing African jiu-jitsu on me. Somebody send somebody.
Ask me how I know.
Who is that on the phone? He get on the phone with the cops. He's right in the cop. Who is this on the phone? This is 911 operator. Do you want a piece of this? Do you want a piece of this? African, you know what? African dudes never go to jail. African dudes, I never seen them go to jail. They have all types of political connections.
They do now.
I never seen an African dude.
This is about
from
10,
Africa
12
get
years old.
arrested.
Oh yeah.
Hell no.
They be on the phone talking shit to the cops. I have diplomatic immunity. I can whoop ass anytime I feel. But I
This was funny. I saw this a long time ago.
players. I'm not saying all my African players are abusive. I'm not saying.
Pre-Ados.
Yeah.
Y'all don't fuck with them
That
Africans.
video today, he be talking about
Mufasa
smell like cat.
he hit me in my ears. He done pulled my tracks out.
Damn.
Yeah.
It might be low. It might be older than that, BGS.
It might be older than that. Yeah. It's got
It's on the
what,
video.
'Cause I haven't
2010,
listened to this shit. Put it like
2009,
this.
2010.
When I heard this shit, I was in high school. That's how old this
Yeah.
shit is.
It's old.
And I'm
It is
30
old.
ways
Yeah.
up.
Niggas be coming over here thinking, you know, everything changed with me. I'm like, y'all niggas, they really don't understand that this shit existed before. But the shit didn't exist before Kevin Samuels blew up to a lot of these motherfuckers.
That shit
Oh yeah. It's like a lot of this stuff is new to them.
Before Christ, before Kevin.
Yeah.
BK.
I remember it was on one of your streams, man, when you're driving. This dude was coming in telling me about Kevin Samuels falling off.
Oh yeah, they always do that now. You know, 'cause I'm like, nigga,
You know,
like,
I've been listening to Kevin Samuels since 2021. I started laughing. I told Kevin he was gonna blow up in 2020, right after COVID. Oh, you bringing up that COVID stuff? I said, dude, you have no clue. I said,
yeah, I mean, it's funny, man, and I get it. I get it, man. I get it. Some of these dudes, they don't know what they don't know, so I try to decipher that. Versus, I mean, I had to take Smurgo's rants. Smurgo was wild and fucked up.
What's wrong with Smurgo,
about
man?
O'Shea look like Shrek. I said, all right, you gotta lose your way.
What's wrong with Smurgo, man?
He went down the path
And
of
O'Shea
the
was
troll.
in the chat. Yeah, it's like I don't know. He went full dark side. He like somebody. He like what's the other dude that was practicing the pod with Mace Windu, and then he called the dark side
That
with it.
alien dude, I can't remember him.
Yeah, so it's something about, but he couldn't do it. That's why he said, "Okay, I can't. You niggas can't handle it." But
Yeah,
no, I don't know why Smurgo do that shit.
Smurgo tried to threaten to pull up on me. I said, "Nigga, we shoot. We shoot in L.A. We shoot in L.A." Yeah.
Look, it go.
Because I called him. I said, "You too dumb." I said, "You too dumb to be in this motherfucking conversation, man."
Hold on. It is.
I remember that. I remember that.
Hey, nigga, I'm on the west side. I can come to L.A. I said, "Nigga," I said, "Shut the fuck, Smurgo. We shoot in L.A."
They're bugging out like you know where you live and everything.
Jab told Obsidian, he's like, "Yeah, nigga, I love violence."
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Anybody from LA? No, we don't. Niggas don't throw hands like that in LA. You pull up shit. You go away in a body bag. You go away in a body bag out here.
You know what's funny?
The gunshots sound like door knocks.
It used to. It really, literally used to. Okay.
Nah, that was funny when Arsonist tried to shame Jeb. Like, nigga, you too old for this shit. Trying to be gangster, nigga. You 40 years old, nigga.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
in a sense, like a lot of dudes be turning this shit serious, man. Like
That's
I
reminds
remember
me of
like
Chris Brown.
10, I remember like 10 or 15 years ago, man. Like this shit, this internet shit used to have serious consequences. You know what I'm saying? Like motherfuckers will actually pull up and start busting at you. You know,
Man,
so
Chris
what the
Brown,
fuck?
man,
Think
he
you
had
talking all
to
that shit?
he had to join the gang, man. That LA kind of scares people. You can't get killed.
LA is it wasn't that bad before the crack era, but after crack era, man. You have to. There's a reason that you squash beefs, man, in Los Angeles. Just like what's his name found out when he got shot out in front of his in front of his store. So you got to squash beefs around here, man. You can't, you have to agree to disagree, as they say, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Or you know what? I'm just not fucking with you. Don't keep beefs going in L.A. because you wind up in a body bag behind that shit.
Yeah, Nipsey. He just was he was just too. He was
Into the
programmed.
hood too much.
He couldn't get out the hood. You know,
Yeah.
like once you get over, let's just say $1 million, right? You're supposed to have an actual business. That's enough to have an actual business where you have
He did have actual business.
Like no, I'm talking about you stand aside, like you let your business
you got
run.
employees. You got employees.
Yeah, not you hanging out your shop like you just a small business owner and shit.
A lot of dudes had
His
that
thing
problem.
was he just wanted to hang around the
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't do that. You don't do that shit.
Because what him and his brother said in the interview was that before he made it and shit, the marathon store which he purchased, that's where he used to hang out when he used to sell drugs and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't get rid of that.
He just went up to the dude and purchased it.
The
only thing I really fault him for is not having proper security. I'll tell you one thing. Once my ass get rich, I ain't doing no homie security bullshit because too many of them niggas ain't got killed with that bullshit.
Nah, we was
I'm
talking
hiring
about
professionals.
We was talking about this a while ago with I think it was Ed up here. We was talking about this maybe a couple months ago, man. And this was happening to one guy who basically was still hanging around with Bloods or something like that, and basically I don't remember who the guy was. He brought up a video about how he lost his fortune. I think it was a guy who played in one of these TV shows. I don't know if it was Power or what was it. I don't know, but the dude was supposedly raking in a lot of money. He was making like $150,000. He was I would say like a B or C list star, and he was still running around in the same crowds that he grew up with. Thing is that once you get elevated economically, a lot of these people, some people that come out the hood, man, they don't elevate their social status or their social class, and they still hang around them people who do the same shit. They never go up.
That's the problem. Yeah, I mean, not just Nipsey, also too Pac, also too, and also too. I understand you want to help the people, be near the people, but you're not part of that crowd anymore, man. You don't see
they don't
Snoop Dogg go back to neighborhoods like that. No, they're
Snoop said it best. Snoop said it best in the interview that he had. He said when he was down there with the same people, they were right there. But when he started elevating and those people were still at the bottom, he had to let them go because they're not on the same level as he is. They're not on the same wavelength. And so the more you go up in life, and you got people that's still at the bottom, all they're gonna do is bring you down to their damn level.
Right.
Yeah. You gotta get new friends. You got to be on that same level with your friends. Your friends are not coming up with you. You gotta let them go.
Ice Cube used to live in the hood. He used to live in the hood, and he said he got tired of people just ringing his doorbell, coming up to him. I mean, he had to move out.
They had to move out. Yeah.
Yeah, like you can't walk the same way again no more. Like,
I mean, that's the problem with a lot of Louisiana rappers, man, because a lot of Louisiana rappers wind up getting killed in New Orleans and Baton Rouge. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, you're still trying to play hood games, so you ain't hood.
It's the same. Like I mean, my name is. I'm actually broke. I mean, you got cats that I mean, like legit, no cap. And it's like you got cats like, okay, for example, locally from my area, King Von. Okay, a guy that
Yeah, in
grew up in the
Chicago.
projects. Yeah, guy that grew up in the projects, right? 63rd Street, old block, right? He's let's just say he's a millionaire, right? At least a millionaire. Still want to hang, go to the hood clubs, still want to do hood shit. And it's like it just can't separate that. They can't class separate. It's like damn near it's ingrained in them. Like it's like they have to go sit down on the couch or something. Like they just can't. Just happens so many times. Like I
They're
mean,
just
Young
used to it.
Dolph.
That's all they
Yeah,
is.
they just so used to it. Then they like they kind of like bragging, like kind of showing off around all these poor people that they grew up to show, oh, I made it. They probably get high off of that. But and then they can't really fit into the 1%, because they want you're 1%, part of the 1%, at least the 10%. Once you got like over $500,000, net worth or whatever, and they can't fit in with them lame. Like them guys are lame, they're nerdy, they boring. So they still hang with the hood dudes.
Nah, that ain't it. The thing is, you can't be. This is the thing, man. Like that shit ain't sweet.
That
You
is
can't
it.
be. Well, no, I'm
Literally,
saying,
it is.
well, no, that's a part of it. But listen, the thing is, it's like let's say some of these Chicago rappers, man. You can't go back to the hood flexing on them because that breeds resentment. You gotta understand these dudes they live in scarcity, so they out here trying to they hitting everybody. If you if you go back to the hood trying to flex on your money, it's the same thing that happened. Uh, this happened down south too with what was his name? One rapper, I forget his name. One rapper down there who was still going to the same fucking recording studio he always went to, and he got killed right outside that same recording studio.
Oh, I heard
You
of
might
that.
have grew
Yeah.
up, huh?
No, I heard of it. Yeah, I remember that story.
Yeah, man, you going around the same environment you was from trying to flex on them because you done came up on some money. But the thing is you're supposed to elevate yourself out of that environment, man. You wanted to stay a part of it, but it wasn't a part of you no more. You gotta understand how these people move. They not
they
moving
don't
like you.
understand. They don't
Yeah, you can't
understand
be
though.
you can't be eating steaks while everybody else eating hot dogs. So
I
it's like
call them rich fools. They rich fools. Like basically, you get a lot of NBA guys, or not even NBA, but sports guys. The same thing. They get an influx of capital, and they come from a lower class, impoverished community. They don't know how to move with that money. I mean,
Thing
some
you
of
got to
them, if they
realize is this though: their finances may be elevated, but their mindset and way of
yeah.
thinking isn't elevated.
It's not. Yeah.
Some of them can transition and get mentored. Like for example, Jay-Z, Nas, LeBron James, so on and so forth. Like people that actually were transitioned to that lifestyle. But got a lot of cats. Like for example, I remember J.R. Ryder used to play basketball for the Minnesota Timberwolves. He was outside shooting dice, multi-million-dollar contract. He got caught shooting dice on the corner, man. I mean, I kid you not. Like and then he got caught doing some other stuff. But I mean, they just got a whole bunch of money. He still got the same mindset from being on the block,
Well, that's all
hanging
right.
out
You
with
know
the
what
homies.
happens in all of those cases? In literally every single one of those cases, every time they get pulled right back down to where they were. That's what happens every time. Either you get pulled into the
Yep.
fucking dirt, and I mean the dirt as in you die, or you get pulled back into the
Yep.
lower class.
Facts.
That's you can't play them games anymore. You got to elevate your social status with the income, because if you do one or the other, you end up back where you were.
Yep.
They gotta go together.
You could see all those 30 for 30 stories like Eddie Curry. Eddie Curry went to the rival high school that I went to. He was a freshman, I was a senior. And he, got involved with some cats giving them money and just passing out money, and got involved with some strags. This is tripped out because this kind of cross class. Like he got involved with his baby mama got involved with a lawyer that was a hood pookie lawyer, I ain't gonna make no comparisons with nobody, but like literally, dude was trying to game his child support possibilities with his strag ex baby mama, whatever, and she didn't want to go with it, and he deleted her and tried to get away, and they caught him. He's doing time right now. Killed his well, it wasn't his child, but it was it was her child. I don't know if who the father was, but yeah, man, it's it's a very smart, like, people don't even, it's the internet's so capped. People think $100,000 everybody makes $100,000. It's a very small percentage of black people that make, and including white people, including white people that make 100,000. I'm talking about 100. You can even say 80,000, 90,000.
Nah, this the internet, bro. Broke genius. This the internet. Everybody make 100,000 over here. Everybody. We all balling.
Yeah. Okay. Grand Theft Auto. Okay. Yeah. We all just pretend money, and it's like the reality is so far. Like, I don't even make 100 grand, and I've been working since I was like 15 on the books, or at least 16. Yeah, 16. So it's like, man, I mean, the percentage, and that's what Kevin just be chopping heads off. Like, do you know how many people actually make $100,000, man?
No, they don't.
Nobody
really does. The thing is everyone's trying to play this game. This ain't something that's just limited to females, man. Like, everybody gets on this fucking internet, and because of the anonymity and the fact that your fucking income isn't posted next to your name, you know, everybody makes $1 million.
So it's like 100 grand. So how many people? If let's just say 10%. Less than 10% of people make 100 grand. How many people make $1 million? You know what I'm saying? Like,
you're talking less than 1%.
Yeah, you're talking about, right.
Less than 1%. So it's like you moving like a dude that make $10,000, but you making $100 million, $10 million every, let's just say 4 or 5 years, because you got $100 million contract. It's like people don't really grasp that. Like, they just.
Sometimes they don't even grasp it themselves. That they
like money. I ain't gonna lie. Like, here's the deal, right? So I grew up with a cat, man, that played in the NBA. If y'all know who it was or whatever, y'all in tune. Y'all know it. So he was hanging out with somebody that in Chicago, and they got robbed of their gold chains, their money. And the other guy he was with, he got robbed at gunpoint in his house, because you know what they were doing? Going to local clubs and bars like regular people, and they're millionaires in the NBA. I mean, like, just, it's a lonely, like, people don't understand how lonely, like, I don't know if y'all ever watched that movie, it's not No Country for Old Men, but it's the story of Paul Getty, For All the Money in the World. You know, you see how lonely that guy actually, his lifestyle actually was. That's like a uber rich, wealthy person, right? But like, even below that, it's not less lonely. You probably, like, you know, it's not that far off. Like, it's not that many people.
You can get away with that being it's a doctor in your city, but if you're celebrity wealthy, where people can actually see your face, that's a lonely life, because there's only certain many places you can go before you get bothered and all that shit.
Yeah, it's like, it's a very lonely, like, a very small percentage of people that can actually hang with you, can deal with you, and a lot of people just don't have the stomach for that. Like, they probably, like, it's crazy, man. But a lot of people,
like men like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, they technically all celebrity level too now, in the way they show everybody know who they are, the face behind them, and behind two of the biggest corporations out there. So, you know,
that's only happened over the past like 20 or 30 years, man.
Exactly.
Where,
Like, all that big tech company, big guys showing their faces and people willing.
Bill Gates can't go anywhere without
Yeah, he
security.
can. Yeah, he can.
Bill Gates?
Yeah, because he's not a celebrity like that. He may know. No, I'm talking about someone who has that face plastered everywhere. Bill Gates look like a regular ass white dude. He can hide a little bit.
Bill
more.
Gates wouldn't dare try to like go nowhere without security, dude. People
they shown pictures of Bill Gates going to a regular ass food truck, and he looks like just like a regular ass white dude.
Yeah, like a lot of these youngers don't.
The thing I'm talking about is a celebrity like you say King Von, who plasters his face everywhere.
Well, I
he
think
still
there's
goes
two
into the hood.
Type of age demographic.
Bill Gates ain't going to the hood.
I don't. I don't. There are two issues. It's like he said a moment ago. It's about trying to I guess make yourself, you're making yourself a target in a sense from plastering your face everywhere and being basically out in the world. Like, how do I put this? I wish I knew how to put it or how to summarize it, but I don't. But you get
basically it goes back to the like Europe in the monarchies, right? Like the lords, the kings, the duchess and princes.
Before
and
that, the second
you would never see them go into the commoners and just without security, without a long detail of army.
Well, yeah, they went to do some shit. But the second thing is they didn't wear their wealth out on their sleeves unless they were not concerned about being touched.
They did. They just had people around them for protection. Like they had jewelry and stuff like that. But it's like
that's what I was saying with Bill Gates, because when they took that picture of Bill Gates going to one of his favorite food trucks, he didn't have these. He got $20 pair of shoes on. He got like some jeans, some regular ass jeans with no markers on them, and a regular sweater, just waiting on his damn food at a damn food truck.
It's the same thing that happens when people.
You don't see the security that's around him, though.
Oh yeah, he's got security too. So the other thing is that you also this happens all the time, like where people would travel, like people who do have passports in America, they travel to different countries, and their expectations of protection is that I'll just be able to call the police if something happens. Like no, and you're a target, and the reason that you're a target is because of your wealth. Happens all the time. Happens to white people all the time, not to black people necessarily, but it happens all the time to white folks. They can move the same exact way that they move in the United States in these different places, not realizing that these places may be impoverished.
Yeah, corporate security. I was gonna say most of the guys in Colombia that are getting drugged and robbed are white guys from the US, UK, and stuff.
Yeah, that's because
that's true. That's true.
Corporate security knows how to stand back and make it look like he doesn't have security around. Trust me, I used to work security and I applied to be corporate security, and yes.
Well, any type of security like that, that's either like a governmental agency, government agency adjacent, so like private sector. People that may have worked for those type of organizations that provide private security for like heads of states and other countries and stuff like that. I mean, they have multiple levels of security. So you have, even whether they have the plane or whether they have the guys in the suit or not, they're still going to have certain security members that are in plain clothes that just look like regular people.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean they have different types of, like they have standoff where you just stand off or whatever. They're around, but it'll appear as if the security is not around, but they'll be incognito in the corner or something like that.
I mean, there's a lot of different setups that they have, but
Oh yeah.
Like the president, like a head of state, usually a lot of heads of states, they'll have like the main security guards, like the guy in the suits that's surrounding them. Then they'll have like a wave of like a couple security guards that's in plain clothes that just look like regular random people that's in the perimeter. And they also have like strike teams like nearby, like
that shit is so multi-layered, dude. It's actually multi-layered. Like it's this shit.
Yeah, multi-layered. That's a good way to say it.
Yeah, this shit it runs through multiple chains. Like it isn't just one. Generally, especially for heads of states, man, you're talking about from the regular police departments of whatever place that they're moving to being informed. You have
Yep.
the state police, or excuse me, the whatever layers of federal / state police being involved as well, that are also, boots on the ground. They're there somewhere. You might not know who they are. They do it in every country. This isn't limited to just, the United States or China or Russia. It's everywhere.
Right. You
Including
have
their own personal security forces, and they have multi layers of that as well. This shit
trying
isn't
to think what
just
it's
here.
called. I can't think of the term. I think it's like what is it? An anti-sniper team or a counter sniper team, some shit like that. Well, motherfuckers have a pretty much like a sniper team, like 6 people, like 3 spotters, 3 snipers and shit, looking for snipers and shit like that, and and surrounding buildings and stuff like that. It's a lot of shit, man. Meanwhile, you got niggas from the hood. Them niggas hiring their partner from down the street to be security.
I mean, even that ain't bad. Like, who moved real good that was piss pop poor that I saw? Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade, man, he grew up in a town called Robbins, man. It's like even today, man, you can see shacks. And I'm talking about this is the south suburbs of Chicago. Like it is podunk poor. It's so poor that the library literally had to, I mean, basically the whole city had to go back to the sheriffs because they didn't have no tax money to take care of the city. I mean, the man had to give some money for the library to stay open. So it's like he just, he had a brother that I used to work with. I actually went to a party, and he just had some hood security dudes, and they was like smothering him like he was a baby. Like, I mean, he had some very good security. I mean, he had Chicago CPD outside. It was a club downtown Chicago, but yeah, I mean, once you make, like, at that time, he was he had like over $100 million contract. He's still dealing with the baby mama issues. Crazy baby mama with a sign talking about she homeless. This is Dwayne Wade.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like, yeah, I mean, it's some cats that they know how to move, like, but he already was groomed because he went to college. He went to Marquette, and then, he had an agent. You know what I'm saying? He was already groomed. Like, as long as you get like a mentor, like, it goes into that old people think you an Illuminati and all that goofy shit. Like, you got to get somebody like to kind of show you the ropes of how to actually move when you actually rich and wealthy. Like,
Well, I think that does matter if you're a person that comes from a particular class, but if you're a person who really, if you got 2 cents to rub together inside your fucking brain, you should be able to put this stuff together. It's pretty simple logic. It really ain't that hard to understand. It's existed. The world has always been the way that it's been as long as humans have been on it. Nothing really
like all that
changed in that
stuff.
sense.
All that stuff he was talking about with the snipers on the roof and the detail, man, that shit goes back thousands of years to Europe. I mean, Europe learned from Africa, from the pharaohs in Egypt and kings in Africa, how to actually, how run kingdoms. And they had black kings in Europe, but that's a whole nother story. But it's like, yeah, that shit goes back thousands of years, man. Like, people, how they move now is always been rich elites and, oligarchs. I mean, like, only thing is, like, in America, is you don't have things defined. In Europe, everything's defined. You actually have kings and queens and shit like that. They run stuff, and they know, this is where this is gonna be.
Well, I would say
America.
that the lines have been blurred over time, and
Well,
what happened in America is different than what
BGS.
has
I
happened
don't know
everywhere
if he's still like BGS. Come from a time where it was more defined, like you saying. People actually were butlers and maids, and I mean, they knew that's what they had to do. Maybe their kids had hope to be something else. They knew, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna actually have butlers, maids, and nannies. You know, a lot of times, like, be honest, like I remember my grandmother, she had like an old Chicago Tribune paper from like the 1950s. That was all they was hiring mostly in the 1950s, like for black women and black men to be butlers and maids and shit. This is only what 70 years ago. Like, I mean, it's now that everybody think they make 100 grand, and 100 grand is easy to get, and I mean, everybody.
Boy, that's the one thing about black millennials, boy. Financial delusion like a motherfucker.
Yeah,
God
millennials. Yeah, they be like, if you ain't making over 100, I'm like, motherfucker, you know how you looking for 1%? That's what Kevin's dealing with. These millennial
what's messed
women
up, Art?
that's looking for like damn 1% men.
You know what's messed up about it? It's not even the poor black millennials. It's the fucking. It's like I know so many black millennials
this shit is ubiquitous, bro.
that actually make like 100,000 or more a year, and they don't even realize that how little people are in their position.
That's what I'm
like
saying. It's
motherfuckers live in a
ubiquitous.
bubble.
It isn't just the people that may be higher up the socioeconomic ladder, man. It's people on the bottom as well. This shit is ubiquitous. You even got rich people talking about, well, I did it, therefore you could do it. I think that's a part of the delusion as well. This shit runs deep. This shit runs deep, man.
But I could tell you this: like 20 years ago, you didn't hear any of this.
Yeah, true.
20 years ago, you no, I'm just saying how people look at money.
Delusional. Yeah.
If you were a person that made $50,000 20 years ago, you was like, oh, you're doing real good. Now you can make $50,000 now, or somewhere equivalent to that now, and people be like, man, that ain't shit.
I'm about to say it was kind of hard to do that shit a couple, a decade or two ago, because motherfuckers was living 12 to a house, written out from a white guy with fucking big ass rats gnawing at your damn ankles.
Not
eating
20
government
years.
cheese.
What time period you talking about?
I'm talking like this, man. If you was a black guy that had your own house or own apartment, you had a car that was paid off, and it was fairly new, and women considered, oh, you were doing something with your life. 20 years ago.
I mean, even now, technically, you
no,
still
they
are.
don't. No, they don't. But I'm just saying, women now,
right.
women now say you're not doing shit unless you got a fucking house, a couple bedrooms in your house. You got some money. Because they've been telling you what they want. They don't want an average fucking dude because they feel like you ain't shit. Their standards have gotten
until
up.
they get older and desperate. See,
they have to settle. They have to settle somewhere because they can't get those dudes.
Yeah,
qualify for them in the first place.
Man, they not really. What they doing is they gonna have their fun, have their sex, whoever they can. But I don't really. These chicks ain't about to settle and get married or start no family or nothing. Like you even got chicks talk about. You even got chicks talk about.
They're having families.
No,
they're
not having families. They're just having babies.
Yeah, we'll call
they have.
I mean, you even got motherfuckers talk about some damn. If I get married, we need to have you have your apartment and I have my apartment.
They having families. They just the head of it.
No, they're not families. They're actually
they the head of
family
it.
is two people and a child. No, a family is two adults and a child.
Yeah, it's
not
two adults, man and woman. Child.
Brittany,
we do this through shit.
What's that chick
tell
name?
them that.
What's that feminist PhD name? Brittany.
Too many of them.
I can't remember
Brittany
her name
Cooper.
right now. Yeah, Brittany Cooper
Cooper,
begs to differ, Art.
Right.
Well, she can't tell the difference between a Big Mac and a quarter pounder with cheese.
Yes, she can. Yes, she can. She can tell you the difference in the texture and describe how many sesame seeds in the bun.
Hey, BGS, one of my exes hid her feminism for me for a good 6 months. I found the damn Brittany. Well, she was doing all of the opposite shit. She was like cooking for me whenever I wanted and shit, and
Okay.
you know she was trying
Could
to
she
lure me
cook?
in. Yeah, she was a pretty good cook.
Okay.
She could definitely cook some breakfast,
She
especially.
wasn't that feminist.
The way I found out was I started seeing little signs. You know, the ancestors started showing me shit, right?
Oh, all right. Go ahead, spill it.
So I seen one day I seen a Brittany Cooper book under her bed, you know, ducked off and shit. And so the next thing that happened, her friends came in town. And so, like, all this time, she been cooking for me like it wasn't shit. But her friends coming kind of like, oh, you cooking? Like, they were surprised. Like, she cooking
Man,
for me like every day.
they'll stop giving you pussy when their friends come in town.
Yeah, down the slide.
Nah, I was still hitting that pussy there sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I think friend boyfriend.
Did you meet her friends?
Yeah, I met her friends. It was cool.
Oh, well, he's in good then. If you met her friends.
So I was in good. I think I fucked up though. Cause so her mentor is a surgeon, right? It's this black chick that's a surgeon, and I forgot for Thanksgiving that we were supposed to go by her house for Thanksgiving.
Oh, you insulted the queen bee, huh?
No, I didn't insult her. I just got drunk.
Yeah, you insulted the queen bee. Yeah, you did.
Bro, Genius, you got some reverb on your mic.
So I got drunk at my people's house, and I forgot all about that we were supposed to go to the surgeon's house and shit. And so I was over there just drunk as hell. I fucked up because I was so drunk, man. We was leaving out. I accidentally stepped on the lady's foot.
Yeah, you insulted the queen bee. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You had to go.
Yeah.
How long did it take her to get rid of you? How long did it take her to get rid of you after that?
Let's see. No, so Thanksgiving. About a month, 2 months.
Right after Christmas, huh?
Yeah, because it was my birthday. My birthday is around Christmas, so she treated me and shit like that.
Yeah.
And
So, right in the New Year, right after New Year's.
Yeah, about right after New Year, she started. The energy switched up, boy.
The slow fade, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That energy switched up.
The slow fade.
I mean, she still was accommodating though. She still would let me hit, but I was kind of hurt, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Why were you hurt?
I was hurt because
she was the one.
Yep.
I'm not gonna say she was.
Come on, boy.
Hey,
come on, boy, nigga. Come on, man.
I could have seen myself marrying her, honestly.
Okay. She was in the wife category.
Yeah,
she was the one.
She's the wife category. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. She checked all the boxes, huh?
Yeah.
You didn't realize he was checking the boxes for just to get
Yeah. But you fucked up. You fucked up by stepping on the queen bee's foot. What did cousin T-Tar tell you?
I only fucked up one time, man.
It only takes.
Like I totally forgot. Like I was like, you know, we going by my people, so I'm turning up. I'm drinking Crown Royal and shit.
Oh shit!
And I'm thinking we about to go back to the crib and smash. We're like, we gotta go by old girl. I'm like, shit.
You gotta make the rounds. Yeah, you gotta go.
She'll come back.
I mean,
she gone.
Nah, so this is the type of relationship.
She come back.
This is the type of relationship we have, right? So, like when we broke up, like she still wanted to like have fun and shit, like fucking shit. Yeah. But I was like, nah, I'm cool. And so, but she's like one of those chicks, like she'll still check in on me and shit.
Yeah, she still likes you. She just can't. You just eliminate the marriage materials. Now you side dude material.
Yep. Call you when I need an itch to scratch.
Call you itch to scratch. Let's go have some fun.
Back scratcher.
Baby, it's a full moon. Let's go out. Yeah. Why you still talk to that nigga? I liked him though.
That's why a lot of dudes, like I think Kevin Sanders says it all the time, man. Your single friends keep you single, bro. You gotta find a way to split and cleave. You gotta cleave them hoes, man. You gotta get them out of there.
You gotta go check out cousin Tito in the FAY group, female hierarchy group.
Yeah.
Okay, you fucked around and insulted the queen bee. Okay, you gotta go. That nigga gotta go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
But I
all
like
good,
him.
though,
But
man.
I like him though. We don't care. He gotta
They
go.
had a round table about you.
We have a round about him. Yep.
Yep. They really do. They really do. They'll call up
Hey,
with all their friends.
you
They'll
was
talk shit about you.
you was already on the edge, Jesse. You're already on the edge.
No, but look, honestly, I was in good, but I fucked up that one time because this what happened, right?
You
I
ain't
met
never.
the.
You ain't
I
never
passed
in
the.
good.
Listen, I passed the test with the friends. I
You
passed the
thought.
test with the mom and the dad,
You thought.
but I fucked up with a mentor.
You thought.
Queen.
See, you thought you was in charge, and you thought you was in good. You thought you was wrong.
You fucked around and insulted the queen.
Yeah.
That was the last hurdle, and you fucked up.
Yeah, like at the last fucking lap, man. Like, damn, we almost across the finish line.
That was the most important.
Yeah.
Some of these dingbats.
The board decided against your approval. Sorry.
Was she AKA or AKA type?
You're a Delta.
Oh
yeah.
my God!
Oh,
You out? You out?
Good luck, buddy. Game over.
Hey, Judgezilla, come on up, man.
Yeah, let me put the StreamYard.
Nah, that was years ago, man. That was back in 2000.
And type again, Judgezilla, so I can give you a
Man,
mic.
you act like you act like
That
you
was back in
like
2019.
you act like you like 50 years old, man. That's a long time ago.
That was ages ago, my brother.
And if you guys have not hit the sub button, go ahead and hit that sub button.
Hit the sub button. You know, hit the sub, hit the Cash App, hit the like. We got quite a bit of likes. Got a few likes.
We
So
do.
being that she's
I'm
a
just saying
Delta,
the
I'm
sub
sure you
'cause,
could,
you know, people
could
might have
guess what
dropped
she's
off.
doing now.
Came up.
Yeah,
So
BGS.
so
I'm
what?
sure you could guess what she's currently doing, being a Delta, and her mentor was a surgeon.
Oh yeah, was she a doctor or nurse? What?
Nah. She's in medical, but she's getting her PhD.
Oh, okay. So she's running the hospital or something like that.
I'm a PhD.
Well, she I don't know what she does now, but when we was together, she did consulting for like maternal health and shit.
Okay, well, she's pharmaceutical. What? I mean, there's lots of
Well,
ways.
no,
to
she's she's public health.
Oh, public health. Okay.
Yeah.
Government.
So
okay.
she would go to like hospitals and shit and consult them on.
Okay.
You know.
Well, there's a lot of ways you can slice that pie. So it's kind of hard to say.
Yeah. It's a very broad major.
No,
but, you know.
So you follow her on social media? How do you know what she's doing now?
I don't. That's why I say I don't. I don't follow her on social media. Like situations like that, I just cold turkey chicks.
Oh yeah.
Like the only way I hear from her if they reach out to me.
Okay.
Oh, so she's still reaching out to you?
Yeah, she reach out every couple months.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
she's trying to keep her lines open, man.
Yeah, I think she may be waiting. She may be waiting until like she runs out of X amount of options before she reaches back out.
Oh yeah, and that's true. Plus, probably waiting for the statute of limitations to actually.
If you really want her, just give her an ultimatum. Make her make a decision.
No, basically, okay. If he really wanted her back, because it's only been like a couple of years. How long has it been, Jesse? About 3 years. Okay. Friend her on Facebook. Okay, and then the thing is, you already moved on, so you ready to move out the country.
I mean, she's
so
too
there's
old
no
now.
sense in that.
She's too old for me now.
She's too old for you now. How old is she? How old is she?
She 30. She 31. My age.
Too old. Too old. Get her out of here.
Oh yeah, he's a high value man. Okay, she's aged out.
Yeah, get her out of here. Yeah.
He's
to the garbage can.
He's going to Ghana to get him a couple of 19-year-olds.
Her name was Ernie, right? She was living in that trash can. Next to Big Bird.
Miss Piggy.
Goddamn, Pete.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now I have
He's Kermit. He's Kermit Defrog. So
I know, right?
Piggy out.
So currently I have a nice roster of Latinas in Houston and Columbia. And they're just really just for fun, to be honest. But as far as like wife material, I do have several. So I have a 26-year-old Ghanaian, a 23-year-old Ghanaian, and I have a 26-year-old Tanzanian who was like a Miss Tanzania runner-up.
Whichever one is the youngest one in Africa, take that one. That's the one that you
Well,
can
Not
mold the
necessarily.
best.
Not
say the good
necessarily.
thing about Africa, my brother, is you can have them all.
That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, go
that's
ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So all three of these chicks are actually 100% fine with polygamy. Two of them fathers were polygamous.
Because you can start. Well, depending on where you're at, it's kind of hard in Accra, but you can actually start at like 14, 14, 15.
Yeah, yeah. Like especially in North Ghana.
God, that asparagus nasty. Shit.
So what?
But
Oh, sorry.
We didn't hear what you said.
Sorry, I thought it
What?
was mute. On mute. Sorry.
Candygram.
Candygram
what
for
I
Smitty jeans.
you know, I it's like it's when I look at the options we have here compared to Africa, it's like
Here compared to
I feel
anywhere
sorry
else.
for you.
Man,
I feel sorry for you. Like
it
they
is
don't
what
even know
it
what they
is.
up against. You mean you have women in their 20s that have low body counts, never been pregnant,
Mm-hmm.
and they want to marry, and they're down for polygamy,
Mm-hmm.
and they can cook?
Hey,
Inbox
Art.
you, huh?
Art, resize your screen if you're gonna do that.
I'm trying to figure out why it's doing that.
There we go. We're good now.
It's like Thanos. Man, like it's no competition. Like, well, nah, I mean, I do have. I mean, I
You
did
got.
have much
You
love
got.
for her though.
Yeah. Well.
Can
Of
never
course.
deny that. Like, you know,
If you had a
No.
choice,
She
if
was.
you had a
She was the
choice,
one. She was the
if
one.
if you had a choice, would you because I mean you sound like you're similar to me in this aspect. If you had a choice, because it sounds like you're going to Ghana and you're gonna relocate there, you're gonna get citizenship and all that, right?
yep,
Okay, so 9 times out of 10, that's where you're probably gonna start your family and live out the rest of your life. Does that sound about accurate?
yep.
Okay,
Are you ever going to bring
then
your
yeah.
kids back
So
to the United
you
States?
probably I don't even need to ask you the question then if that's the case. I already know. I already
I
know where you're
mean,
going now.
so like, yeah. So if I were to get back with her, to be like, okay, I will really just be helping her out. Really, like, hey, here's some semen. Get you a kid, and she'll probably live over there, and I'll be in Ghana.
You
But
gonna send her off with the single mothers over here, huh? You gonna damage our shit
I
some more.
mean, I don't want to damage it, but you
Black
know,
men abandon the family again.
I know. We already
I'll be
went
on
through
some
that.
Richard. I'll pretty much be on some Richard Williams shit. Like, okay, you don't want to move to Ghana? Well, I start my own shit over.
Well, I
He did
don't
the
know. I
reverse.
wouldn't marry because if she's a PhD, man, you gotta watch out for them, man. I wouldn't marry her here.
Nah.
I wouldn't
I
marry her
mean,
here, and she gonna be
I'm not
looking for
getting
that.
married in the U.S. Fuck
Yeah,
that.
I wouldn't do it.
So
Jesse
you
gonna
gonna
beat and
you
skedaddle.
gonna do the green
Yeah.
eggs and ham on the chick, man?
Yeah.
Not on the bus. Not in the
Yeah,
plane.
man. Not in the plane. Nah, we gotta wait till we touch down, man. Let me. Yeah, nah. Yeah,
Man,
you
damn
making
sure
the right
not with
move.
that mouse, bitch.
Nah, man,
Where you gonna move to,
you know the
PK?
fucked up part about it, BGS, is I'm doing I'm not getting married in the U.S., but I'm damn sure getting my Ghanaian citizenship through marriage.
How do you find somebody that actually take you through the process?
Well, so I have a brother from Virginia. He been out there for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
He was actually a part of that news article where they had about 30 diasporians that met with the president and received their citizenship.
Okay.
So I'm actually matter of fact, I told you this about a week or two ago.
Okay.
On somebody else chat. I'm gonna be chopping it up with him. I was supposed to call him this week, but I
Okay.
got real busy this week. I worked like 85 hours this week, so
Damn, you work kind of like me. Shit, almost.
Yeah.
well, I was working 100-something hours last year. So what happened last year, man? COVID fucked my business up a little bit.
Okay.
Like I literally had clients that had to shut their fucking restaurant down for like 3 months.
Yeah.
And so I had to get a fucking management job and shit. And so I was working hard as fuck. I was literally going to dates, meeting up with friends, and doing work in the Uber and shit.
Yeah. Okay. So you had to maintain for a minute.
Yeah.
Man, that shit was crazy.
Yeah, the life of a hustler, man. Life of an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Gotta hustle 24/7, 7 days a week.
24/7, 7 days a week. Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting no shit like that. That's some structural fucking from the top shit to fuck my shit up.
Nobody does,
Like,
man.
God damn.
Yeah, the COVID wiped out a lot of black business.
It really did.
Yeah, it did.
So one of
I
my
don't think that shit ever coming back neither. A lot of people think that it will. I don't think it will.
It's coming back because it's like when the forest burns down trees. Okay.
Yeah,
New trees
yeah,
start
that's
to
true.
pop up.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
this
takes a
all
long
cyclical,
time for
man.
that.
When you look
It
at
takes
the
a while
shit,
for that to happen, though.
Yeah,
It
it
ain't
takes
overnight.
when you
not
look at the
overnight.
macro of the shit, it's all cyclical.
Yeah.
They're trying to get us to get a fourth shot. They were trying to lobby you in.
That's not gonna. That's basically, especially during an election year, that's not gonna happen. People aren't gonna.
No,
Go
it's
for
not.
that.
But I just find it funny
They,
that
they've lifted the mask mandate, so people ain't going for the shot.
Yeah,
Those
they got rid of the
concerns
mask mandates.
Mm-hmm.
So the hardest thing right now is for them to keep their places staffed. Really, I mean,
Yeah.
you have other shit like you know the what do you call it? Their supplies and shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you had that big ass chicken price of chicken was going up last year and shit.
It's getting ready to happen again because what was it Lisa Cabrera just put out a video talking about they gotta euthanize like 3 million chickens, so might be
Damn.
going up again.
I think there's something going on with potatoes too. I need to look at that.
Could be.
And I
But
I
think
got one
because you
job.
know those frozen potatoes you can get
Yeah.
for your air fryer and stuff like that, or frying. My store has been very low on those. I don't know why.
The Irish had one job and they messed it up.
It could be. And basically, also you got to look at where stuff is coming from, and with the thing going on in Ukraine, because that's a really big food country. So
Yeah.
if they're having a war, that means there's shortages. So they're having to actually
we were
spread the
having
supplies out.
We were having potato shortages before Ukraine, so that's why I was trying to figure out. Like, I know that maybe that
And
supply
y'all
chain
really gonna
fucked
have
up.
them now.
Supply chain, yeah.
Man, the supply chain is
Man, it's
they talking
it's like
about to have more issues at ports of China and shit. They just had a
Well, they just got
Washington-
done shutting down a city, didn't they?
it's a
two cities.
Yeah.
It's a 4 to 5 month wait for windows. If I went to go buy some windows tomorrow,
Okay. Oh,
I would have to wait 4 months to get if they out of stock.
Yeah,
and it's
they
not
just had
because
oh, I'm sorry.
it's not because the windows are not, they can't get them. They don't have enough employees at the window factory to make them. So it's a backlog.
Mm-hmm.
So they have an article in the Wall Street Journal that came out this morning. China's COVID-19 flare-up threatens backlog at busy port of Shenzhen.
Mm-hmm.
Gateway
Shenzhen's a
remains
huge port,
open.
yeah.
Ships are accumulating as trucks are unable to move cargo with the city enduring restrictions.
That's I believe that's mostly because a lot of your boomers were truck drivers, and then when they retired, guess what? You ain't got enough people to replace them.
Yeah.
Man,
Well, that's a part of the American issue, yeah, for sure.
I hope these Gen X and millennials, start doing some shit. Cause I make no bones about it, man. I'm a white collar motherfucker.
Nah, they're not. You're in danger.
Listen.
Your white collar job
Listen.
is not going to be secure because of this. Because unfortunately, I'm just being honest. What the fuck is that?
real
ringing?
talk.
Somebody beeping?
In other words, he said he ain't doing this blue
Hold on,
collar
who's
shit. That's what
beeping?
he's trying to say.
Yeah. So real
Who's
talk.
beeping? Hold on, somebody beeping. Who beeping? Who got the
It's
bomb?
you.
That ain't me. Somebody
me.
beeping.
I can't hear it.
I don't hear it.
I'll mute up.
I hear it in the background.
Can somebody
It's
get
kinda
that
faint.
webcam shit out of here?
So my first job I ever had, man, was being a construction day laborer. I hated every minute of that fucking shit. But I every day I wanted to quit until I saw that cold hard cash that my cousin would give me after that shit. That was some hard ass fucking work, man.
It is.
Hard ass fucking work. Dragging those fucking blocks and bricks and all this shit. Mixing up mortar all day with fucking shovel.
Blue collar jobs have been facing a downturn for like the past 8 years now. This ain't new, but this situation has exacerbated the problem because like was mentioned earlier, you're gonna have a lot of your boomers and people in extras as well that actually had the money to retiring early and dropping out of the workforce. So and this situation is already compounded by the fact that we already had a lot of people that weren't even in the workforce to begin with. So
They bringing
there's a lot.
immigrants in.
Yeah.
Those are the truck drivers that they recruit them to be truck drivers. Because I see a lot of them at the truck stops. Like it's mostly it's I'll say it's a mix, but it's a lot of immigrants. I even see Indians with turbans driving trucks.
But I've heard a lot of older guys say that that the truck driving game is like not as good as it was. About
It isn't.
getting paid less.
They are
Like older guys.
Yeah.
Well, this
It was
isn't new. It isn't
it
just
was
yeah. But yeah,
it was somebody on. I think it might have been on fucking Art's channel. To be honest,
You
there was
talking
a guy.
about
One guy
Al?
was
You talking about
one
Evan?
guy was
Yeah,
talking about that ain't shit. Back in the '90s, we got paid this compared to we paid now.
Well,
But then
that's
I
because
hear
of a lot of there are a lot of things that have happened with the truck driving that have
Expenses.
driven down wages over time.
Yeah.
People think that 70,000, 80,000, getting in the door is a lot of money, but no, that's not even a return to old wages. When you start to account for inflation, when you start to account for not having e-logs where people used to be able to run and basically write their checks, things have changed and reduced the price, or excuse me, how much people used to be able to make in truck driving. Over the last like 40 years or so, 30, 40 years, like
I thought
truck
about it.
driving as a lucrative career choice is really not what it used to be. Not even
I
close.
hear
thought about
people.
starting a truck driving business. Not necessarily me driving the truck, but like maybe buying a couple trucks. But Erica Williams sound like she having a fucking nightmare with that fucking business. I'm like, let me stay
Yeah.
away from that shit.
Well, I've been hearing people, man, doing that. It's just the business side, even dispatching and making a bunch of money. I mean, I have never done it. I was about to the closest I've been to be a trucker. I went to truck driving school one year where I was just having a hard time getting a job, and I couldn't pass the test, the parking test, and that was it. But I would do it because I'm a hustler. Like I would drive a truck if it came to it.
I mean, it's
But
decent money. I do it right now. It's decent money. The thing is, man, is that if you're looking to, how do I put this, outcompete the wages of the past, you're not going to do it. It's not possible. It's just not going to happen. But I will say it will bring you in a decent income in comparison to what people generally make. I will say that, like, people generally these days, pulling what I think the median wages of people is like what 30,000 something, give or take. So you're going to make well over
about
that. You're going to clear that by very easily, even if you work
I
at
clear that
a
now.
company.
Man, I don't know what's. I'm going to Ghana to become a billionaire. Goddamn it.
But yeah, so I mean, if you're
Good
still going to
luck.
live in the U.S.
I
and
hope
you want to
so.
get into truck driving, you're going to make some decent money, man. Like right now, the wages are up, but they're not up overall. So like, if you look at it almost like if you're a person who has stocks, you may be up for the year to date, but your all time is your 10-year, your all time is still down. And
See,
if we're talking about the truck driving industry.
So just let me know when you're ready to come over there, BGS. I'm gonna put you on the advisory board, give you a decent salary or some shit, man.
yeah, I would I mean, I don't know. It's some people that they ain't no, they not a hustler like that. Like it's some parts of the country that you damn near gotta be a truck driver. Like a lot of them white boys that live in the woods in Wisconsin, that's the best thing that they can do. Like that's it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's either that, work at the local Walmart, MOT like that. MOT one of them dudes like from a little town in Mississippi. It's either like he said on one of his videos, it's either I stay and work at Walmart or Piggly Wiggly or something, or
Damn, I
do
ain't heard
something
that in a
else.
while. Piggly Wiggly. Damn.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
literally like
that's a southern town. Yeah,
it is.
Country ass Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, it's some towns that like are so far away from commerce or a big city that unless you like know how to code or do something remote work, which most people don't, or you gotta do something like be a truck driver. All you gotta do is get your CDL, get you a Bobcat, and then go pick up a load. Like literally, like it's a lot of towns. Like I mean, most of America is rural. You know that you
most of these
drive
people
truck.
don't make a lot of money either. So.
Yeah, it's like it's most of the United States is country, open air country. Like, I mean, as much as people pretend as I mean, the city dominates media and television, and makes you think that everything is suburbs and the city.
People
But
in the
most of
city
the
don't even
country,
make that much fucking money. But anyway.
yeah, most of the country is like you drive trucks. You probably seeing for hours, like nothing but like cornfields and stuff like that, in the summertime.
Cornfields, but then when you hit these small towns, you see fucking, desolate ass, fucking broken ass fucking areas, where the city has been crumbling for the last 30, 40 years. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Or maybe
yeah.
less than that, but 20, 30 years. So yeah.
Right. It's really like, that's what you see. Like, and in towns like that, that's the best option that you have, is to be a truck driver. A lot of people from the city, they got a lot of options. They don't want to do that. And then I'm sure it's people in the small towns don't want to do that. They just
They don't
I
take
don't
those
know.
options either.
I mean, shit, but if
Generally,
you're in a
most of these
small
people work
town-
locally. They work locally. They
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
generally tend to do the jobs that are closest to them. It's the same for people in the city as well.
Or maybe
It's
out
no
of county,
different.
but they still come home at the end of the
If
night.
you're in a small town, it's probably better for you because your expenses are less. Your cost of living is cheaper, and compared
Well, a
to
lot of
like
people
those
that
major
live out in
cities.
the sticks in the first place, their cost of living is much lower to begin with.
Right,
They're
that's what
not
I'm saying.
spending. They're not spending a whole lot of money to begin with. As
So I'm like,
opposed to living in a city.
65,000 as a truck driver in a city sounds like
ain't shit.
No, it's
But,
not. It's not 60. The real wages at that point isn't $65,000.
Now, is that net or gross?
I'm thinking net.
That's net?
I'm thinking 65,000 net. I mean, I
What do you
don't
mean?
know. I don't know the. No, I'm saying I'm thinking I don't know what the average wage for.
I mean, net is
net,
like
but I'm
Net
net
is
in
how
my
much
mind.
you get, like actually
after
tangibly
taxes.
get.
After taxes.
I know what net is. I'm a business person.
No. I'm trying to understand what you were getting at.
No, what I was saying was I don't know the average income of a truck driver, but in my head, what I guess is probably going to be 65 net.
No, the gross. No, so the gross of most truck drivers in America is about 60 grand.
Oh, that's garbage.
Yeah, that's the gross.
Unless you
So
live
what
in the
they
state.
right, and then when you live in a city, you might gross 60,000, but let's be honest, man, you're not netting anywhere close to that. You're netting probably around like 40, around
Damn,
40,
that's it?
45. Yeah, like if you live in the city, yeah. And then like after expenses, man, like your real world, like
be making
actual
this shit
tangible
sound-
income, man, you're not making that much. But I mean, it's more, like I said, it's more than average. That's different. When you
Yeah,
stack
that's
it up against what the rest of America is making, like you're in the top, 20, 30, 40%.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
even in my
but-
city, Raleigh, I think the average cost that people get paid in Raleigh is like what, like 30 something, like
Yeah.
35 in the average.
But
So
you
if
gotta
you make
remember
it-
they pay taxes too, and then they're also living in those areas, so they're paying what you pay, in terms of costs. So
And that sounds trash when you think about all the fucking driving they got to do, driving and hauling and all this type. Of shit.
yeah, but it's trash in comparison to what everything exists in comparison to something else. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you don't live in a fucking vacuum. Trash in the comparison to what your neighbor down the street that lives in a fucking trailer park. Yeah, I guess so. But at least you got a better living situation and standard than they do. You get what I'm saying? So I mean,
Yeah.
it's like trash, yeah. But in
I
comparison, to
will
what?
say I've never met a broke nurse or a truck driver.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're
I
not.
met.
It's 'cause they're not. In comparison, they're not.
I mean, like
60
yeah.
after taxes is good. That means your tax money, you don't tax no more. That
I
money all goes to
don't
you.
even make 60 for my main job.
If you live outside of like LA, San Francisco, New York, 60 net it's not bad. It's not bad, especially if you're like a single person or if you're like in a decent 2-income household. It's not bad at all.
If you're living in the country, 60 shit is good as fuck.
I could live as a single person in most cities, major cities in the South. I could live a decent life off of like 45.
Oh yeah.
Well, most people do. Most people don't live off of 60. They live off of much less.
Yeah.
And they drive these old ass fucking vehicles,
Cars.
and they don't have any they are a lot of times these people either number one already own their homes, and if they don't own a home, they're probably never going to. Let's just keep it real. And they're going to live their lives, hand to fist. That's what's going to happen, and that's what is happening.
I mean, that's the way it's should be, right? I always say that most countries, all countries, are not really made for you to live comfortably as a single person. You really live more comfortable. It's really built for you to survive in a family unit because you're reducing expenses and things like that.
Well, I've always said this when it comes to people, because I don't know. Maybe I just grew up different. Maybe I just look at stuff differently, right? But my whole idea what a relationship should be with a man and woman is that, one, both people need to work. That's just on average. Both people are gonna have to work. That's how you're gonna make it in this world. Two, the man should be able to pay the rent and all this stuff to take care of herself, and the woman should use her money to be saved for a down payment on a fucking house. That means whatever she puts in should be going to the down payment for the house.
Yeah.
So within a year, if she makes about like 28, guess what? That's 28,000 for the down payment.
Well, you got to these days, because of the way that relationships are working. These days, unfortunately, women are quitting before they get anywhere close to what the finish line would otherwise be in the past, which is, buy the house with the white picket fence and live out the rest of your fucking life. But unfortunately, they're quitting too early to see that.
I was gonna say I would add an addendum to that. And it's just for me. Say yes, both people work, but instead of the woman putting the money toward the house, how about you just give me all the fucking money? I decide what we do with all of it.
Well, that's a part of it. That's
a part of trust. If you can't trust it with the fucking money, you should be marrying in the first fucking place.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you set up your household like that's what you're talking about is patriarchal. That isn't really the way that America functions today anymore.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
Yeah, sure.
If you want that, I agree with you. I wish I could have that too, but let's just keep it real. That isn't really happening out here.
Yeah.
That isn't really happening.
That's a joke on social media.
They women, they're not gonna last that long in the workforce. As you see now, they're starting to complain. Everybody's not made to work the way we are to really get the maximum amount of pay they're supposed to. They know they're gonna have to put in more longer hours. That's gonna take some time. By the time they do, their bodies really cave out like crazy. Our body's made to do that.
Yeah, that's why women are dying at a faster rate than normal, because they're not equipped to handle the pressure of being single. They literally were. I mean, biblically, they were made to be with men, basically. But I mean, that's a whole nother realm. But even nature, or just reality of the times of the death statistics are showing that it's not they're not designed that way. I mean,
well,
for the last, all the success women are getting everything. They're more alone, which means they're gonna be drinking more and taking more
more depressed
drugs behind
more
that.
depressed. Yep.
Exactly.
I mean, I literally put a post. I put a post on social media. I was dead serious. Like,
our community is overweight, so and then they want to have babies and later on in life, and their bodies ain't gonna be able to take the pregnancy.
Well, look, listen. There are two things. There are two things that are not mentioned a lot of times that people don't tend to really look at seriously when it comes to women's place in America and how they contribute to the society in terms of finances. And one of the things that used to happen that doesn't happen, at least in the 21st century, is women generally didn't work full time, and the women that did work full time were generally Black women in America. In terms of the rest of America, a lot of these women actually only worked part time, if at all. And most women that did worked usually very menial tasks, and it's been that way for most of human history. Men were accountable for women. They were accountable for women. So men would actually work until they died, and whatever assets or holdings that were left over after they died would then go to a woman for her to sustain her life and children if she had them, right?
Yeah,
then she would move on to find another husband because that is how they survived. That's how that
They
happened.
lived in a boarding house.
Right.
Yep.
Or they lived on their backs. There were generally 3 places for them if they didn't die too. And so for the last 20 years, for the last 40 years, give or take, what we've been trying to do is get women acclimated to work, full time, almost as men. Unfortunately, they have never had to do this before in human history. This is the only time in human history this has happened. There's no other point in human history where they've been expected to perform at an equal or better level than men, except for now.
Yeah, there's a lot of women that's quit, man. I just was watching this Asian chick that was making like 6 figures a year. I can't remember how much. I think it was like 250 plus at this major law firm, and it's a lot of women quitting, man. That's this new movement
they
amongst
get
black
depressed.
women right now.
They get depressed. And what I was saying.
No, hold on. There's this new movement amongst black women right now called Ladies of Leisure that I've been seeing going around. Have y'all heard that shit?
No,
I don't know what that is.
I mean, it's just like some little good sounding shit that they came up with. A Lady of Leisure, basically.
I heard a Red Hat Society. The Red Hat Society. That's the only thing I heard with a group of women.
Nah, I mean, it's just like a term. It's like they like these little catchphrases and term like black girl magic.
Explain it. What does it include? What was the point of it?
I mean, it's just a woman that is basically the Miss Anne fantasy. Like you're not having to work, get hard and shit. She living a life of luxury, basically.
Well, they didn't do this. That is a fantasy. Miss Anne didn't. Miss Anne never existed either, not to any large extent.
That's all some Disney fairy tale fantasy world. Yeah. At the end of the it's fantasy and it's reality. Reality is what the women that think that they're living a life of leisure and they single and they working. I don't care what they make. At the end of the day, getting past 40, no children, become spinsters. Their puppy is their son or daughter, and they getting old. They're getting priced out. They can't post. It's no more post of the boyfriend going to trips anymore to wherever because nobody wants them, and that's just the sad reality of it.
Well, no. So
if they're lucky, they could be healthy, but a lot of them. Okay, let's just be honest. Not all women make $100,000 a year either. And some of them work like wherever, factory jobs. A lot of women are actually doing trucking more than ever.
Yeah, that's true.
And I mean, living hard, no leisure hardly whatsoever because their job is very strenuous and getting depressed and, everything that comes with that and all other diseases and stuff. And yeah, I mean, men have actually the cure for women's depression between our legs.
Well, that's only one of the cures. The other cure is, mental stability and all the rest of it, them having family and someone else to depend upon because they were never meant to exist solo in this world. They weren't ever.
True.
We've made this, like I said, this expectation, this feminist dream has only really, I guess, existed to the same level that it has, like I said, for like the last 40 to 50 years. Largely after I would say after the 60s. Prior to that, the expectation that women, have their own money and be completely independent of men is relatively new.
So the funniest thing I've seen probably this year is a westernized Ghanaian chick, right? I had to cut her ass off. So this chick posted this shit on social media of her praying and crying in this motherfucker because she's stressed out with work and shit.
You want to know the greatest feminist dream ever that people don't really think is a feminist movie? Starship Troopers.
Oh man, I'm down with that.
I mean, think about look. If you look at the women, they're playing sports alongside with men, and this girl's like just knocking guys over the shoulder. Men and women are taking showers together.
Showers together, yeah.
And they're acting just like the guys slapping guys on the ass, talking shit just like the regular guys. Like and you look at that movie differently now than I did back in the day, and I was like, okay, this is the feminist wet dream right here.
Shit, man, no, it wasn't. Them damn aliens was knocking their ass back.
It's killing them all. Yeah,
yeah.
Co-ed type shit.
Yeah.
It's a
that's
feminist
an old
ideal,
school
but
movie
not
at this point.
in execution. That was the issue. They don't actually want that. Not really.
Nope.
It's an ideal. That's what they idealize.
Well, you see,
that's not what they
I
really
seen
want.
the young chicks on TikToks, like the younger millennials or even the Gen Xers, like they basically saying, well, thank you, you old feminist hags, for basically, fucking everything up. I mean, now I have to go to work. Thank you very much. Get dressed up to go to work.
Well, they had the thing is that women had different responsibilities. It wasn't as though they like Miss Anne and this idea and this fantasy around it that didn't really exist. Women had
not for
their
all,
own
not for all
responsibilities.
women. Yeah, not for all women.
99% of them, no.
Yeah.
You ever see that, in the feminist movie, there's different types of stages of ideology. And what's happening now, all of them is clashing like crazy. Got the first wave against the third wave, second wave against the fourth wave. I call it being fifth wave now. Shit, yeah, it's gonna be civil war and stuff. And being that they added the transgenders and everything to their movement to get those numbers, and now it's backfiring. You taught these dudes how to use your strategy, and they're using it against you now. Now they got to go through a fight with them now.
Well, now what y'all didn't mention is that, and I'm seeing it, and you could ask me how I know, but I mean, they're just teaming up now. They just like, hey, they're literally taking an L, if you know what I mean by that.
Yeah.
Literally, they're like, both we're L's. Let's join L's together and make a field goal, like like a paper field goal.
Feminism can only spread in a place that has economic viability for it to spread. It doesn't exist independent of economics because it can't.
They literally are just like, you know what, forget men, let's just
that's all right. Times are getting harder economically, and the harder they get, the more that'll dissipate.
Let's just join forces and just say, but that's the decline of civilization. That's the decline of civilization. You could go back to Rome. Is actually what it was happening in Rome, in even ancient Greece.
It's the first world problem. It can only exist because you're not dealing with sickness, the death of women, with diseases and all that shit. Guess when all that shit comes back? You start going to war like almost every single.
Yeah, you ask Ukraine. Yeah, go to Ukraine and see what's going on there. You actually get a sense of what That's why that's a big deal. Like, it's so much a big deal. I got an item strike. Not a copyright strike, but a strike because I posted a video. So, that's a pretty much an example of real world what could happen. When you really need men, and I mean, they're fleeing, the women fleeing, and then the men are staying to fight. Okay,
and you do notice how the trans is complaining now, like, I don't want to go to fight, forcing them to go to fight. We're women. No, you actually men.
Well, this is the thing. This is something that came out. I don't remember who put it out. I found it online just looking for shit. And somebody said something funny, and I think that it's kind of apt as well. It's funny in this app. They said that, but aren't women equal? Aren't they supposed to go to the front lines too and do the same thing that men do? And then there was a bunch of guys who all came out and said, "No, we were just lying. It was just a joke. We weren't serious about it." And the thing is that feminism falls apart. Like I said, it falls apart in times of strife because it can't exist outside of that. Because the weak men that uphold it, as well as the women, will be put. They will be essentially. I don't know what's the word.
On blast.
What?
Put on blast.
They will literally
die. Blast, but they'll die. They'll be brought back. They'll be brought back to reality.
Right. Like, I mean, yeah, it goes further than first world. It's more like a societal
kind of construct because, like, Saudi Arabia, I mean, they just the women were just allowed to drive, I think, within the last couple years. Like, so, I mean, it's like a societal thing, but I mean, yeah, this society is in the Western, a lot of Western societies are just constructed by that, but it gets blasted when you really when the metal is hitting the fan, like the bombs are going off. I mean, all that bullshit is just it's just fantastical, just talking points basically based off of government policy. You know what I'm saying? Like, all that policy goes out the window when you got bullets flying at you. Don't nobody care about no damn policies. You think they're caring about policies right now? Ukraine, it's like kill or be killed. Like, dude,
Well, they're trying. You got to understand, the rest of the world is trying to prop up that image by promoting it. So I mean, it's kind of funny because I don't know if you paid attention to things like, I don't really pay attention to Twitter, but there are things that I do see from time to time just from browsing the internet, and they got women, posting with guns, but you never see them in combat situations ever. Why you think that is? You see men in combat situations.
Man, women.
There was just a picture I saw the other day where a Russian got his head fucking blown off, and there was a dude who went to take his gun.
You know what's funny, BK? And let me say this real quick. There's a video going around of this black chick that's in the military crying because she thinks she's about to go to war with the Ukraine shit going on. Have y'all seen that video?
No, but I heard about it.
I heard about it. You told us about it
on YouTube.
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Oh, well, I find it embarrassing.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. She signed up for the army, get them benefits and everything, but just like now, when Amy was all getting those big government money and stuff like that, the weekly checks. Now you know what? Time to report and taxes.
Hey, what's the old saying? Cry now, laugh later.
Well, feminism is something that has to be upheld. If it's not undergirded by other structures supporting it, it cannot exist. It's not a natural. That's why I remember I was talking to. I'm not gonna say it, but the thing is that some people believe that it's a natural phenomenon that comes about naturally. It's not. It's something that has to be supported. It can't exist without its supports.
There's a guy called Yusuf something on YouTube. So before I started my marketing agency, I was thinking about possibly joining the military. And I was watching this video. This video is funny as hell. It's like he had a bunch of funny videos, but one of his most famous ones got over 1 million something views. It's when you first join the army and shit get hot as soon as you join shit get hot as soon as you join the military. And it's like he got the for one, he go do the different branches, like the different branches. So he with the army, it's like, we going to war. It's gonna be a whole lot of flowers bringing, and a whole lot of singing come to the U.S. doorsteps with this bullshit. The army, you got to report that.
You've pushed too far forward.
At the army, you got to report for like 1,600 hours or some shit. And so you get to the Marines. No, motherfucker, your ass ain't reporting in a day or two. Your ass coming right now, and they giving you this old ass rifle. The Air Force, he was like, your ass is too old to join the Air Force. Don't even worry about it. He said, how old are you? 20 died? Nah, nigga, you too old. And then when he got to the fucking Navy, it's like the recruiter was this old gay ass dude. He was like, why you smell like ass? He was like, my name is Officer Dickleberry, reporting for duty. Yo, this dude funny as hell. Let me pull this shit up Can I pull this shit up real quick, Art?
I don't care.
I know you're streaming this shit. Let me see.
Okay.
I'm
just trying to entertain people.
He was going around the hood trying to sign people up to go to Ukraine.
I don't have a wrench. I can't.
I gave you a wrench.
Did you?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah, I saw that webcam chat .wxe. I'm like, damn. Okay, letting it ride. Okay,
He
cool.
should be hidden.
I'm surprised them Russian bots didn't come through.
They did. I got rid of them too, and I got rid of some trolls today too.
Okay, somebody already deleted them.
Yeah, I see it right there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's this whole social construct. This is what it is. I mean, we construct cultures and socialize people all the time, but this one in particular is particularly damaging to future generations, as well as the current environment, that current dating and marriage environment. It'll destroy your society over time. In fact, it goes so deep it'll destroy everything, including the
Whenever
economic peace that
Well, that's a
uplifts it.
good thing, though. You know why? Because this is my theory. I think all this shit is really just cyclical. It's like the life cycle of a fucking civilization, basically. So I do believe, probably if you dig deeper in history and shit, that you probably have had similar situations, and like the fucking civilization ended up crashing, and then the shit just started new. You know what I'm saying?
Literally Rome. I mean, they just. I mean, whenever I forgot. I don't know if it's I don't think it was the Monahan. I think it was like something. It was an old book or whatever. I think that it basically they said whenever the breakdown of the family, that's when it start the breakdown of civilization, right there. So we could actually pinpoint the breakdown kind of started kind of like in the 50s and the 60s. That was when the kind of when they gave out the welfare and all that, and the no fault divorce and all that stuff, and then basically
Monahan said that too.
All of that basically breakdown of the family is what you have now. Literally, man. I don't know. I don't have a timeline of the fall of America, but it's going down. It's not looking good. I mean, I'm optimistic. I got skin in the game. I got kids in the game, but this shit ain't looking too well, man. I mean,
and you niggas are not welcome in Ghana. Nope.
Too many weak-minded men. Too many weak-willed men. And I'm not trying to say this to point it and be like we're responsible, but to some extent
we are. We literally are.
To some extent, we are.
Women follow us. They follow us.
Yes. To some extent, yes. Not entirely. You gotta understand, it isn't all men that have made these decisions over the course of the history. We didn't all allow this to get to this point.
All it takes is a few men to fuck some shit up, and they fuck some shit up, and they're trying to maintain their society, but it's fucking up because it just cause and effect. I mean, it's just that's just how the cookie is crumbled. But it's I don't know, man. I'm not hopeless, but it's like kind of like you got a bad hand and you trying to play it out, or like you losing in a chess game.
No, you better take your talents to South Beach like LeBron. Goddamn it.
Nah, I'm just sitting here eating popcorn, just watching the shit burn. That's it.
I bought some popcorn today, and it's like I mean,
let me play this video real quick.
You ain't sharing it.
Yeah, well, I was, but they was going in for a while. I just took it off. I'm about to put it back.
I remember.
I didn't want to just have the screen up and shit for 5-10 minutes.
I know there's some people on top that's making a lot of money, keeping the separation the way it is.
This shit used to have me rolling when I was thinking about joining the military.
Hello? Is your name Yusha Thomas? Last war 7783? Yeah. Congrats, you're going to war. It gotta be some mistake. In the Army, we don't make mistakes, Jack. But your ass is going to combat. What DD-214 says? That DD-214 ain't mean shit.
He ripped that shit up.
Won't be needing that. Your orders is to report to your nearest military installation, ready to fight for your country. But I don't even have any gear. Uncle Sam got your ass now.
Yep, just like that.
Get out of there, you disgusting little thing! Stand up straight and face the front! My name is Nassau Johnson, and I'm your senior drill instructor. Guess what? Your ass just been drafted into my Marine Corps. From now on, the only thing out of your mouth is gonna be yes, sir. Take this damn rifle, and I'm gonna see your ass at 05 tomorrow morning. Because guess what? Your ass is going to war. You're damn right. Shut up. I didn't say look at me. Your ass better be ready to die, boy. Scream now.
Morning, looking for Yasha Thomas. Come on in. You had a draft. You should. Sure am. Yes, hey, look, I've been waiting for you guys to come. I thought the army was going to get here. No, I almost got the wrong house. You're old as fuck. You look 30. Calculus, favorite subject, bro. I swear, countless studies of aeronautical engineering. It doesn't matter. In the Air Force, if you're not under the age of 20, we don't want you. Your house even smells like diabetes in an old folks' home. Well, you should have thought of that before you turned 30 and got on elder. Five-star Mills. State-of-the-art gym facility. Good luck with dodging bombs and bullets out there in the army, buddy. Hello there. My name is Petty Officer Dingleberry, and I have draft papers for you. You should Yes, I like a man that's spicy.
Oh, no. They always get in the Navy.
And the Navy got the most bitches. I don't know why they talk about it so bad. Like we all gay.
Because it used to be gay ass.
I still some.
There's a reason why they call you.
Man, we get the most hoes out of all the branches. They literally give us temp uniforms.
Only pay for the data you use.
But yeah, I mean, it used to be like.
I'm surprised they haven't summoned that nigga Charles from the Abyss.
Yeah, the Navy used to.
Glad to have you aboard, brother.
That type of shit. That's why they put it in there as a joke, and it's always
what's the chance of us actually going to war? You know, or like the war coming here. Chances. These countries don't want no smoke. Awesome. I can go to college in peace, get paid, do my time, and get out. Dude, this army thing is a piece of cake. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. Oh, shit. Who's that? I guess these countries do want smoke. They sent the bomb to blow up American spot. Shit is about to get hot. Oh, hell no. Here, grab your gear. It's about to be a lot of slow singing and flower bringing coming to American doorstep. Bell ringing. Get a helmet or something? Bulletproof vest, they gonna shoot the shit out. It's fucking hot. Fuck.
In the Army and the Marines, you gotta know how to camp. You gotta know how to sleep outside and shit. Like I never slept in the camp. I never really slept in no tent. Like went camping. I would be. It would be a culture shock for me. Like them dudes, they have to actually do that for like I think like a couple days or a week or something like that. They gotta sleep outside.
They do it for more than a couple days. They do it for more than that. I tell you what.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Like I mean, I was in the Navy, so I mean, it was like we just in a barracks, but. Shoot, the Army, you gotta. Their infantry is outside training mainly.
It depends on what type of campaign they're running, and it also depends on whether or not they go back to the 5. But usually, usually they ain't out there. I mean, it depends on what MOS they're a part of. But
and then if you got a part of special forces, like they got training where you got to run all night.
Yeah, they're not out there for a couple days. They out there for some weeks sometimes.
Yeah, it's rough. Like a lot of them cats, they come home. It's a lot of homeless vets, and I think they like you. They can sleep outside. Like if you're in the Army and shit, they get used to sleeping outside. They could actually.
Where you think they sleep during a gunfight that lasts for over 24 hours? Where you think they
right.
sleep at?
Yeah, exactly.
They taking cover somewhere, and hopefully someone else is keeping watch, and they sleeping wherever the fuck they can get some good cover.
Yep. With gunfire going off, like bombs and everything. Yes. Yep. And then they come back over here, and then it's a whole cultural shock. You gotta work a job and pay bills, and a lot of people can't adjust to that.
That's why a lot of these military guys needs to detox from that shit, and they don't let them to detox.
Yeah, it's the culture shock. Like to be honest, like a
The military is kind of some stuff I don't really like saying on the net, but it's not really bad. But the military is really like a welfare, like, because you really get your housing taken care of, you get food. You literally don't have to pay for no food. Technically don't have to wear your clothing, which it'd be kind of weird to wear your uniforms everywhere, but you don't really have to pay for that much of your clothing unless you want to. You don't have to worry about housing. I mean, you technically just save your money because you literally get everything taken care of. So when you go outside of that and you go into the real world where you got, let's just say you don't really have that structure, like, man, it's a big cultural change. It's like a big, just, you get used to it. You get used to that. And
They still give you benefits even when you get out of the military. It just isn't to the same level, man. Like, so when you
you've been in the military.
No, but
you've been in the military.
No, but I got
homies. If when you get out, you don't get no benefits to pay for no housing and all that. Like, you literally dropped
that's literally
out.
what the VA is. I got 2 homies that been in, and that's how they got their
Let me
house.
tell you something, bro. I've been in the military. You don't get, the average person does not get any VA benefits unless they've been sick or they were injured in the military.
Well, how
Like,
long
it's like one of those things where it's like one of those things where people think everybody get $100,000. Like, it's not like that. It's everybody when they get out, you might get a VA home loan if you qualify. You paid for the MGI bill, you paid into it, you get that. You might get medical benefits if you qualify. That's pretty much it. Now, if you got sick or injured, yeah, you get a VA stipend every month for your ailment that you suffer from, but everybody does not get that. It's like SSI or something, disability.
There are some benefits that you do get, though.
Yeah, that's why
I wasn't trying to make the argument that you don't get any.
I mean, you're not gonna get the military ain't gonna pay your house. They will give you.
They're not gonna pay for your civilian lifestyle. Like, you still have to pay for your mortgage.
No, that's not what he's saying.
That's not what I was saying.
That's not what he's saying. It's not like you're gonna live for free. No, you're gonna help you get loans. You get cheaper rates on loans and stuff like that. They give you stuff like that.
Yeah, you get a VA home loan if you qualify for it. But you gotta qualify for it. Everybody doesn't get that. You get an MGI bill if you paid for it when you was in the military. Not, it's certain benefits you get, but you don't, like, as soon as you get discharged, you gotta pay for your place wherever you're gonna be living. Hopefully you save some money, and I mean, basically, you just out in the civilian world. You gotta survive just like everybody else does. Now, you do get certain preferences. Like, I ain't gonna lie, like, if you get a government job, that's why a lot of people that's in the military, they work in the government sector, because you get preference for hiring if you're a veteran. But it's not like you had the same type of lifestyle when you was in the military. That's what I'm saying. Like, the welfare aspect of it, it's you pretty much everything is catered to you when you're in the military, as far as your housing, food, and stuff like that. When you outside,
if you live on base,
you outside of the military,
outside the base, you gotta pay for that shit.
Right? Yeah, when you outside the discharge and you become a veteran, you still gotta pay for your everything everybody else gotta pay for. You gotta pay for it, and that's what kicks a lot of people's ass. Like, that's why you got a lot of homeless veterans, because they're not able to compete with regular society. They so used to the military taking care of everything, and that's why a lot of people join the military in the first place, because they need some housing, they need some help, they need a job, guaranteed income, all of that type of stuff. So that's all I'm saying.
I think most of the people join the military just for the school benefits, like they can.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Because that's that one chick was crying about. It's like I didn't join for this. Why? Because she wanted to join it just because she could pay for school.
Well, one of the biggest. This has already been said by multiple people, high-ranking officials that are still associated with different branches of the military. Man, it's actually your biggest. This is the biggest welfare spending that we have in America is the American military.
Yeah, that's what I said.
In terms, even and that doesn't just apply to when you're in. The benefits that you get even when you get out are still better than what your average American who has never been into the military would ever.
Oh yeah, hands down. That's what I say. I mean, you get okay. This is what you get. All right, you get if you get injured, you can get your veterans compensation up to a certain amount for the rest of your life. Most people do not qualify for that because most people are not injured or have some ailment or something like that. Some people doctor that shit up or whatever, but that's a whole nother story. But you get housing, a mortgage, VA mortgage. Not everybody qualifies for that either. You gotta have certain number of years in and gotta qualify. You gotta actually have an honorable discharge or a general discharge. At the very least, you got some people that got dishonorable discharges. They don't qualify for no benefits.
They don't qualify for anything. No motherfuckers. They hard pressed to get a job. Yeah.
You're still a veteran, but you don't like people who've got a dishonorable discharge. It's damn near like
that's basically a felony.
Certain discharge, like it's kind of like a felony. It's a certain discharge is kind of like a felony, but just a dishonorable discharge, you just don't get no benefits. You don't get nothing. I'm talking about nothing. But if most people get the MGI Bill, if they pay for it, some people just like, you know what, they don't want to go to college. They don't pay for it because like you got to take out like whatever $100, $200 from your check every month to pay into the MGI Bill. So
paying for shit else, you might as well.
But some people don't want to do that. So it's all in what you want to do. Like you don't get it automatically unless you live in 2 states. Like it's a couple states. It's Texas and Illinois. If you're a veteran and you have an honorable discharge, you get your college education paid for 4 years automatically. But outside of those states, you got to pay for it. So that's with that. And then you get medical. Like something happen, instead of going to like your local county hospital or whatever, you can go to the VA hospital.
Yeah, the VA hospital.
Yeah, and it is better than the county hospital or whatever. Another thing is like I said, the veterans' preference for jobs. Then you also you get shit. I don't know, free food and shit every year for Veterans Day, discounts. I get discounts at like Menards. I mean, not Menards. Home Depot, Lowe's, like 10% off. I mean, certain places you get a discount if you got a veterans ID or whatever. Pretty much.
That's better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're a regular citizen, you don't get none of that shit.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, it is an advantage. And then of course the training that they train you are able to adapt to certain shit. Like most of everyday life is a fucking breeze because I've actually been in a fucking war. I've been, missiles going off and planes going off. Like every day is cake compared to being like in a war, actual war. So the pressure of that, actually dealing with that to regular life, like you could actually deal with a lot of stuff. Average military veteran could deal with a lot of pressure that a lot of people probably fold under. And then, just to be squared off to, make sure everything is straight, fold your clothes and know how to do your bed. I mean, your parents should have taught you that shit, but some people that, probably didn't have that. I mean, the training is I think they said they spend like $100,000 in training for each whatever branch soldier or Marine or Navy shipment or whatever. I mean, it's a lot of training that we had to do, a lot of classroom work. I could actually work because I was an airman. I could work at an airport because I know the signals to direct a plane. I still remember that shit a little bit, but teach you how to tie a tie.
Oh, so you was the guy that was on the deck that was with the.
I was on the aircraft carrier.
Yeah, I had a homie who did that. I had a good
Yeah,
friend who did that.
yeah. I saw black pilots and shit. I mean, it's like, yeah, man. It's really like I saw stuff people would never see. Like my whole world view of things is totally different. Like, I mean, I seen a lot of people in high ranks that were black, that are running whole entire divisions, bases. I mean, even I met some guys that were like commanders and stuff like that on the ship. So I mean, yeah, man, it's the whole gay thing. That's overrated.
When did you go in?
I was in 2001.
It's before you.
So
I was before you.
Yeah, it was like basically it was a situation where I just had to do something, man. I was staying with my mother and getting tired of living with my mom, and I was living in the hood with her, and I'm like, the hell. I mean,
yeah.
I just went to the military, but going back to the original topic with the chick crying, I knew the chances I was gonna go to war. I wasn't dumb. I mean, George Bush was in office, George Bush Jr. I mean, I knew he's a war hawk just like his dad. I already knew it was gonna be probably a war. I just joined, but it was kind of stupid. He's like, okay, I was in a hood in a war with these cats shooting, gangbangers shooting and shit like that, and I joined a bigger war. It's like damn, and
actual organized war, yeah, it's different.
It's like damn. I mean, but it is a lot of perks, but you damn sure got to pay for them.
Of course.
It ain't like you getting it ain't easy. I mean, you gotta like boot camp, you gotta get up at like 4 a.m. and shit. I mean, before the sun comes up.
I don't think anyone's trying to make the argument that you guys aren't entitled to those
benefits.
I don't think anyone's making that argument. You are entitled
it's not easy. It's not easy to go through. Even if when you get out, like I was in the Navy, I was on the fleet. I mean, being in that open water, you get seasick and shit, and you see nothing around you but water. Like, just imagine you just see nothing. Like, you just see other ships. That's all you see, and just nothing but miles and miles to your eye can see of water, open water. And I have a fear of open water, and I'm in this shit. Yeah, I can swim. You have to swim. I mean, that's another thing with the Navy. That's more realistic than the whole gay thing. A lot of black people don't know how to swim, so in the Navy,
learn today.
Yeah, in boot camp, it wasn't nothing but like on swim qualification day, a whole base just walking, a whole bunch of black people walking the swim qualifications. And I actually learned how to swim in high school, but it wasn't to the caliber that I needed to swim in the Navy. They wanted you to float and then go from a floating position to just do a fucking Olympic lap across the pool.
I'm gonna tell you something. It's gonna sound racist, but it's true. I don't give a fuck. I believe in biology. Okay. Black people probably shouldn't be in the Navy because unfortunately, like, our bone density isn't the same as white people's is. So they can float easier than black people can, believe it or not. So
I've never heard that, but black people, as far as if you go back to the pirate days, actually here's the tripped out thing about what they also teach you this in Navy history. Like, we was in class learning this. Actually, the U.S. Navy was started because a bunch of
Excuse me, I'm in the
black,
opposite order.
people in Africa was actually stealing Europeans and off the coast of Europe, and basically George Washington sent a fleet over to Europe to help them out, and that's literally the birthplace of the Navy. They were literally starting a war with the Moors because they were actually stealing Europeans into slavery. By bullshit, you not. That's actually that's why the fighting song for the Marine Corps, from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. Tripoli is in Libya. I mean, literally. So,
all I gotta say is, if an elephant can swim, I can swim.
You can swim. I'm not saying you can't swim. I'm just saying, you never. Let me put it to you this way, right? When you go to the Olympics, do you see a whole lot of black swimmers winning golds?
We're not conditioned to.
It ain't about conditioning. No, it's an advantage.
How many black swimmers do you have?
Yeah,
you got a handful. You got about a dozen.
Here's the thing.
Out of how many white swimmers?
Well, I mean, a whole lot more.
Here's the thing with swimming. Swimming is actually kind of like golf and tennis. It's kind of a leisure sport, which means you actually have to have resources and capital to actually have a swimming pool or even an Olympic style swimming pool. A lot of places in the hood don't have no Olympic style swimming pools, or even like, let's just say, a poor black community or even a middle class black community. It might have one, and that's at the local high school. It's just, we're not really into swimming like that because it's not around us. It's not part of our normal community.
Swimming is an upper middle class thing.
Yeah,
you gotta have some money resources just to be, because like he says, it's more about money. Just like golf, you don't see a lot of brothers that's even middle class. Like, yeah, I'm gonna play some golf today.
Here, let me post this so that I'm not, just making some sort of racist argument for no reason.
No, I understand that black people do have bigger density, and that's why we have.
That's refuted what you said, because as far as the history, history destroys everything, kind of like math. Like, literally, the like back in the pirate days and the spice wars and shit like that, who do you think those pirates were? Those pirate ships? It wasn't like freaking what you see on Hollywood, the Pirates of the Caribbean. It was a bunch of black people and Arabs and all kind of other different
I'm not
people.
saying
Man,
you can't do some shit. I'm just saying, we're better at some other shit. I'm not trying to talk us down. I'm just saying, if I can beat your ass on land and I'm better at whooping your ass on land, why would I stick to the fucking land? That I'm better at doing it. I'm not saying don't fucking do it. I'm just saying I'd be better off.
like,
I don't think you should do what you're best at.
It's like basically, it's like the rise and fall of civilizations. Okay, like the Europeans learned from the Moors and the Africans how to navigate the seas and make ships, and they got really, really good at it. First the Portuguese and the Spanish, and then the British. The British, they strengthen their libraries and their educational systems and shit like that. And kingdoms put money into education and their kingdoms, and they got really, really good at creating ships, building, strengthening their navy. They got so good at it, they became like the strongest navy, like in history, right? It just, that's what they did. Like they like scaled their knowledge, their fleets, and they got so good at it. They damn near took over. They pretty much took over damn near the whole known world. It's just the power of scaling, and I mean, that's what happened. I mean, once you get good at something, you make it culture. You make it a legacy. You make it like, continue on. Is British has the best navy now? No. Do they still have a kick-ass navy? Yeah, but they ain't got the best. They ain't got the best navy in the world at this present day. The best navy is the U.S. Navy, and then you have Russia. Some people say Russia's navy is actually more kick-ass than the U.S. Navy.
How can that be?
I beg to differ. We'll
find out. We'll find out in a couple of weeks. I gotta shut the stream down because it's getting late. It is like.
But just to finish though, Russia has better subs, I believe, than the U.S. Navy. But all right. It was nice talking to y'all.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Good seeing everybody.
Yeah, appreciate everybody that subbed. I got a lot of subs today, so I'm real happy about that. Appreciate everybody that actually donated to the channel. Appreciate you guys for doing that also too. Watch out tomorrow when we drop. Well, actually today, since it's in the morning, I'll be dropping a video today. I'm gonna be talking about the Sierra prayer thing. But anyway, guys, appreciate you guys for coming through, and we will be doing this next Saturday. So be on the lookout. Peace, everybody.